Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Today we're going to have a discussion about Jnana Yoga, which is the topic of study that we've been on for the past 4 weeks. And we're also going to get into some of the significant astrological influences that are going on today. Those of you who do pay attention to astrology know that we've got quite a few things going on involving a new moon, a solar eclipse, and all sorts of things going on with Jupiter and Venus. And we'll certainly get into that. First, I'm trying to make sure that my computer will display the live chat. So for the most part, when we talk about Jnana Yoga, what we're talking about is the yoga of the mind itself. And this isn't simply being still and concentrating. This is taking that stillness and that concentration and using it as an effective tool to shape the minor self to be able to receive the major self. Because one thing about Tantra and the occult is the awareness that there are levels of self. Okay, so we've got the self at the lowest level, which is the personality and the ego and who you think you are, who I think that I am. This is the lower self, because in truth, when we're dealing with this aspect of self, it is very limited. What is it limited to? It's limited to the influences that impact and affect or infect the subconscious mind. Everything that happens in your subconscious mind has a very direct influence on the decisions that you make today. So really, if we want to get into the subject of free will, we got to be somewhat granular about this, because a lot of people are saying that free will is just being able to make a choice. But the question you got to ask is, who and what gave you those choices, and what influences you to make one choice or the other? So when we talk about free will, it has less to do with the fact that you can pick one or two. We got to go deeper than that. Because why do you pick one choice over the other? And all this is due to subconscious influences that have not been dealt with. The example that I continue to use is, say, a third grade teacher called me stupid. So because that emotional impact has been implanted in my subconscious mind, many decisions that I make are based on that influence. Now, that's just one. And we've got 15 to 20 years worth of influences, right? So you're going to talk about free will. How old are you? That's why when I made that chart, it had layers. One layer was who you are today in this very moment. The layer beneath it was who you used to be, right? The shell that you've grown out of. And under that was all of the childhood memories. Now, within that range, there are so many experiences that molded and shaped who you are today, or at least who you call yourself. And if there are any influences that are not addressed, they will continue to have an impact on how you experience reality. And I mean that. That's not something you have to stretch to believe. Just analyze yourself and you'll see. So dealing with Jnana Yoga, this is the calisthenics of the mind and the personality, taking seriously your path and your journey. Because if you don't deal with these subconscious influences, it doesn't matter how high quality of information you learn, it's going to be tainted and infected by your personal opinions. And that's insufficient for truth, because a personal opinion is based on emotional impacts of your past. That's where you get people talking about how one race is greater than the other, how one gender is better than the other, or any of those little things like that. Those all stem from some type of subconscious influence. The truth is clear. The truth is impartial. The truth doesn't depend on or matter who said it or what they look like or what language they speak or what culture they come from. The truth is the truth. And if your eyes aren't clear, if your ears aren't clear, you will not be able to receive it. And if you're in that state, what a sorry state. But if you're in that state, you certainly don't have free will, because the truth will come to you and you'll reject it based on these subconscious impressions. Is this making sense? Let me know in the chat. Speaking of which, greetings. Bakari Devante, peace. Welcome, welcome. We grow natural. Always glorious to see you. I hope you're having a great day. Al Dickey, peace, my brother. Peace, peace. Good to see you. Unstints, greetings, greetings. Vincent L. Cristol, greetings, Earthlings. We're now taking over your radio. It's a good day. It really is. It's a good day to be alive. It's a good day to be alive and to be aware of what reality is, right? I'm not saying that I have the total grasp on everything, but I have a much better grasp than I used to. So honestly, by this time, and I've been doing this since January, I've been doing this for 3 or 4 years, honestly. If you haven't read this book, then there's nothing that I can say in this video that will help you to understand it, right? Don't watch this video and skip over the actual book itself. This is just another reminder to help point you in the direction of information that can help shape you into a more efficient being. Because the aspect of divinity and God that resides within the very core, the very essence of every particle that makes you up, it's there, but it's covered by layers of ignorance. The God aspect in you is covered by layers and layers and layers of ignorance. Now, ignorance doesn't just mean stupid, right? This isn't an attack on your intelligence. Those layers of ignorance mean layers of darkness. That means layers of things that you have not realized yet. When we talk about consciousness, we're talking about levels of knowledge and realization. Yes, I can say that with confidence, because in this very book, he recommends, him and all of his teachers recommend, all the way back to the 5000 BC, they say, contemplate on the 4 Mahavakyas, which are these 4 statements that come out of the Vedas. When you contemplate on these statements, you'll see that the very essence of what you are is God. Is God. God is knowledge and realization. Notice those 2 things, knowledge and realization. Knowledge means the totality of all potential. Knowledge is the totality of all potential. That means potential that is expressed, potential that is unexpressed, potential that will never be expressed, right? So all possibilities, multiverse. God is not only the total knowledge of all existence, but also the realization of that. So it's not just knowing about it, but also going through it. An easy way for us to grasp the concept of God is, just imagine if there was some consciousness who was able to live through every possible life, to live through it all and collect the data. Brahman is knowledge and realization. That's the 4th Mahavakya. But let me go into the book to get all 4, just so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. This actually happened in chapter 1, and it was repeated throughout the book. So those of you who did read it and study it, you know what I'm talking about. Right here on page 10, he talks about the Vedantic foundation of Jnana Yoga. This is what this whole Jnana Yoga is founded upon. The first Mahavakya is Aham Brahmasmi. That translates to, I am the higher consciousness. Number 2, Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. Number 3, Ayam Atma Brahma. My soul is the higher consciousness. Number 4, Prajnaram Brahman. Brahman is knowledge and realization. So the first one, I am the higher consciousness. This is what you say to yourself when you're in meditation. When your body is still, right? You put your cell phone on silent. Your body is still. You're not moving and fidgeting and scratching and none of that. When the body is still, when the mind is still, which means you're not thinking about your grocery list or what you did with so-and-so last night or any of that stuff. The mind is still, right? Body still, mind still. Number 3, then you're able to become the observer, the witness. You're able to take into account what the mind is like when it's still, because I promise you, this is not something that you're used to. You're used to bouncing around to and fro to a bunch of different topics at all times, scattered. That's what we're all used to in this modern day and age. So still the body, still the mind, then you'll be able to see this lake clear and pure and undefiled. Then the 4th step is when you begin to contemplate these Mahavakyas. Think about this. If you think about these Mahavakyas in your day-to-day life, you're doing something, you're busy, you're not going to be able to contemplate on it. But let's take this to another environment where your body is still, where your mind is silent, and you're actually just observing the existence, just observing. And in that observation, this is when you contemplate the 4 Mahavakyas. The first is, I am the higher consciousness. So you're sitting there chilling, zenned out, right? And you think to yourself, I am the higher consciousness. When you think that, a bunch of other thoughts come. What's the higher consciousness? The ego? No, not the ego. What's the higher consciousness? The body? No, not the body. What's the higher consciousness? The aspect of me that is able to take all this in. The aspect of me that commanded the physical body to sit the fuck down. The aspect of me that commanded the brain to shut the fuck up. The aspect of me that was able to command reality to sit still. Do you hear what I'm saying? There's an aspect of you that has complete and utter dominion over matter. And this is what we're moving into realization of. There's an aspect of self that has complete dominion over matter and over mind. But it isn't until you sit down and quiet the mind that you're able to realize this aspect of self. So the first Mahavakya is, I am the higher consciousness. You don't take it with ego. You just observe it. I am the higher consciousness. Number 2, then you say, you are that. So it isn't just the observer of this reality. The reality itself that you're observing is also that. So if you're sitting outside like I was yesterday in meditation, you're looking at the trees and the leaves and the bees buzzing around, the lizards that are scampering all over the place. You are God as well. The first was, I am the higher consciousness. The second is, you are that. Do you feel me? Do you feel me? This is where we get into compassion. How can you be cruel to yourself? How can your soul be cruel to the soul? Right? So if I'm looking at these creatures and nature, and I'm realizing that you are also God, if I'm realizing that, how can I do anything to hurt myself? And guess what, y'all? You take this to other people as well. To other people as well. You are that. You are that. You got to be ready for this level of realization, because when you accept these responsibilities, you have to change the way that you think. You have to change the way that you live. You just have to. You get what I'm saying? It just comes naturally when you truly realize it. When you realize this, you're not going to be doing certain things that you were doing before, because it doesn't line up with I am God. You are also that. And that's only the second one. Let's get to the third one. The third Mahavakya is Ayam Atma Brahma. My soul is the higher consciousness. So now you're beginning to contemplate a higher octave of what you actually are. See, most people go around the world only focusing on their 5 senses. And they think that who and what they are is their 5 senses. I am what I smell like. I'm what I look like. I am the words that I say. Like, I have this constructed image of me, and that's all that I am. If that dies, then I'm dead. That's a sorry state of existence. Number 3 says, my soul is the higher consciousness. Look, all that stuff that I just listed about the physical experience, that's temporary. And not only is it temporary, but it is founded upon subconscious influences. You get what I'm saying? It's not real. It's not yours. It was given to you. It was a construct for you to fill in, to live into, so that you can be a functional part of this society, which is primarily designed as a farm, right? So your personality has been constructed by culture to become a member of the farm, a member of the plantation. And get this, it doesn't matter what level of the plantation you're on, whether you're at the very bottom or you're shining and glistening at the top, you're still a part of the plantation if all you know is the five senses. Number 3 says, Ayam Atma Brahma, my soul is the higher consciousness. Well, what is the soul? What aspect of myself is the soul? What aspect of you is the soul? Well, let me help you out. It's nothing temporary. It's nothing that you can name. It's nothing that you can identify. It isn't your delicious skin. It isn't your memories. It's nothing that you've learned. And it's nothing that you have done or nothing that you have to do. This goes deeper than that. Because you have to learn to separate. You've got to learn to separate what society has given you and what is reality. Society has given you the idea that you have to create something, that you have to be busy, you have to do something or else you're meaningless, right? That's what I was told all my life. You got to do something. You got to establish yourself in the world. You got to make a difference. You got to make a name for yourself, right? What did you produce? What degrees, what accolades, what accomplishments did you get? That is not the value. That is not the marker of what value is. Your soul is nothing that can be described like that. What you actually are has nothing to do with what you've done. You are God. You are God. The body belongs to nature, but what you actually are is way beyond it. Number 4 is Prajnanam Brahman, which means Brahman is knowledge and realization. And we talked about this. Brahman, which is the most high. Brahman is a word, a phrase, a term, a title for the most high. Brahman is knowledge and realization. So look, we've got infinite knowledge. Everything is knowledge. Everything is data. Every experience. Now, data and knowledge is not just what's in books. It's not what's just in computers. The activity that you produce. Listen, there's a conversation going on at all times. The body is having a conversation. The blood is pumping to and fro. That's a conversation. What's telling it to move? The organs are doing their thing. The organs are working and producing. Who's telling them to do that? The lungs are processing air, right? The kidneys are filtering. The brain is calculating. Everything is happening seemingly on its own, but no, it's a conversation. It's a conversation because the brain has to talk to the other organs of the body. That's a conversation. When you breathe in oxygen, that's a conversation. That oxygen is data. When you eat the fruit, that's data. There's DNA. There's an exchange happening. Data. There's a conversation going on at all times. This constitutes knowledge. Knowledge is not just not words on a book. This is not just words in a book. Knowledge constitutes all this data. And here's a beautiful thing about big data. When you pay attention to data, you begin to see patterns. And when you begin to see patterns, you can begin to predict accurately, meaning that you can have a synthesis of that knowledge. And what is a synthesis of knowledge? That's what realization is. Brahman is knowledge and realization. Realization is when you take that knowledge and you expand your perspective on that knowledge and you're able to see all the connecting dots. You're able to see it all. Then it becomes a realization, which means that I don't need the books to be able to talk about it. I understand it, right? And I don't understand it from an ego level, like, oh, well, this word and this word means this. No, I understand it at a deeper, abstract level. Brahman is knowledge and realization. So you take all of this in while you're meditating, while your body is still, while your mind is still. That's when you think about these things. Then you can really see it for what it is without being tainted with ego. Because if it's tainted with ego, you're going to start coming up with some foolishness. The archons are out to eat us, y'all. The demiurge, y'all. Oh, I'm not going to follow this person because of this or that or a third. You're looking at the surface level. You're not understanding the information. You've got to sit still and realize if you are God, if I am God, right? If I am the higher consciousness, if Brahman is knowledge and realization, how can there be any enemies whatsoever? How can there be anything to hurt me whatsoever? How can there be anything that I need to protect myself from? Come on, man. Think about this. Think about it. It's common sense. It's common sense. I love it. I love it. And I'm grateful that I don't have to waste my time on things that are not straight to the point. This information right here, this is straight to the point. Straight to the point. So if you didn't read it, good luck. But this information is very clear, and it points to a very specific thing, which is know thyself. You've heard it. You've heard it before. If you study the occult, then you understand that know thyself is the axiom of the Hermetic path. Know thyself. How do you know thyself? I just told you. Sit down, shut up, observe, and then realize the still quiet voice. What's the Bible say? Be still and know that I am God. Good stuff. Good stuff. I hope you hear it. I hope you hear it. Greetings to everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Peace, peace. So yeah, hopefully you're beginning to experience a few changes in your subtle behavior, because just like what science told us with the split particle experiment, that when they were trying to determine if light was a wave or a particle. So what they did was they shot light photons through these slits, and they observed how the pattern was created on the other side. And at some points it looked like a wave. But what they noticed is that when they focused on those photons, they became particles. When they looked at it, it changed. That tells you the power of the mental plane. We as occultists understand what scientists don't admit, is that there are at least 4 planes governing existence. There's not just the physical plane. When you think about this stuff deep enough, you will come to realize you'll have to face the unescapable reality that there is not just the physical plane. There's more. Past the physical plane is the etheric plane and the astral plane and the mental plane. Now, the higher up in these planes that you go, the planes have an effect on the lower planes. When that light is observed, that's when the mental plane powers kick in and transmute those particles into something else. So what is observed, what is paid attention to, where awareness goes, energy flows, right? Where you shine that light of awareness, the data, the knowledge, the information there becomes alive. It changes its quality. So deep down inside of your being and your genetics and your hereditary genes and within you is so much information that you would be frozen with terror if you could realize. Because we're talking about the memory of all of your ancestors, all the way back to Adam and Eve, right? From the beginning to now. But it's veiled with ignorance, like I said in the beginning of this video. But when you begin to shine awareness on these aspects of the unconscious mind, they vivify, they come alive, they transmute into something else. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Now, the words of books, they help you come to these realizations. But if you do not shine your awareness on the unconscious aspects of the self, you are a slave to those unconscious aspects, because your behavior is completely ruled by the subconscious mind. Completely ruled. And I don't care if you don't like how that sounds. You can run to any other channel that is telling the truth, whether it is a scientific magazine or some kind of broadcast or some kind of psychological journal, but they will also tell you the majority of your actions are governed by the subconscious mind. So if you never shine the light of awareness upon what is residing within your subconscious mind, how do you expect to have anything like free will? Let me know if anything I have said is contrary, untrue, or doesn't check out. So all these realizations are something that's easy to come into when you begin to study this book. Because this book, it isn't teaching you any kind of religion or any kind of belief system. It is literally just showing you how to analyze yourself. And that is so valuable. It's showing you how to analyze yourself. How to analyze yourself. Because here's the thing, if you don't know, then you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Analyzing yourself isn't sitting down thinking about the day. When I talk about meditation, I'm talking about specific visualization exercises that lead you to a specific place, to a specific result. Tattva Shuddhi is not just sitting down thinking about colors. You're taking your consciousness on a journey and shining the light of awareness on unconscious realms of your being. Now, some people call it magic. Some people call it tantra, but this is life. This is how the elite live life. So look, let me know in the chat what you have gathered so far from this video or from this book. Let me know in the chat what you've learned so far from Jnana Yoga, from Karma Yoga, from the passive poverty and nivriti, from mantra and yantra. Let me know right now in the chat what you've learned so far. Because the next book that we're about to tackle goes deep into the philosophy that all this stuff even came from, which is called Samkhya. This is the next book, and we're going to get started on this quick, fast, in a hurry. Samkhya Darshan by the same author, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. This is the philosophy that all of this thought is founded upon. It is extremely old. You know how old Buddhism is? Well, Buddhism got their juice from Samkhya. And many other religious systems are founded upon this, whether they realize it or not. And that isn't to say that the people that made it up were so special. What that's saying is that the truth has existed eternally. Nobody came up with the truth. Nobody made it up. No, nobody made up the truth. What happens is when you're able to clarify and perfect your mind, you can perceive the truth that exists, right? In other words, I have to wear glasses, right? So everything's blurry to me right now. Everything's blurry to me right now. But when I put my glasses on, things begin to make clear sense. I can read the words on the screen now. I can read the words in my book now. Likewise, if the mind is not clarified, it is blind. You can't see. It's dense. It's gross. All you can see is, oh, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. All you can see is what's given to you. But when you put on the glasses, right, they live. Just put on the glasses. When you put on the glasses, you begin to see clearly. This has to be imparted upon you. You don't just come out the womb knowing how to see. You have to be taught. You have to be taught. So graciously, we've been exposed to things like this. And to be honest, if you are interested in magic whatsoever, if your interest and your pursuit is genuine and not just out of curiosity, if your interest in your pursuit is genuine, you're going to be led here. This is where you're going to end up. This is where everyone has ended up who has continued. Even Bobby Hemmett ended up here before he finished. Why do you end up here? Because this is the origin and origination of wisdom being transmuted to man. So again, like I said, it's not that somebody made this stuff up. These people in the Indian culture didn't make up this stuff. They perceived it because they put on the glasses, they clarified and sharpened their minds to the point that they could actually see it. So that's what this book attempts to help you do, to clarify your mind so you can put on the damn glasses, bro. She coming in a Honda. She coming in a Honda. She coming in a Honda. Look, man, I done seen it. I done seen it. And I hope that you're seeing it too. Shout out to Kenna. Peace, bro. Been a minute. Alligator the Greater. Peace, peace. Alicia M. Good to see you and congratulations on what you've been going through lately. Awesome. Awesome to hear. Bakari Devante. Peace, peace, peace. Lily June. I think I said hello already, but I'm saying it again. Sunshine Chick. Always a blessing to have you here. Oh, Supreme Redeemed. Greetings, greetings. We grow natural. I'm pretty sure I said what's up, but I'm going to say it again. Marwa Fakir, peace, peace. Will Trent, peace, peace. So, yeah, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Mrityurmokshiyamamritat Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanat Mrityurmokshiyamamritat. How many of you were able to find a mantra that you're able to stick with? How many of you are still looking? I was looking up the story of this Mahamrityunjaya mantra, and it's actually a remedy for a curse, for a bloodline curse. A bloodline that was cursed with death. And this mantra helps to alleviate them. So I wonder if, I wonder. Okay, a few people say they're still looking for a good mantra. Yeah, just keep the active pursuit. Because see, here's the special thing about magic. And I'm about to give you some advanced juice. So listen close and don't take it for granted. Here's the thing about magic, especially on the hermetic aspect. It's all about the creation of images, the creation of forms. When I say images, I don't mean a picture. I mean, when you close your eyes, you're able to clearly perceive something. So, matter of fact, here's what I want you to do. If you're on this live, take just a minute and close your eyes. Matter of fact, keep your eyes open. Take your left hand and cup it into like a ball shape. And what I want you to do is project your consciousness into that ball shape of your hand. So sit there and stare at your hand, your left hand, with it cupped like this. Stare into it and visualize yourself pouring globs of consciousness into this palm. Okay? Just get a good feeling and see the texture of this consciousness. See the, shape it, mold it. Feel that it's this consciousness glob in the palm of your hand, right? Now, what I want you to do is imagine this consciousness turns red, bright red, like a cherry red, like that juicy, shiny, sweet cherry red. Now take your right hand and cup it on top, and I want you to roll it around. And what you're doing is you're shaping this consciousness into a perfect little red ball. Okay? Shape it up nice and smooth. Take your right hand and your thumb and your forefinger, pick up that ball and place it in front of you. Remember where it is. That sweet, juicy red ball. Now, do the same thing. Take that empty palm of your left hand and visualize projecting your consciousness into that palm, and visualize another glob of consciousness accumulating in this palm. It doesn't stick to your skin. It's almost like that yak jello stuff that we used to get as kids, where you could shape it up and goo it all. Not quite Play-Doh, that yak stuff. Yak was like really soft. Who knows what I'm talking about? Anyways, do the same thing. Take your right hand on top of it and form that into a ball. This time the color is bright yellow. So imagine filling it with the bright color yellow in the palm of your hand. So take your right thumb and your right forefinger, pick that yellow ball up and place it right next to the red ball. Don't let them touch. Okay. Now do the same thing one more time. Take your left hand, cup it, and then visualize a glob of consciousness entering that palm, accumulating and filling it up. Now take your right hand, put it on top, swirl it around, and make this into another ball. This time it's blue, deep blue, deep blue. Form it up into a ball, nice and smooth. Now take your right thumb, right forefinger, pick it up, and place it right next to the yellow ball. Now what you've created there are 3 forms of consciousness. Now they don't exist in the physical plane, duh, don't be ridiculous, but they do exist on the etheric plane. They have a form. Now here's what that means. Here's what that means. When we deal with magic, you're able to take forms like this, and if you know what you're doing, you can cause influence from the higher realms to inhabit these forms. So in this case, you can take influence from the astral realm or the mental realm to inhabit these balls, right? And then what happens is you can assign them a task and they can do the thing. This is the basis of all magic. So here's what I want you to do now. Take those balls, right? And visualize your consciousness sucking them in, absorbing them one by one. Take the red ball, bring it back. Take the yellow ball, bring it back. Take the blue ball, bring it back. Now it's been added back to your collective consciousness and they have been absorbed. They don't have any distinction from anything else. They are now completely erased. This is what you also have to do when you're done with your work. Because if you have lingering thought forms that do not serve a purpose, they will continue to do what you program them to do. So here's that secret that I talked about. When you create forms and images on the etheric plane, if they become ensouled through the astral or through the mental, that's what we call being possessed. When these forms and these images take on the substance of the higher realms, they are now something to work with. So when you do your chakra work, you weren't aware of your chakras before. It isn't until you start meditating on those colors and those points within the body that you begin to construct the form of those chakras within yourself. And as you continue your meditation, you begin to fill them with force from the astral and from the mental plane. They weren't there before. Their influence on you was subtle, but it isn't until you begin to create the forms intentionally and allow them to be filled with substance from a higher plane. It isn't until then that they begin to have activity with your influence. So take that all the way to the end. Because if you understand that, then the rest of it is not so confusing. I heard someone join. Is that Alora?
Is I.
Greetings.
Hello, Trav. Hello, everyone. I just joined on, but that was, I had a question on when you were talking about forms and colors become evident in meditation, and that's when they can best be used and influenced by sources from above. So in meditation, one thing that I've been practicing a lot of antarmauna, right? And so I've become more aware of the current of thought and the process of thinking. And I'm sort of in this space where I feel like I'm still determining what's actually from a higher ethereal ray, place versus what is a thought that I might be having that's influencing kind of these what I'm trying to fill with intention. So how might you be able to say you did see the chakras that were subtle that now you're seeing more? How can you know if they're being filled with that energy from like more subtle realms instead of just your chitta? You know what I'm saying?
Good question. And first off, I love your new look.
Oh, thanks. Oh, the hair up. Oh no, the hair. Yeah, the hair in total. Yeah, thanks. I like your same look.
So yeah, here's the thing. That's a good question. A lot of people ask that. As a matter of fact, I think somebody asked something very similar in the chat. We're okay. So even last night on the chapter that I read on a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism, we're dealing with the science of forms. Now, in the beginning, you have no choice but to utilize what's in your database. You have no choice but to fill it with concepts and ideas that you already know. But this is where the faith aspect comes in, right? Because when we're dealing with faith, we're dealing with a trust in the system. And when I say system, what I'm talking about is the operation of these patterns. We know that in a level beyond the physical plane, there are a collection of patterns that exist, right? There's a collection of patterns that exist. And no matter what I do in my lifetime, I can never change those patterns. We can say like gravity or like day and then night. Certain patterns are just going to exist no matter what. So what happens is that when we create these forms, when we allow them to be open to higher influences, they begin to become inhabited by patterns that are eternal and not of our design. So these forms that we create will begin to behave in ways that are controlled by something greater than us. In other words, when I make contact with an archangel, maybe at first it's going to sound like how I imagine it to and say things that I imagine it to say. But if I allow this process to continue, it's going to begin communicating with me in a voice that is not mine because it's coming from a pattern that exists beyond my range of awareness.
I see. So, okay, yeah. So basically, it's not something will come through that maybe will not be so easily traced. Like I may get a sensation, or I may get, or as you just said, you may hear a voice that is not of something that you recognize as playing within your current patterns before. It's something that's from kind of farther in that net that we call existence. It's like something from another part of that space.
An influence beyond your intent.
Mm-hmm. Because I was that reminds me of like I had an interesting current couple of episodes that took place in my anti-Mauna. So I'm watching the stream of thought, and you become aware of the thought forms, right? You take a step back as the observer, as the experiencer of the experience, and recognize that these thoughts are changeable, that you're not a part of it. So you just start to observe them, and then by observing them, they change. And I had an experience recently where there was a thought that made a tingling within my fingers, and it was like wanting to break my fingers, like almost like a very dark, negative type of thing. But instead, and even though I registered that as like, ooh, that's interesting, like there was still there was an internal conversation that kind of layered over it that was like, these are the inner expressions of the personality. And so for a little while there, I would watch it, and it didn't necessarily change. I think because I still held interest in it as the observer. I was like, wow, what is that? And I was feeling that tingling, but it started to change when I started to change my perception of it. When, as the observer, I started seeing it as like, this is almost like mint on my fingers. If I have a mint oil, it's like that same type of feeling. Or I was going to the Cheetah realm to grab other references to try and kind of place this sensation here, and then the thought itself, letting it be and sort of neutralize. But it took a couple of sessions for it to neutralize. And it made me think after the fact, maybe this is what people talk about when they say they have negative experiences with demons, where there's like a a sensation or something that comes up in the thought realm that lingers, and they don't recognize the pattern. Like, why, you know, like in my conscious mind, I'm like, why the hell would I want to hurt myself? I'm fucking great, you know? Like, what is this thing that I don't recognize wanting to break my fingers? And it was interesting too, because these were the two fingers that were feeling it were the ones that have been hurting me recently in my conscious mind, like in my everyday life, because I use them for massage, right? So, you know, arthritis has come up in my mind, like, oh my God, you know, but it's been within these fingers that I've been stretching and working on releasing. So it was a very, I guess, intense and sustaining thought that seemed to linger more than the others. And even though I don't necessarily recognize the pattern, it makes me think, like, what part of the web was that? You know, was that necessarily from my cheetah, or was that something that was perhaps an inlaid belief that I had about my body? You know, like, there's just a different, it's just curious how that works.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the play of mind. Mm-hmm. Analyzing where these influences are coming from. Like, what is from where? What is what? Know thyself, right? Because here's the thing, when we don't identify where these influences are coming from, we're just at the mercy of an army, a host of ideas and thoughts. And it's just like, what am I? Who am I? Life doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Of course not.
Right. And that's where, and today when I finished up my session, I kind of went back to that. I kind of revisited those moments about that neutralizing thought. And it occurred to me that, you know, we are so influenced by media and by gore and by horror movies. And it kind of helped me to determine, like, maybe this pattern that I didn't recognize is necessarily a memory of mine, because maybe it wasn't actually a memory, but a subconscious influence from, say, a horror flick, you know, that I saw years ago or something. I mean, we're so susceptible in society, especially if we grow up around media and certain influences. Like, those little things are going to take place in our cheetah, and they're going to become an expression of our personality, because they are also still a reference point that we go back to when we feel a sensation. Like, I was kind of wondering, what if I had never seen a horror film or anything like that and just grew up in the Himalayas? Would I still be experiencing that voice and that sensation, or would there be a different relationship to it?
And that's getting close to what we talk about, what karma actually is, right? Karma is more than just a punishment and reward system. Karma is more like what you just described. The fact that our subconscious mind is absorbing everything. So as we go through our lives as children or young adults or whatever, we're seeing rotten.com, and we're seeing the Saw movies, and we're seeing, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacres Part 5 and 8. We're seeing all this, you know, I remember when the cartel was having like all these beheading videos, and everyone's like, oh, look, they're cutting somebody's head off, and like everyone's passing this stuff around. Is this really what you want lingering in your subconscious mind? The image of someone suffering in agony at the hands of an oppressive force, and you don't know the story. See, I'm the kind of person, like, I don't like to watch those, because I like to wonder about the story. Like, what happened? Why is this happening? Like, who was she, or who was he, or, you know, what, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, all these things have an influence on what we do and say today. And sometimes they don't even pop up right away. Even in this book, what he was talking about was a lot of these things enter the cheetah and they're seeds, but they slowly expand into an action. So it might not even be relevant right now. Mm-hmm. It may be relevant 5 years from now.
Right. And it may not even be, and, you know, like that thought I was having of the thing breaking my fingers. It's like, that may not even necessarily be a scene from a movie, but it might have been a thought that lingered about, as you said, about like the characters, what could have gone through their heads, or what, what might have happened. Like we are so, when we start observing our thoughts and our own patterns, we really do absorb absolutely everything. And that includes our own afterthoughts about something. So it may not even be the situation that's playing out. It may be our afterthought of the situation that lingers. And so there's such a fine-tuning process of determining what is your pattern and then what is coming from the ethereal realm as a different reference. So for myself recently in my own practice with learning about Jnana Yoga, I've been really exploring just the river of thought, just the motion of thought. Because as they brought up in that chapter, let's see, the mind's desire, so the mind's desire is to be still, but the nature of the mind is constant movement. So, and I think in Western culture, at least I know the way how I grew up, especially viewing meditation and becoming aware of thoughts, is that you have to slow down the mind. You have to stop the mind. And so it creates a whole bunch of frustration there. And recently I've been working on just allowing the movement to be there, but seeing what that movement is, what that river is. And then by doing that, my desire is being fulfilled because I'm still. It's the motion of the thoughts, that acceptance of that motion, that is creating the internal stillness. Like it's a very interesting kind of relationship there. But yeah, I think fine tuning that and then connecting to like archangels or other parts of patterns, it just brings on this whole extra layer of things, because you're kind of like, oh, is this really it? Or is this part of that river?
But here's the thing, like, as you start advancing on this path, you got to start letting go of certain types of questions. Yeah. You want to question, but there's certain types of questions that are not useful or appropriate. And that's why when I came up with the whole concept of even if, so what? Because there are some questions that lead to a very inefficient place. Mm-hmm. When I'm having my meditations and I see these things come up, I could start asking questions that would lead me out of the meditation, lead me into a place of fear, mistrust, anxiety. That's not meditation anymore.
Right.
And that's not to say just blindly trust whatever comes your way. That's where discernment comes in. Discernment is a logical thing. I love it. Discernment is something that you don't have to believe. Discernment is like it is or it is not, period. If you have discernment and you carry that in to your meditations, you'll start to have these emotional experiences. But discernment says, this is the way to go. This is not the way to go. I know it feels good, but this is not the time. Let's keep moving.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I said I found that helps me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been playing with just accepting what comes and staying in the observer mode. Like every time I get myself into those loopholes of being like, oh, what is this? What is that? I've been getting better at pulling myself back and being like, you are now the experience. You gotta get back to being the experiencer of the experience, the observer part of you. Come on now. Bring it back. And I think discernment has a lot to do with acceptance of it. Like, because there have been times where I've been meditating where it's like, whoa, I get this major surge of emotion. that wants to go with this trail of thoughts. Like, it's almost like it comes up, you know, and you almost want to just like go right into it so smoothly. It's like being carried by a wave, you know, like you literally just feel like you're being carried by a wave. And it's sort of hard to to be like, yeah, this is a great feeling, but this is not the practice. Like, we're going to bring it back again. We're going to bring it back again. And then it starts to change, and then it dissipates. And then you realize, oh yeah, that was the thought realm, you know. It's not permanent. It was a great wave, but I'm back on the beach now. You know? like I'm cool.
And see, that's the development of mind. Like, that's what we're going through with this process. We're really shaping how we interpret reality. And this is something that will transfer over into the rest of our lives. Like, I can say this even for myself. Like, of course, I've been studying this subject matter for a long time, but it isn't until I came across the subject of Jnana Yoga and things like what's listed in Samkhya that I really began to reshape my mind. Like, NLP helped a lot, and then Samkhya just did the rest. I'm not saying I'm finished, but where I am right now is so much more refined than where I used to be.
Yeah. Although those are excellent starting points too. Like, what, you know, I'm rereading Power versus Force. Mm-hmm. And you rubbed off on me, Trev. Now I got a highlighter. And there are things, because there's just such, it's all yogic philosophy, you know, like all of this is the Vedas, you know, like I'm reading Power versus Force and I'm like, oh, we just read this in Jnana Yoga. You know, like it really is. Like they talk about perception, right? And about how a situation, there is no situation that exists that causes psychological stress. Like, there is no situation, because it varies from person to person. Right. All psychological stress is caused from the internal conversations that a certain person is having. What is traumatic for one person is barely anything for another. That's why they say that. Like, they're not saying that, you know, that, oh, it's fine to rape, murder, and pillage. No, like, they're not saying that. They're just saying that this is that whatever external experience you have an opportunity to gain perspective on it in one direction or in the other. And they even bring up too about like something that resonates with me about like kind of like that past life thing that the Vedas talk about and all of that, where it's like you have kind of your own natural constitution with things, which is going to affect how you see the world. And so you have to be diligent in your studies and in fine-tuning your mind if you want to achieve another level. I got into a conversation with my roommate, and we were talking about how nothing is ever really hard. It's just different. You know, like, this is the perspective change. This is what we need to work with, is that difference, because that difference is what changes your constitution. But go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just echoing. Nothing is really hard, but it's just different.
Yeah. And so like studying NLP and studying all these, you know, I was the self-help girl. I was in like, you know, every time I'd go to the bookstore, that's where you'd find me, the self-help section, you know, since I was a teenager. And being in behavioral health for 11 years and all this, I think that those kinds of things give a good foundation for someone who's just breaking into it, especially because as someone who was in a cult practitioner, right? Like in the Wiccan texts and all that kind of shit, they really do not go deep into your perspective. They kind of just give you like, oh, do you want to feel in love? Here's a love spell, you know, or whatever. Like they never go in deep about the psychological changes that have to take place. Whereas in the yogic texts, that just brings it to kind of full circle. And so I think those are good bases. I think those are good starting points. But it's also, I don't know, I'm coming up with a challenge. Like I had a friend recently who I shared in our little group chat or whatever, where like they wanted to deal with these demons in their head, right? They wanted to deal with the issues that they were having, and they were interested in mantra. And I was thinking about like what yogic text to offer them, because in the same way, I feel like what we're reading is very, very advanced, very simple, but you have to be at a certain level of self knowledge in order to actually get this information and apply it. Like, and so I was kind of thinking like, maybe I'll just offer like some self-help or some basic awareness practices, you know? Oh, Christian's in the house. Sorry, I'm excited to see you, Kristen.
Hey. Oh, girl, you cut your hair too?
Nope, it's just up.
Oh, but on the sides though? It's short on the sides. I never seen it like that.
Oh, yeah. I got it.
Oh, cute. Yeah, I chopped mine off too. It's real short, a short pixie.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, not at all.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
So good. Glad to hear your voice again and have your presence.
Yes, glad to be here. Glad to be here.
But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that thought. I guess I was just reflecting. Is it appropriate? Is it useful? I think it's more appropriate for me to end that rant now.
Well, don't stop now.
Yeah. Man.
Getting into this whole thing, you know, the concept of mind control, it's always been so exciting, you know, because you think, ooh, I get to control what people do and think. But the more that you get into it, it's like, holy shit, I can't even control what I do and think.
Yeah.
Focus shifts, and it's like, you know what's actually important? Me getting my shit together. And me stopping trying to, you know, make people do stuff just so that my little bitty ego can be satisfied. Like, there really has to be an expansion of consciousness to receive this higher information. It is more than just trying to control people or make people do your bidding. Like, that's petty stuff. Like, that's not even, you don't even get fulfillment from that. Like, it might feel good in the moment, but like afterwards, it's like, this person has a whole life. I have a whole life. Like, what else?
I mean, I make jokes about mind control, but the reality is that like, I just want to control my own mind. Like, I don't want to deal with other people's shit. I don't, you know, kind of like, all right, man, good luck on your journey. I just want to be in a good state. And I was able to reach that level from that pettiness. Because I did have that pettiness before, when I thought that external influences had an effect on my internal self. And what really did it for me was setting goals, because as I would and read stuff, maybe like goals that I had from like a year ago or 2 years ago or whatever, I would realize like, wow, I am so glad my life turned out in different directions. Like, I don't even really know what I would want, you know, like, now if I set a goal, I set a desire to go in a certain direction. Like, I know where I'm being pulled, but I don't really want to get so specific on the journey, because I'm now more open to that change that happens. But yeah, when I realized I didn't even know what the hell I wanted, I was like, well, what is the point then of controlling other people? If I'm like, I want you to do this. Oh, wait, never mind. Come back. You know, it's like, oh, why don't I just get clear?
I've been doing a lot of thinking, just to shift the subject a little bit, doing a lot of thinking on the elementals. And I wonder, I used to have this thought that some people may have been animals who have incarnated as humans for the first time, which is why they behave the way that they do. But I wonder if it would actually be more accurate to assume that maybe a lot of these people are actually elementals who have gained a body for the first time, which is why they behave the way they do. And what you'll often hear is, oh, I'm a fire sign. Oh, I'm an earth sign. Oh, I'm a water sign. People, they adhere so tightly to their sun sign. I wonder if these are clues of maybe some people are. I'm saying this because in the study that we've been having with Kabbalistic, a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism, he talks about how it's part of the duty of the mages to assist the elementals in their evolution, their spiritual evolution. And also, like you pointed out in Agora, there are ways and methods and rituals to bring elementals into human birth. So I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know Kristen can comment more on this, but even with the astrology, you know, like you can tell behavioral traits and what elements those are related to. You're like, oh, like I talked to a guy the other day who identified as material. Like he is like, I am a materialist. And I'm like, oh, we got Earth. Like, oh, very interesting, you know? So, and that's where astrology also comes in too, right? Like when talking about Kabbalah and tarot and all of that, like astrologists go hand in hand with that kind of thing because that also is very elemental based.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sounded like you had some input on that, Kristen.
Well, I was agreeing. It's at its core, it's when you strip it back in the physical, you know, the elements underlying it all. But what came to mind is when you were talking about the gentleman who said he was a materialist, and you were like, oh, we have Earth, and to me, it brought to my mind the movie Memoirs of a Geisha, when she was the Asian girl. She had striking blue eyes, and so everyone would say that she had too much water, that she was too much water, and they would see her as water because they you know, in Ayurveda it's stripped back to the elements as well. So they take it, you know, with ancient Chinese traditions, they take it back to the elements themselves. And you know, we know water is emotional, it's spiritual, it's intuitive, but it was in this movie, they made it out to be some kind of a problem, that she would be too emotional, too hard to control and handle, because mm-hmm. water, you can't grip water, right? So it was it was not only beautiful, but it was a problem. So that's what I thought about when you talked about the gentleman who said he was materialistic.
That makes me wonder also, like, of course, our bodies and our minds are composed of what we call the elements, but I wonder, from what you just said, maybe this elemental aspect has to do with how we see each other, right? They're looking at her like, oh, she's too much water. So regardless of what she actually is, all they can see is that aspect of her.
Yes. Yeah.
So I wonder if this controlling of the elements within ourselves is actually how we project it onto other people. Maybe we should be controlling how we project our opinions and our interpretations.
Yeah, it definitely is. What people see in other people is really a reflection of them.
Yeah.
So you may see water as a problem, but water can be fantastic. Water is life-giving. Water is beautiful. Water is nourishing. You may see it as a problem, flooding and easily tainted. You know, it all depends on who you are and what you see and your level of seeing. It all comes from your own perspective.
Yeah. So with a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism and him talking about how these elementals don't come into spiritual evolution on their own, they require the assistance of a spiritual practitioner. So my first thought was, okay, maybe I need to start doing my meditations outside so that I can interact with the elementals, right? So I'm sitting in the backyard. I'm trying to commune with the earth spirits and the water, because there's like a little bitty river, lake, stream thing in the background, you know. Oh, water spirits. And, you know, I look at the sun for the fire spirits and I feel the air. And not to say that that's a bad thing. I'm sure that is sufficient. But now I'm thinking through this conversation. Maybe I should be turning my attention to the elements that reside in my projections onto other people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
And that reside in you. Everything outside actually lives within you anyway. So there's something I just did the other day. It was a meditation by Foolish Fish on YouTube. And it was the mind expansion meditation. And it's kind of like NLP psychology technique that he does, where he asks you questions and asks to speak to different aspects that are within you, and you speak out loud. You say it out loud. So he'll ask to speak to the seeker. What is this? Who is the seeker? The seeker, you'll say, I am the seeker for, and you state your name. And what do? My duty is to seek things for so-and-so, you know, and then he'll go on and move it to like the controller and the protector and so on and so on. And it moves all the way through these aspects of ourselves. And we're supposed to speak and respond, you know, give back these answers as though it's third person. I protect Kristen and everything that Kristen asks me to protect, you know, things like that. And then at the end of it, he says something along the line of, he has you expand your mind out as far as possible can go. To all the way as far as it can go. And then he asks if your consciousness has any limits. And then when you say no, that it's not, you have no limits, you are limitless, then he asks, can anything live outside of you? And there's this psychological like moment where if you haven't realized it yet, and even if you've known it, there's like a moment of presence where you're in the moment where you realize, oh no, there is absolutely nothing outside of me. Even though we know it and we've said it and spoken it during this process, it's like it grounds you in the moment so that you can realize that in your being. And there's like this feeling that comes over you when you get to that point and when you say it. And it just, he reiterates that in other videos, that you know, all the tools, every tool you might think you need is within you. You don't need, we could go outside and sit by the water and under the sun, and those things are great for helping us focus, but all of those things literally exist inside of us. So it's like trying to reach these parts of us is probably, you know, the elements within us is probably one of the best ways to communicate with the elements, like pulling it from yourself. If you understand what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that I actually have two things that came up that was really interesting. So as you're talking, it reminded me again that I'm rereading Power versus Force, and they talked about how I think they interviewed like 200 people coming out of a cinema, right? And a movie, and they asked them like how many, you know, something that was in the cinema. I think it was like, you know, like
fans?
How many what?
How many fans in the ceiling?
Yeah, how many fans were in
cool.
the, and consciously the people were like, I don't know. But then they put them into hypnosis, and almost all of them were able to give an accurate number of how many fans were feeling. And so this is where I say like, oh my God, Vedic is everywhere, because it's in the, like, this is the Chitta realm. So like when you're doing that meditation, you know, this is going back to what Trav was saying, where it's like that kind of faith aspect of letting go, of not asking those questions that'll dig you into a deeper loophole, but instead kind of going with it. Because when you're on that subconscious level, the truth is going to come to the surface. Like you are speaking to the controller, you are speaking to these other aspects of self when you're in that hypnotic state. So like, you know, I think so like that was the first thing where I was like, oh yeah, like that's like such an awesome way of meeting the different aspects, the different expressions of your personality, is giving a title and then asking that title or whatever identifies with that title to speak.
And you literally become the character. You literally play it to the best of you, the best you can. You become that character and let it speak. And it's bypassing your logical brains wanting to interrupt and say, this, wait, I'm just one thing. So when it's like, he says that he wants you to fully integrate into the characters that he asks you to be. So when you're the protector, the more descriptive you can be, the better. When you're the the seeker, whatever it is, however you can be descriptive is going to help you to connect with that aspect of yourself. And we know there's so many different aspects, he's trying to explain in this, like there's the seeker and the protector and all these things he says, but there's everything that you could think of that is in the world that you think is outside of you, that is all in you as well. Everything that you see is inside of you, is within you, and you could pull on that at any time. Like Damien Eccles, you know who he is, right? Damien Eccles is a practitioner who he was part of the three Memphis, those kids that were put in jail because they were into the occult, and they said that they murdered these 3 young boys. This was the 3 West Memphis 3 or something like that. Forgot how they call it, but he was on life in prison for life, him and 2 other kids, for something that they didn't do. And he was a practitioner of the occult, and he would get into, where was I going with this point? Now I can't remember. See, my mind is lost. He would get, basically, he was, where was I talking about before I said this? Can't remember.
Being able, like if you call out the protector.
Oh, that's right. Yes, thank you. Okay, so he was in prison and had no access to tools. None. You couldn't get incense, you couldn't get fire, you couldn't get candles and pentagrams or whatever. He couldn't do any of that, but he didn't need any of that. He would just use himself, his own body, his own visualization, open hand technique, and he got free. Him and those boys were freed from this conviction. They still technically, there's a whole thing about it where they're not able to go come against the state for that, putting them into prison. So they let them go as long as they wouldn't come after them. So there's that. Yeah, but so he got his freedom. Yeah, it's a very crazy story, but he got his freedom. They got their freedom, and he attributes this to magic saving his life, basically, while he was in there. This ceremonial magic, ritual magic, this is what he did. He didn't have the access to tools. He just used himself and his visualization, and that was all he needed, and he was freed. I mean, it's so hard to get freed from death row. You know what I mean? So his state of peace, he said, before he was let out of prison, he was already free in the mind. He already was free because of his practices he was doing, which then led to the physical catching up. So his stories just are pretty powerful. And the fact that you don't need anything outside of yourself, he is a testament to that, a full-on testament to that, because he is very adept in his knowledge and what he does, and it's worked for him, and we can see that it's worked for him in his life. And he has not used, he didn't need tools. And now he says, now that he's out and he now he can afford tools and things like that, he goes, of course he has seen some pluses to that, and he goes also some negatives. He goes, yes, he's seen some, because it helps you to focus and visualize, so you can do that, which these things help us. But he says sometimes it also takes away, because it can get in the way of the imagination. So he says there are some pluses and there's some negatives, just it depends. But his greatest achievements were done with no tools besides himself. He was the tool. He was everything that was needed.
So I just want to clarify here. You're saying, of course, he didn't need any tools to get one of the greatest results a person can get. But ultimately, also saying that he realized a state of mind within first, and then it became manifest in the external world. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. He had been, well, initially his interest in the occult, Aleister Crowley, is what they used against him in court. They said he was a devil worshiper. He was satanic. He was wicked. It was all over the news back in the day, MTV. Like Johnny Depp and him are friends because Johnny would go and he was.
Of course, Johnny Depp's friends with him.
Right. Of course. Well, they're both Rohini, so that's typical. But Rohini people, they cling to each other a lot, especially when they're well, basically Johnny Depp and like the Dixie Chicks and the dude from Pearl Jam, they heard about the situation and they got involved, and they were very vocal in exposing the truth. So there's a whole documentary on this story. It's very, very interesting. But Damien Eccles, he's a great person. He's a really cool person to learn from and to listen to, because he had nothing. Like, he was in prison. He had access to nothing except for books, thankfully. So the books, and all he had was time. So he has, perfected for him many things, and the mindset is what it really came down to. The mind, it being changed in the mind, moved in the spirit, and then the physical catches up.
Mm-hmm. This for me, this really reminded me about what Travis was saying earlier, how, like, how it's like maybe some people, this is their first time living as humans from the animal realm. They might be elementals. So in the lower states of consciousness, right, where people reside in, where most of the destructive people, right, they reside in shame and guilt, which basically puts them on the level of like the Walking Dead, because they need external influences in order to have any type of assistance, but they never give back. They drain, right? They constantly take. And so that's also a very elemental thing where it's like you need something or someone else to sustain you.
Because you got a needed energy.
Yeah, because you can't sustain
like a tulpa.
Right. Like a fire needs wood and to be there in order to be able to burn, like it needs fuel.
Let's connect this to what I was saying also about these thought forms and how magic actually works. With magic, you have to actually create these forms and attract forces to fill these forms. Now, you as the magus has the job of continuously feeding these forms, whether it's just attention or whether it's some other way. It's your task to feed these forms so that they can continue to perform. And like I mentioned before, it's also good to absorb them when you're finished with them, because otherwise you're still paying for their existence.
Absolutely.
But that is the behavior of an elemental or a inferior spirit, if you will. Not inferior because you're low, but because it hasn't
physical.
Hasn't evolved to the level of a human.
Right. It's less controlled. Like it's like a baby learning about its own body parts.
Right.
Like it's still somewhat in survival mode. Like, I don't know how to work this thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It hasn't developed that faculty of self-governance yet.
Right.
Yep.
Oh boy.
It's still new. Yeah. And just like with when we say things like lesser or high and low magic, things like that, someone who is not familiar will think that's some kind of attack, or it means something like they're lowly, when the low magic is just on the physical plane, where the high magic is on the spiritual plane. It has nothing to do with you're less than or lower, or the same concept. Just because something is at an infantile stage doesn't mean it's a less important. It's just got growing to do. We all start it somewhere. We all go through these phases of learning and growing in cycles.
Right. as practitioners and students of this, like it's part of the value system to not degrade others in that sense, like to see that as like lower, higher, whatever, all of that, not as actually being a whether I'm better than you or not.
Right.
Like that's not, that doesn't actually even
that's
play
not
a part.
that's ego perspective. When someone says low or high and they take it as, oh, you think you're better than me? No, you're seeing that from the eyes of an ego. We're not talking about that. We're talking about two different spectrums of working magic or working change. You can work change through the physical, which we all know the physical is the most illusionary thing. It feels the most real because we can feel it, but it's the least real. Where the spiritual is where everything resides truly. There is no death in the spirit. So it's just a connecting of two different forms of change in your reality.
Mm-hmm. Right. And even from operating on the level of thinking that you're better than someone or something, that's
ego.
Yeah, that's pride, right? That's
you'll never experience the true spiritual. You'll never experience the true benefits when you're still living down there.
Right.
And it's not, and even if you're living down there, that doesn't mean you're terrible. That doesn't mean you're bad because you're doing it. You're just not, you haven't reached the part where you learn that's holding you back yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you will, maybe not this lifetime, maybe not the next lifetime, but you will learn it. It will happen. There is the whole thing with karma. I have been learning karma is there set up to benefit us, even though we can make it a problem for ourselves, but it's there to benefit us so we can gain enough favor. And the inner alchemy is there so we can live long enough, so we can reach the great work, so we can, reach liberation or moksha, because it takes a long time. And every time you die and come back, you lose pieces of it and you got to start over again. But you could tell the people that have worked on it with not only in their chart, but you could tell the people that have been working on it for lifetimes, they come in with these gifts, these remnants of the gifts from the life before them. And then, they got to start all over again with it. But that's karma is set up so that we can gain favor enough so we can reach these things. However, people end up causing themselves more issues a lot of times, and they create bad karma or just they got to pay things out. So, an inner alchemy is supposed to extend the life as long as possible so you can reach these truths, because it takes a long time to find moksha. It takes a long time. Mm-hmm. So there is just, when you see, like, a lot of people see karma as a trap. Like you hear this a lot, the archons and the karma and, oh my God, it's killing me and my soul. And that has been set up by us. We set that up. And yeah, we can make a trap out of it. That can happen. But this is all set up for your own good, so you can reach spiritual liberation. It might take you some lives, some lifetimes. It might. But once you start figuring these things out, and it could take a while, but once you start figuring it out, you realize, oh, good karma is helpful to me. It gives me favor in other ways so that I can not have to worry about these physical needs, so I can focus on spiritual liberation. Oh, inner alchemy helps me extend my life, because it might take 20 to 30 to 40 years for me to reach spiritual liberation, and I didn't start till I was in my 40s or in my 50s, or maybe if you were in your 20s, it all depends, so these things are set up for us as tools for us to gain something out of them. It's nothing to fear. It's nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
No.
That's really good. That's really good, because people get so scared of these spiritual concepts. Oh, karma is gonna get me. Like at the minimum level, it's bad karma, right? That in itself implies that there's something to be afraid of. But like, there's a good aspect too. Just like what you're saying, it's here for our development. It's here for our growth. When you take it that way, when you approach it like that, you stop focusing on the negative and you stay focused on the parts that help.
Yep. Absolutely. Even when the good thing happens to you inside, when you shift from things happen to me and it's terrible to things are happening for me and it's wonderful. When that happens, including getting your car towed over the weekend, the shit happens for a reason and it's working for you. You might not see what it is in your little perspective at that moment because all you think of in that moment is how terrible it is. But take a step back, a break, and take a breath because something is working in your favor. Especially if you're on the journey, if you're on the work, if you're on the walk of doing things towards spiritual liberation, everything you're doing is reaching you towards that next step, that next goal. So everything you're doing is supposed to be what you're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
There's nothing to fight against.
Man, when I accepted the fact that there are no mistakes, like listen to what I'm saying, there's no mistakes. There's nothing that you can do that is incorrect. All this that is happening is literally perfect, perfectly aligned and perfectly in order. You're not going to make a mistake. You cannot. Exactly. When I accepted that, like that just took such a weight off my shoulders because I was so worried about doing stuff right. And I got to make sure I got to do it this way. And like when you really accept that you are in divine alignment, you can take that focus away from, oh, I got to do it right. You can take it away from that and focus on the fact that, yo, I am right. My existence is right. I'm the essence of rightness. If it's empty to be expressed, it was here for a reason.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a higher state of consciousness. Gosh, because I'm just into this book right now. So that's on a level of acceptance. And so that is, so it says it's basically taking back one's own power, completed at this level with the realization that the source of happiness is within oneself. At this more evolved stage, nothing so-called out there has capacity to make one happy. And love is not something that is given or taken away by another, but is created from within. Absolutely. And right. And the level before that, because if you haven't reached that, like I know for myself, I like to, so one thing that I think is important to note when coming to these levels too, is that we bounce between all levels all the time. So it's just a fine tuning process. Like, don't feel like shit because if something bad happens, you freak out. Like, right. Like, it's a matter of like accepting the fact that like I freaked out and now I'm going.
And that's okay.
Right. Because because the level before that, right, before that eternal acceptance of when something happens and you become less reactive to it, is willingness, which is the willingness to learn from that shit. The willingness to be like, man, did I freak out at that moment? Like, okay, what can I do to next time take a step back and not freak out so hard? And because I know that this is my journey. I know that I'm going to be making this, that I am perfect in every way. I know this. How can I now how can I move towards that? And that brings you to that state of willingness, which is right below that level of that eternal acceptance that eventually you can really, really step into and live from. So like, don't trip if you're like, man, if my car got towed, I'd be freaking the fuck out. Like, don't trip because, that happens with everyone.
Well, actually, right in the moment of it, when he told me he had to tow it, I was like, what? And I stopped my feet. I'm like, you're kidding me. I have to take care of my sick, dying father. What are you talking about? And he was like, I am so sorry. He goes, my hands are tied. There's a hold. And I'm like, that ain't right. And I saw it in his face that he was upset, that I was upset. And I immediately chilled for a minute. And then I was like, I'm sorry. I'm just, a little overwhelmed. Okay, what has to be done? And then it was like, boom, 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 this. It's easily taken care of. Just get your paperwork together. And then he was like, I appreciate your understanding. And thank you for not, tripping out. And I was like, well, I kind of did for a second. I'm like, but I can handle it. And then I thought immediately when the car was going to be taken, I'm like, this has to happen because I've been doing the lesser banishing ritual in my car for the last month. And my daughter and I have been doing it in there. And then I do the middle pillar in it every day too. So I'm like, whatever's happening is supposed to happen. Yeah. And then I really, this weekend, I have been sleeping, like just dead sleeping to the world. Usually happens when there's a eclipse anyways for me. Yes. But right. Yes, always. So I just needed that rest because I've been go nonstop taking care of everybody else's needs for the last couple months. And I know I needed to be grounded to the home. I needed to get some things done for myself. And once I found all the paperwork, I dreamt about these gentlemen in the water with my car, picking the car up and taking it out of the water and like moving my car. When I woke up, I knew that dream was telling me that because the water's emotions, that there's obstacles right now around the car, but it's going to be lifted up. I'm going to overcome it and get out of the obstacles. It's going to be okay. And then I checked on my chart for Monday when court is, and it's a really good day. So I'm like, whatever it's meant to happen is meant to happen. I just need to not stress about it. So, and it's that shift in perspective that things are happening for me, not to me, that helps. And let me tell you, the middle pillar and the lesser banishing ritual, doing these daily and doing them a couple times in the day, they really help to center one and help them to not just center in just the day-to-day, but whatever you're going through in a chart, it can help you experience a higher level of your chart.
That's cool.
Yeah. And that's what's been happening where, there's some difficult planetary movements that have been happening from January that are going to be ending this month. There are going to be a lot of things that have changed for the better. But in the meantime, there's that shifting, that tower moment type thing going on. And it could be a little disruptive or chaotic to certain people. So being able to know what was coming and to ground myself, center myself, and experience reality in a higher level because things don't bother me like they would. I found myself coming home and my husband and I, there was something that happened, some kind of little situation. Oh, in the bank. He forgot to put money in the bank and we got 2 overdraft hits. Usually I would lose my fucking mind and scream about it. But I came in and I saw in his face, he was worried that I was going to yell. And I immediately felt that, where normally I would have just been like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I didn't. I saw it, felt it. I was like, it's all right. We'll take care of it. It's not a big deal. And he looked at me like, whoa. He's like, whatever you're doing is working. I'm like, meditation. I'm like, but not just meditation here and there. It's a daily ritual that I'm doing at the same time, doing the same one and building energy on it. I'm banishing these things that maybe getting in my way of perception or maybe making me anxious. And, it's helping. And my son and his wife are going through a divorce, and it's just been very traumatic because she's got mental instability and she goes through it. And she's got no family really. Her mother's passed and her father and her are not close. So she calls me all the time, messages me, and it's like a nonstop thing, especially when she was in her manic state, and it's a very rapid cycling. So I was overwhelmed to say the least. And I'm like, okay, I need to put up some boundaries and I need to center myself because this is a lot to deal with. And the things around, this has helped me tremendously, these rituals, to just stay in the moment. And then when she says, asks questions that I really can't solve for her, I tell her, I can't solve that for you, honey. This, you speak to your therapist or speak to him directly, where usually I would just listen and try to help, try to fix it for her, where I just can't do those things now. I can't. So it's these, whether they're the beach mantras, the middle pillar, the lesser banishing rituals, whatever you choose to do, going into Catholic mass, whatever you choose to do that makes you feel peace, repeating it and doing it every day and bringing in peace to yourself really helps to just experience a higher level of existence. And your chart is like the map that can tell you the kind of energies that are working about. And you can decide on what level you're going to experience that. Like when I explained to people the Mercury retrograde that's coming up actually is a good one. People are going to be traveling, which normally they say not to travel during Mercury retrograde, but Mercury broke the Kalasarpa. Kalasarpa is what kept us it's a fated event. That's when all the planets are on one side of Rahu and Ketu. So that means it's fated events, and it's like deadlock. It's keeping you locked in something. So there's a sense of not being free, a sense of being held or tied down. Well, Mercury just recently broke the Kalasarpa. So Mercury is the travel and communication, and it's breaking this Kalasarpa. So there's a sense of freedom that people are going to be feeling. And Mercury is saying, yes, it's Mercury retrograde. So this is going to be a time for you to reflect and to take note of things, but you need to go and travel. You need to go on vacation and recoup. You need to go because you've been tied down. You need some freedom. So you would want to do things like take care of anything you got to do with your car. So if you take your car in ahead of time for like an oil change or a tune-up, you're taking control of the Mercury retrograde, because vehicles and car issues, technical issues come up with Mercury retrograde, right? If you already planned the Mercury retrograde to have your car taken care of, you just now, you focus, this is what Mercury retrograde is going to be for me. Here, my car's getting tuned up. So my car was serviced, because usually people end up having to get their car fixed during Mercury retrograde. Your car is serviced. And I'm going to travel, and I'm going to get some things done while I'm in my cabin or whatever. So you take control of it instead of just running on autopilot and reacting to what may happen. It's like you focus it.
Yeah. Like I knew that these eclipses, so we just had an eclipse April 30th,
yes.
Yesterday.
Yeah, last night. Yep.
And where it's affecting me in my chart is, I believe it's in my sixth house. My sixth house is being activated, and a couple others too. But basically, I knew about this before. And so one of the things that comes up is that, changing jobs or making abrupt changes to lifestyle, especially day to day. And I knew I wanted to quit my job. Like I think a couple of weeks ago in one of these study groups, I was like, I decided I'm going to quit.
What's your ascendant again? Is it Libra?
In Vedic, yeah, it's Libra.
Okay.
And so but one of the key things too that I did that I knew about was to do it before the eclipse came. And so I put in my
that's Scorpio. The sixth house was Scorpio ascendant. So that's in your tropical.
Okay, yeah. So then that's in my tropical. Yeah. So that was I look at both. So sometimes I'm like,
no, that's good to look at both. It's good. It's good to look at both. Yeah.
But I knew that I was going to be affected on that level. And and it's so crazy too, when you know these things, because my job became so much harder and a lot more stressful in the weeks coming up. And I knew, and I already kind of in tune with that internal feeling of like, I know which direction I need to move in. I know that for me, this is going to mean doing a career switch, and that's going to change my whole lifestyle. And so I put in my 2 weeks, or I guess technically 3 weeks before the eclipse. And then I'm going to be my last day is going to be the day before this transit happens on the 15th. So like, but yeah, it's all about like that planning, kind of like that planning stage. Like, okay, I know that this kind of stuff is going to affect me in some way. So how can I then take control of that direction that I'm going in so I can better direct this energy to benefit me?
Yes. Yeah.
Instead of being lost in it.
You also have Cancer, don't you?
In Vedic, yeah, my moon.
Yes. So, well, Cancer is one of the signs that is really being affected in a great way. Taurus is one too, for with this eclipse season. So, because it's in the 10th house of career and work, right? So there's going to be an opportunity and shift in our public image and our work and what we do for an income. Now, there also with having K2 with the moon, which will be happening, you want to it's a very good time for spiritual work, for what we're talking about right now, for really diving into ritual to help alleviate any K2 issues, because K2 is in our house of Libra for a whole 18 months. However, I personally see K2 as a fantastic opportunity for spiritual growth and creative growth and connecting with remember we talked about connecting with the daimon, right? Mm-hmm. On our inner genius, like these things. For someone who's aware, K2 was fantastic. For someone who was not, and someone who believes they own things and people, that's what will be ripped from you during that time. You know, K2 takes things from us that are unhealthy and that we believe are ours, that we can control them. So a way, and something that's been happening for me, I don't know if it's been happening for you, but there's been a lot of people that have been dying that I know. Not super close, but people that I was either close with at one time or something. And that can happen during a K2 dasha or a K2 transit. So, you know, K2 can separate us from, you know, many things, peoples and items. But it's a great time to really dive into spiritual work, because K2 is what takes us out of the world. It is spiritual liberation. It's moksha. It's 1 foot into the ether. So this is a fantastic time to do things like rituals and elemental work and inner work. That's what you really want to do. And for people that are not a Libra in their chart, like not the ascendant sun or moon, wherever Libra is, that's where K2 is going to be activated in your life. So, and Libra also is our relationships. It is marriage. It is court cases. It's litigation. It's things that we're connected to, even things that we create that in a business. So, in order to not experience the lesser side of K2 and experience the higher, more beneficial side, one wants to be aware, one wants to be focused, one wants to do the spiritual work. And, you know, for me, I wear my Abhijit bracelet, my copper bracelet. It's Abhijit is my nakshatra for K2, and I wear it constantly. So you could do something like that. You can, as like an homage to or an honor of. You could do the Bij mantras for your K2 nakshatra. You could do the middle pillar. You could do the lesser banishing ritual, you know, whatever you decide that works best for you. But these things really have helped me, and K2 has done nothing but bless me so far. It's been really wonderful. So but Cancer and Taurus are two of the signs this year that are going to be experiencing major transformation in a beneficial way. They're going to gain opportunities they have never been given before, things that'll come their way that they've only dreamed of. And so, and the one thing it'll be though, is with, depending on where your Libra is, K2 can kind of make it hard for us to notice which ones are opportunities and which ones are not. So you want to communicate with K2 and try to, balance that and communicate with K2 and ask for, the ability to make the right decisions and try to connect it with Rahu. Remember, we want to connect our Rahu and Ketu so the body becomes whole again. So then we can see, and we're driven, not obsessed, but we're also a spiritual minded. We're not tipped to one side or the other. We're just in the middle there trying to, find a goal, the common goal. And then there's also going to be, with Taurus, there's going to be Mercury retrograde in Taurus. So this is going to be asking us to like I said, slow down and appreciate the things around us, like art and beauty and taking care of oneself. But it's like you're going to be thinking about your stability and your home and, okay, what do I do to make sure that I have my needs met? Mm-hmm. So that'll be happening with the Mercury in retrograde in Taurus.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely relate to like all of that that's been happening. And I'm learning too. And so for me, Rahu and Ketu natally, they really affect my house of higher learning. So I found that if I take it as an opportunity of learning and utilizing spirituality as my teacher, basically, and then like every situation as like as a lesson, then I get the most benefit from that. And I think in general that's kind of how that's like right. But either way, and I've definitely noticed you mentioned the death aspect, and I haven't like it's interesting. So like with astrology, right, there's one thing I'm realizing is that there are, as Travis said many times, as we'll say many times, there are patterns that astrology sends out. But it's kind of like tarot cards where it's not like one thing may literally be happening, but there are branches off of it that relate to that thing that's being
exactly.
brought up.
It all depends on the degree, the aspect, the Ashkavarga, because you'll have a number and the strength of the planets and also what your dasha is. If you're not experiencing a K2 dasha, your K2 is not going to be as strong as it would be during a K2 dasha.
Which, if I'm correct, I think I am experiencing that with my Venus. I need to double check on that, but I'm in my Venus dasha. But either way, so one thing I've noticed though about like that death thing, right? So Libra is my ascendant, moon is my Cancer. Cancer is my moon, and I've personally experienced a death of my own identity.
Oh yes, well, K2 is in Libra. Libra's your ascendant.
Yeah, so like,
and that's your identity and ego. So that's absolutely true. And yeah, you're in Venus Rahu dasha.
So like I've had, so for example, I've been putting out that I want a romantic partner, right? Like I love, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So I've kind of been like putting that out there and just really accepting like, what comes, but now I'm very clear on what I want, what I want to receive, that kind of thing. And I've been given different options, right, of partners who have come up, but they've all had very similar, if not the same patterns of my exes that I didn't wish to repeat. And this time around, instead of my usual patterns of being like, oh, let me just give you all of this, instead, I actually have it's been so quick to capture myself and bring it back, even within initial stages, and just being like, no, this isn't me anymore. Like, like this isn't working for me anymore. And so there's been a death within how I relate to people. In that sense that I'm not relating to people on the same level anymore at all. And so there's just a lot of death that I've been experiencing, but within how what my identity is. Yeah, within.
Yes. And it's in your axis because it's on you as your ego, and how you deal with the relationships. That's the first house, seventh house axis. So You're experiencing, and the good thing about K2, when you're aware, like you are, is you're experiencing the death in a very transformative, positive way. Not in like, stop it. Not in like, my world is ending and people are dying that are close to me. I'm losing everything, you know, type things. My father, who had cardiac arrest and a stroke, he is in his K2 dasha, and K2 is in his 8th house. So he actually made it, literally made it. He died 3 times and made it. He had 8 like blood clots in the back of his head. This man is walking, talking. He is recovered and then some. And he had major transformation, major, you know, and then I'm taking care of him full time, and my K2's in my 1st house. This is my father, who I never got to live with, never got to experience a father-daughter relationship, which I am now doing with him. So there's this major thing happening between him and I. And it's funny that my K2 is in my 1st house right now, and it's in his 8th house. And, we are literally linked with each other right now. I'm with him every day, taking care of him, helping him walk and function and all these things. So we've gotten very close. So K2 has brought together what I thought was not mine, what I thought I lost, what I thought I never had. So K2 can do that as well. You know, we're always told that K2 takes from us, but K2 has brought something together for me right now. So it's pretty interesting, like, because it's on my relationship axis too, but the relationship is with my father. So it's pretty amazing when you experience these so-called negative shadow planets on a positive level.
Right.
Fantastic.
Which is part of the spiritual journey that we on, right? Like, even as part of the spiritual journey, they're like, you're supposed to ascend to the highest levels of these influences until they no longer even influence you.
Exactly. That's right. So they don't influence
Yeah.
you anymore. That's it.
Yeah. So like, this is that higher state of being, like when you can use it, when you can use any placement as an advantage. Like, I was listening to this one astrologer. He's in his Saturn return.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so he was talking about how with the Mars transit we just had, he was that it was happening earlier in this, I think it was this month or this year. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's happening right now because it's in Aquarius. And it's exalted there, but it could be kind of tumultuous.
Yeah. And so he had gotten, so he's a martial artist, and he had gotten back into doing, into like kicking and stuff like that. Like, he was just like, I'm having a really fun time kicking things. And one day he had the thought, like, I should, before I get really old, I should have a video of myself. And on the video, he said that like he's kicking something, and then all of a sudden he's just like, ah.
Oh, did he hurt his foot?
Yeah, he hurt his leg in between his knee. And so he was like, that is the placement for.
Yes,
like,
it is. Yes. Yeah. From the knee down, injuries from the knee down right now. Yes. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yes. And so he was like, and he's like, and I'm in my Saturn return. He's like, and so for me, but this reminded me was that like Saturn and Mars wants to go. Saturn's just
then
like,
it says, hold on. Yeah. Yes. That's hilarious.
So, yeah. But like, it's just like so funny how those kind of aspects can have that.
Something so small. Yep. And it's like, and the funny thing is you can have a real strong score for a really small little event, and a real weeny small score for something that's supposed to be astronomical and nothing touches you. Like, there'll be an alignment in your chart of some powerful planets, and you're like, oh, this is going to be good. And you've got like a negative 27 score, but then you've got some pissant, planetary alignment that doesn't do much for you. And the score is like 800. And you're like, geez, what the hell? But it's so interesting. And the other thing I wanted to say is something else people should do is they should look up their dasha lord. So when people are doing transits, or they're getting read on what's going on for them, in the month or the year, whatever, you also look up your dasha. So your dasha lord, if you're in your sun dasha, then you're going to look up, what your sun is and where it's at. You're going to look up those things. So, and if you're in your K2 dasha, so those things still, your dasha lord affects you the way, no, the dasha lord affects you the way your ascendant does, or your moon or sun. So the dasha lord is just as important as the other ones. They're like, it's actually something you should also look, people look up their transits under the sun, moon, or ascendant. You also should look up your dasha lord. So if you're in a Venus, then you want to look up your Venus information.
Okay. Yeah. So, and then sometimes, so this is what I'm coming across too. Like right now I'm in Dastro, and there's multiple. So it says like Venus, Rahu, Mars, Mercury, Mercury is my current dasha.
Yeah, so that goes from, it goes, they're all influencing you guys, your major dasha, then down to your minor, and then it goes all the way down to the dasha changes within the hour, the day and the hour. So it's like year, month, week, day, hour.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So your first two are like the major ones, right? But they all still influence, but the first two are the ones I'm technically in Sun dasha, but it's Sun Saturn. I just started that. So I need to really pay attention to what Saturn is doing and Saturn's effects, because it is the secondary. So why I'm in my Sun dasha, the Saturn is like setting the tone for it, setting the tone for how I experience it on the physical. And its sun is in my 8th house. So I'm going to experience this through my 8th house. Saturn is in my 12th house. So now I'm going to experience it through my 8th and 12th. These two could be, some people, relate these to death, your 8th and 12th, because of the loss of energy, loss of life and transformation. But it doesn't have to be in a negative. It could be in a positive, but also Saturn brings major responsibilities. And usually you end up spending money to reach these responsibilities, or to help these people you're helping. And usually with Saturn, there's an elder you're helping. So it's no coincidence I'm taking care of my father. And it's actually very good to do that when you are in the Saturn dasha and you're being asked to take care of an elder, or to do a responsibility, or to take care of an animal. You better do it. And because if you don't do it, and you don't do it with grace, you will feel the weight of Saturn. You will feel it. Also, they say during a Rahu, Mars, or Saturn dasha, you should be vegetarian. You should not eat meat at all, because none of them appreciate it. They don't. They see it as a form of animal cruelty. So they recommend as a remedy to go vegetarian if you're in one of those dashas. Now, you can, or you don't have to. That is up to you and what your beliefs are. But this is what is said, because Saturn, especially, a way to one of the remedies is to take care of a dog, a dark colored dog. Saturn loves dogs, but the other planets, the other Mars and Rahu, they also love animals. Just taking care of animals in general, giving to animals, donating to animals. Any form of non-human animal, that you get favor from them when you are helpful to them or giving to them. Or if you're abusive to a dog and you're in the Saturn dasha, whew, man, that ain't going to be good. Or if you're, if you're not taking care of your animals, like there's just there's so many things that that are really in the Vedic system, so many different beliefs and schools of thought, but a lot of them really boil down to just making sense. They just make sense. And there is, they say with the moon, whenever the moon is full and you could see it over a body of water and you can see its reflection, that to alleviate any negative effects of your moon, you would chant the words Om Tat Sat, OM TAT SAT, Om Tat Sat. So they say like once a month when the moon is full, go to a body of water and do the Om Tat Sat chant. Or you could take a plate of water and put it underneath the moon where you can see its reflection and do it like that if you can't get to a body of water. And it's got to be a plate because it's got to be a flatter surface that you'll be able to see it better. So there's all kinds of interesting remedies. And usually anyone who's got Ketu or Rahu or Saturn on the moon, this Om Tat Sat really, really helps to alleviate. And you could even say Om Tat Sat at any time. But it's supposed to really help when you are staring into the moon's reflection in a body of water. So there's that. Because right now we've got the moon with K2 and the sun with Rahu. So it wouldn't hurt to do the Om Tat Sat chant for everybody right now. Also, they say when the moon is in the 8th house, do not start something new. So for me, Taurus is my 8th house. So if the moon moves into Taurus, even though that's a lucky spot for moon to be Taurus, the moon loves to be in Taurus, especially in Rohini. It would seem to be a great thing, but it's in my 8th house. So I have to be careful of starting something new. Now I could start before and wait till it passes because it's only a few days and then go after. But, there's also something else I wanted to say related to that. Hold on a minute. I took some notes down.
While you're thinking of that, I also want to mention, you're talking about the Om Tat Sat.
Om Tat Sat. Yep.
I wonder if that has anything to do with Saraswati, because that is the mantra that, the Bihar School of Yoga uses at the beginning and the end of their videos and their books. Hari Om Tat Sat. I wonder if that has anything to do with Saraswati.
Yeah,
I think it does actually. Hold on, let me pull that up
too. Because I've been playing that nightly throughout the night. I've been playing the Hari Om Tat Sat, and it's made a massive massive difference. But it's one of those nighttime mantras that I play.
And that's no coincidence that you're playing it at night. Well, and Saraswati is about learning. It's a Libra connected energy. It's about creativity and beauty and learning and insight. So and the moon being in hold on a minute. Yeah. So it is just I think it's something about the moon and Venus together, they do well. So it's like if I'm not mistaken, Venus and Saraswati are connected because it's Libra. Mm-hmm. So it's like pulling in that good juju. All right, hold on. 3 of May. Okay, so, and this is the other thing I wanted to say. The 3rd of May is the Akshaya Tritiya. It's a Hindu festival where we've got the sun, the moon, and Venus are all exalted and they're in their dignities. So this is a great day to start something new, unless your moon is in the 8th house. You need to make sure that the moon is not in the 8th house on May 3rd for you. Even though this is a very lucky day, starting something new wouldn't, it would still have a chance of losing or being transformed or losing its life of whatever you start. So starting something a little prior and then working on it that day could be fine. You've already started it. So something like that. But for people that don't have moon in the 8th house on May 3rd, it'd be a great day for them to start something creative or do something new for themselves. Sun moves out of Aries into Taurus. Okay, yeah, and Sun moves out of Aries into Taurus May 15th. Mercury will be combust the Sun May 13th through June 9th. And then we have Venus, and Venus will be in exaltation till May 23rd. Okay. The eclipse zone was in Scorpio Vishaka. You want to hear something interesting is, so the eclipse is usually a 6-month period, right? But last weekend there started a position in this chart that when the January 23rd of next year, when we cross the eclipse point, it'll be like a 9-month period. So there's this birthing gestation happening, and we had the moon in Bharani. So, and that is the female yoni. That is also an aspect of death and birth, so there'll be people having babies, and lots of male babies with Jupiter right now. So there'll be lots of birthings of new creations, whether they're physical children or they're spiritual, or you got something that you've made as a business that is your child. That'll be happening, and the culmination of it will birth January 23rd. We're going to see something come of it around then, in 2023.
So then that might be a good time if you're wanting a son, like a male child.
Right now, get busy now.
Get busy.
Yep. Well,
all right, you're the woman.
Get busy now.
Get busy now. Well, the funny thing is, it's possible that I am right now. So I won't know for another week, but it's possible. And that's the only reason I started looking things up, because I was like, oh my gosh, if I am pregnant, I need to see what's what. I'm like, it's going to be a male child though, if I'm pregnant, because Jupiter, the way Jupiter is right now. And whatever happened in 1985 and 2003 is what's coming back around again with the eclipse points, right? Well, in 85, my brother was born, and I raised my brother. In 2003, my second son was born. So, yeah. So it's really possible that another baby is coming. If not a baby, something of that magnitude, for sure. So it's going to be, going to be interesting. But there's a couple signs on here that could get pregnant this year. And like I said, and anyone who had a baby within the last year had, it's a real good chance that you had a baby that was born during the Kalasarpa. So, and Kalasarpa remember I said that's someone who has a fated destiny. So my little grandson, Luca, he has got a Kalasarpa in his chart. So he has got a fated destiny. There's something he has in his chart that he is going to be destined to do. And a lot of the children that were born during this time they're all going to experience, there's going to be something that comes of it. Just like Donald Trump has a Kalasarpa in his chart. He was destined to be president, to do the karma he had with the United States. That was his destiny. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's like a bad event or anything like that. It's just something that's fated. What's interesting is we all were experiencing this Kalasarpa with this whole coronavirus, whatever you want to call it, thing. So, and each of us experienced it in a different way. Some of us experienced it worse than others, and some not so much. But there's a large group, that just shows you there's a large group of people that can all be destined to experience this one event, but in different ways. So, there is a large amount, anyone who had a baby within the last year, their child most likely has the Kalasarpa in their chart. So there's going to be something that comes probably in 18 and a half years from now. Well, we know that, right? We know that's what happened with Rahu and Ketu. Every 18 and a half years, there's another event. So we're going to expect another event of some kind to happen in another 18 and a half years.
That is very cool. How can you tell if you have a
Kalasarpa is when all the planets are on one side of Rahu and Ketu.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you said that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's raining. Yeah, last night, my daughter and I and her friend were doing the LBRP outside and then the middle pillar. And right when we finished, it just started pouring rain.
Wow.
Literally, as we finished, it just poured rain.
How magical.
Yeah. I was and then I was explaining them about servitors and tulpas and teaching them little things like that.
You're like the cool mom, you know? Like
that's what all her friends say.
Heck yeah, man. Like
she's got a party May 14th, her birthday party, her 16th birthday party. We rented out a cabin and it's going to be my friend is going to be there and read tarot cards, and we're going to have karaoke and DJ and going to have it like I guess a witchy theme, something like that. I'm like, I can't do readings. I want to experience the party. No, I'll have someone come and do readings because I want to experience the party. I do readings enough.
Yeah.
Plus I got to cook, so I won't have time to situate all that. And there's going to be way too many people for me to do readings. It's easier to do tarot card readings. You could do like 1 card draw, 3 card draw, opposed to like, I mean, I guess I could read people's like sun or something like that, but like I wouldn't experience the party, and I'd like to experience it.
Because you could be there all night. Like I have such a hard time looking at other people's charts and not wanting to go off at all these different talking about it. Like there's just so much there.
There is.
Man, your daughter's birthday party sounds like my 30th birthday party.
Right?
Legit.
It's gonna be fun.
Like, bring over your tarot cards, witchy night.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're speaking of the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram. So I'd like to add also, you were talking about, although these potentials exist around us all the time, it isn't until we start doing rituals like lesser banishing, they start to actually take shape in our environment. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Lesser ritual, you're forming the tree around you, and you're also invoking the archangels. Although influence is always there, it isn't until you start to create those forms that you begin to have an influence with those energies.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so important.
It is. And I was telling Mike, I said, remember when we were talking before about we got all these questions of like, when do we get to experience the things? And it's like, it's in the ritual. Why it's so important to do the ritual work is because that's where the experiences are going to come from. You're going to feel these experiences by doing this ritual work, doing the work. You can read about it, but until you do it and keep doing it, you're not going to experience it the way you really want to. And you're right. There's like, as you add more focus towards these thought forms and towards the archangels and towards, the middle pillar, all these things, it builds and it gets stronger each time. And then you get more advanced, you do better techniques and you feel it. I'm telling you, might not realize it at first. You're thinking, oh, I'm just doing this ritual and it's just a ritual, but no, it's doing something and it will result in your physical. It will give something to you. You will experience it. It's pretty profound and powerful.
Even as we said earlier, from this particular chapter that we're studying, the impressions begin as seeds in the subconscious, and eventually they will flower, especially if they're left alone. So likewise, when you create intentional symbols as seeds, they will definitely have an effect in your physical life. But like plant, the seed has to continually be watered with attention and focus.
Yes. That's it. That's exactly it. When that's a perfect analogy. It does, because I mean, we could do a ritual here and there and be interested and dabble, but it's just like, okay, I'm going to plant this seed and then I'm going to walk away and not water it, not give it life. Is it going to grow then? Is it going to give you fruit? It's not. It's in this repetition of coming back and paying it energy and paying it focus. And it really makes something. You get a result. You get reward from it.
I think too, what you said, Kristen, and what Travis said too before about going back to the elementals, you see, when you're consistent with that kind of practice, I noticed for myself that it's the elementals that start to express what I've been doing with the rituals. Like you mentioned how when you did the lesser banishing ritual, it started to rain immediately afterwards. Yep. You know, like you get these elementals of water, like you get, like I noticed that too, when I'm consistent with work, one of the first expressions in my physical scene that I see is going to be through nature or through the elements in some way.
Yes, absolutely. It really is. And something I've always done, because in my mind, the younger you are, the more imaginative you are, the better, the more powerful it is. So I include my daughter, and I have since she was little, and now I include my granddaughter. And let me tell you how much more powerful things are. It's extremely profound, because the child's mind is so creative and so big. There is no limits on it. And they're so willing to do it, you know. They're so willing to imagine, or, you know, these images of the angel, and they, you know, it's just big and glowing, and the pentagrams and the white line and the circle, and like they're able to see it. You know, you get some adults that they have hard times, or they're closed off, or they feel goofy or weird. The kid has no inhibitions. They're all, and my granddaughter, she's like, let's do magic, you know, let's do a spell. She tells everybody, she says, I'm a witch. Well, she told me, she's like, I'm going to be a wicked witch. And I'm like, why are you going to be a wicked witch? She goes, because I like the way they laugh. I was like, oh my gosh. But she's very interested in what we do. So I include her in it, you know, and I give her the insight as much as I can, but I also want her to learn and give her the opportunity to experience. So, you know, and of course, there's only so much you can give a 5-year-old, but she's very smart, and it's amazing to see her fervor for wanting to be a part of ritual at such a young age. I know I was, but doesn't mean I know some kids are not. Bella and Gino, my youngest kids, they were raised in it. So it's, you know, easier, but my granddaughter, she's only now being exposed to it the last year, but she's extremely interested into it. So you can never start too early, right?
Never start too early.
No. And my grandson, Luca, who the new one, his chart, he is going to be extremely something magnificent for his life. Not necessarily like some famous person, but he's going to do something very important in his life and on a spiritual level. So I find it appropriate that he was born into this family. And I hope to teach him these things too, if he's interested. But from when I look at his chart, it looks like he will be. Definitely. And you know what's interesting? My son Gino, his chart is extremely telling that he's going to be into the occult and like an astrologer, really good at it or something like that. Now, he knows it because of me, but he's not like super interested in it. You know, he didn't do the ritual with us last night because he was playing football. He's into those kind of things right now. But he's also not in his moon dasha right now. When he gets into his moon dasha is when this is going to happen for him. So that's the other thing, is you could tell, you might say, well, this doesn't look right. This reading you're giving me. I'm like, yeah, that's because they're not in that dasha yet. Once they hit that dasha, then this is when they take a change. There's a change in their mindset. So what we may not see yet can still come about during that dasha period.
Hmm. So that puts another angle to some of these readings and even the observations of astrology. Not only do they hit us in different places and different areas, sometimes they hit us at different times. Like, yeah, obviously, but the time, the dasha that we're under has an influence on how we're processing life.
Yes, absolutely. You're literally reborn as a new energy of planetary energy, basically, every dasha. Now, the more you become aware and tuned and conscious, the less those will be drastic to where you are controlled like an autopilot. You will have these things happening, but you'll be fully aware it was coming. You'll be in control of your mind and know how to handle it. So it won't affect you in the way it would for someone who has no clue about astrology, doesn't know what's happening. All of a sudden they change it. They don't know why. They have no idea why it's happening. And they're racking their brain. They don't understand what's changed, and are they cursed, and or is it better? And how come they all of a sudden won these things? Like, it has to do with the dasha.
I was listening a podcast recently on romantics and like how some people will get married when one of them is in a Venus dasha and then the other one is in a dasha that like works well, and will get divorced when they change dashas.
Oh, well, oh no, yeah. Listen to this. My son and my daughter-in-law, well, her house of Pisces in the 11th house is damaged severely. Mars is there, Saturn's there, K2's there. Oh yeah. So she was severed because what is Mars? Mars is the knife and K2 is scissors. So it severs us from things we believe that are ours. So her mother was killed and died when she was younger. Her father and her have a terribly aggressive relationship, and she was separated from the father, right? Jupiter right now is transiting what? Pisces. So what happened? Now she's being severed from her husband.
Oh.
So, and I told her with K2 being here, the only way to say, because she doesn't want this to end, but it's very toxic, unhealthy, and they need to get some help, mental help, and he needs some therapy because there's just been a lot of abuse. And that's the thing, is right now the topic of males being abused by women is coming up, and he's Rohini, and it's happening to Rohini and Aslesha men right now. And it happens to them anyways, but in their charts at times, but that's what's coming up right now. And she also has Rohini in her chart. So this is something that, they're going through this abuse that he's experienced, not physical, but mental, serious mental abuse for way too long. And so the split is happening. The only way that this won't break her down completely is if she takes this time to better herself. Saturn is going to make her. She wants to control this situation so bad. She wants to make him do this and do that, but she can't anymore. And K2 is asking her to get her shit together and get right with herself, or she's going to lose everything. And she's been on the verge of it a few times in the last 2 weeks. So of losing everything, of like just going up and down, yo-yo. And so she is trying to get herself together, trying to get some help, and that's all good things. She still has moments where she goes back and, gets angry and, but right now, she is experiencing this, push to get her shit together, or she's going to lose it all. So,
yeah. And Saturn and Rahu, they will fuck your shit up if you don't.
Well, this one is Saturn and K2. Yeah, no, it will. See, and Rahu is on her axis on the other end, because K2 is with Saturn and Mars and the sun, and Rahu is with the moon on the other axis. So she's got mental illness. We know that. And from that alignment, there's a mental illness or mental disturbance, mental obsession, and it's about her relationships. It's about her partner. And if she doesn't get her mind together, the thing is right now, Rahu is running rampant and making her obsessed. And Katie's like, you better get that shit together. I'm taking it all away from you. And so this top sat would do good for her. But I try to give her remedies. I try to give her some help, but she can't hear it yet. She hears some of it, but only some of it. She's not ready. And that's the thing is Rahu doesn't eclipse forever. So she's got to make it into her 30s, into her mid 30s before that starts to alleviate. They're 26. I saw that at between 26, 27, that they were going to get a divorce. That's what they're at right now. I saw that in their chart a while ago. I didn't tell them that, but I saw that this was coming. The split was happening. She, is going to have to really work on herself, or she could just, the problem is she's got these two afflictions on her sun and moon. She's got K2 on the damn K2 Mars Saturn on the sun, and then Rahu on the moon. That's so hard. It is so hard. And her mom had a drug addiction problem and died from heroin. And in all her kids' charts, it shows that their mom suffers from the mental illness now. And the other thing that makes me worried is I see in my grandson's chart that somehow he's separated from mother in some way. That's not great. That could be emotionally separated, or that could be physically separated, like death or something. These things,
when she gets into the hearing mode, we did some back to the elemental thing. Air tatwa might really help her, or channeling that kind of thing, because dealing with mental illness and all of that,
yes,
that's an air element. So
yeah, but her moon is the one that is afflicted. So that's why she needs to definitely work on the moon, because the moon is where Rahu is. So the moon is the mental, the emotional. Her intellect is really good. She's smart, but her mood, which comes from the moon, is where the damage is. And where she's having a lot of trouble with just getting a grip. And she gets really angry by herself. Like, she'll think about things that don't make any sense, make up these things that she believes people think, and then get angry about them. And there's like this obsessiveness that that's like overplaying her emotions.
Yeah.
And the other problem is, I mean, she's super smart, and I try to give her information and stuff like that, but her it's like a parasite is in there blocking her from any relief. And I remember when Rahu used to do this to me, when I felt like something was in there sabotaging me that I couldn't fix. I would have moments of clarity and moments of like, why is this happening to me? Why do I feel like this? What is happening? It wasn't until my mid 30s when Rahu starts to lose its effect that I started getting better. So unfortunately, when you got Rahu over the moon or K2 over the moon, it's usually Rahu over the moon because that's obsessions. K2 over the moon could bring like problems with speech. It can make learning disabilities, or it can make someone extremely spiritual, or someone who, just it's kind of, half in and half out of the world. Sometimes a little strange, but Rahu and the moon is obsessive and, destructive, something that, sometimes drug seeking and escapist. It's just not fantastic. Now, depending on where you have Rahu moon, if you have it like in the second house, you could be obsessed about stability, obsessed about making money. That could be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where my son Damien has it. He makes very good money because his Rahu and moon are in the second house. But like also moon represents mother. So his mother, me, suffered drug addiction and mental illness at some point. And a second house is also young childhood. So that it can affect us in many different ways when we see Rahu moon in the chart. It could be mom directly. And there's always going to be effects from mom that rub off on us, but in what way will that happen? For him, he focuses completely on work. That's his escape, work and making money. So that's safer than like drugs and God only knows what it could be, you know, for other people. But like my grandson Luca, his Rahu moon is in the 6th house, where it's going to be like he's going to be very focused on work, very driven towards work, obsessed about getting maybe either healthy or on, you know, maybe he even has to do something with his mental health because his mother had mental health issues. And that's going to somehow drive him into helping women with mental health issues, maybe even become a doctor. You can see this with doctors in this area. So something like that. And it's driven by his relationship with his mother. Whatever that ends up being is what he ends up using as fuel for his work. So Rahu moon there is not too bad. But I have Rahu moon in my 10th house, my public image. And for 10 years, my reputation was damaged because for 3 years I had a heroin addiction, and then I got on methadone, like all kinds of crazy shit. And then it took, you know, some years to get my shit back together. But as soon as I moved out of Venus Dasha and into the Sun Dasha, my life changed completely. I was no longer this person that I was during Venus. And you would think Venus is a fantastic Dasha for me because of my Taurus and Libra, but my Taurus is in the 8th house. So, and then Venus, even though it's in my 9th house, you know, Taurus is in my 8th, and you've got, with the 8th house, you can find drugs, addiction, you know, sex addiction, all the things that took place. I was on autopilot. So the lowest aspect of that was happening. If I wasn't on autopilot, I could have experienced things in a much higher, more transformative way. However, I learned what I had to learn, right? I went through some dark times and it brought me to where I'm at now. So there are no mistakes. It's just, you know, if you're given an opportunity to experience your chart in a higher realm or experience these planetary shifts in a not so negative way, if you're able to hear what we're telling you and able to take hold of it, why not do it? I mean, if you don't, you don't. You weren't ready to. You weren't meant to. But when you're ready to hear, you will hear. When you're ready to act, you will act. That'll happen. And when those things happen, that's when you have results. Oh, excuse me.
Woo!
Some powerful information. Peace, everybody.
What's up? Yeah, it is powerful. You know, and that's perfect timing too, because what we're moving into, right? Like, I know astrologers have been like, this is the time for shadow work, you know?
It's always a time for shadow work. But this month of May, so from January to April was like going to be like the months of the year. But once we start moving into the second week of May, things are really going to get good. Now that we've got Jupiter, Venus, Neptune, and Pisces. Now, Jupiter and Venus technically are enemy planets, and they just had a kiss. You know, they just had planetary war. They touch exact degrees. Now, so they're both. Well, Venus is the wife and Jupiter is the husband. So isn't it funny how they're enemies? But they can, when you bring them together, they could bring wastefulness or excess. So even in their debilitation with each other, it's not as bad as it could be. You know what I mean? It's not like, you know, Mars and Saturn, or Mars and K2. So the thing that's coming with this next 2 years is opportunities for people to reach their dreams, right? Dreams, Neptune, Pisces, the dreams that we've never believed that we could ever be reached, or that we've always only dreamt about these things, and now they're being presented to us, or possibilities to climb to the areas we want to get to in life. This is what a lot of people will be experiencing this year. Opportunities that can change their life for the better. The old cycles are being, transformed. Like, the people are losing their unhealthy relationships in all kinds of ways, whether it's death or breakups. There's so many things that are happening that the next cycle has begun. And for those that are straggling behind, you're going to be pulled. So the best thing to do is to get done what needs to be done. And every one of us knows what needs to be done. We know what we have to do.
Yep.
We absolutely do. It's just doing it and saying, not going, oh, maybe I'll do this instead, or I'll do it on this time, or I'll wait for this, because they tell you when you wait, you're going to end up with something that costs you more money, or especially people that actually, their specific sign right now that will be experiencing money loss. Taurus. So while Venus is exalted, and that's helpful, we'll be getting money coming in, right? Money will be coming in, but because the eclipse happened in the 12th house, you could be spending all the money that you're bringing in for all kinds of ways, for all kinds of reasons, because you didn't do something that you had to do before, you didn't keep up with something. Just get it done. Just take care of it. Do what needs to be done, so you're not spending or losing money unnecessarily. Now, you also might, there might be purchases made. People might be purchasing a property or something large, like a vehicle or a new home, or they might be updating the home, or they might have done this already. So, that could be going on. And so you're spending your money, but it's going to a good cause. Yes, money's coming in and it's going out. So it depends on what level you want to experience this 12th house.
That's powerful. Like, if you want to talk on that, because I've been like really experiencing, like, from like even going back to Jnana Yoga, like just having a lot of like through my day-to-day, just everyday things, just having like non-attachment and discernment to things. You know what I mean? Like just the simple things. Like when I see things, I'm like, oh, I just don't want to do it. And that was me a lot when I was younger. And I just had to pull my Vedic natal chart up, and I'm like, damn, this is exactly what it said. I was like not aware of it, and pitting things off was what had lack in my life. And now from just even studying this stuff and really applying and stuff, getting it done, like you just said, getting it done, at that moment when the time is asked for it, I've seen even in a couple of days or a week or even a couple hours later, things are just perfectly lined up. And I'm like, well, damn, I need to keep on doing this. Because when I don't do it, I'm like, shit, I knew I should have did it. When I see myself hop into this in this mindset of like, non-attachment in certain situations, and it allows me to observe all this stuff. Very interesting. I definitely could see that applying. Like even what you said with the house, I'm like spending this money. Like I know Laura talked about it months ago, probably in the chat, talking about doing like a little herb garden. I have a little apartment, and I'm, it's not that hard. Like I'm like, dude, we brought plants. I got a blueberry bush growing on my back. I got a freaking porch. It ain't that big, but I'm like, I'm gonna take this time out. So when it comes for, I have something. It's fire. There's a word for it, and I can't get it out, but it'll pop up in my head. It's like productive. I think it's called productive progression, or one of the other two words. But yeah, it's interesting.
Do you have Taurus in your chart?
Taurus. I'm not the best at reading it. Is that Mercury?
No, Taurus. Mercury retrograde will be in Taurus. Taurus is Venus.
In the 5th house.
So your 5th house is Taurus?
Mm-hmm. Or Venus.
Well, what is your ascendant? Do you know?
No, I'm on this. I think I'm on like Astro Indie.
So what's in your first
Oh.
house?
Not the
Oh.
planets, but we need to know the sign it's in, not the planets. It'll tell you the sign.
Yeah.
Okay. First house says Key, K-E and R. I don't know these
Yeah,
abbreviations.
K2.
K2 and
Woo!
Rahu. Yeah, that's K2 and Rahu. But K2 in retrograde, I mean. So you're a Libra ascendant then. Because K2 is in Libra right now. So you're a Libra ascendant. Oh, wait,
but Kristen, we're Libra ascendants, right?
What'd you say?
We're Libra ascendants though, and I don't have K2 in my first house.
Yeah, you do right now.
Oh, right now. I see. Okay.
For transit. Are you pulling up a transit or are you pulling up your natal chart?
I think of my natal, honestly.
Okay, so do you see what sign it's in? What's the number on the house? What's the number?
1, I think.
Does it say 1 or is there another number? Because then either you're Aries or maybe that's just.
What's a good website I can use? I'm on Astro Indie. I heard somebody mention. I was like,
Indastro.
Indastro.
I mean, it's still fine. You could can you take a picture and put it on the thingy of your chart so I could see it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can screenshot it. Because a lot of stuff you're saying, I'm like, dude, it's just weird lately. Like I've been like working up to this moon, and like a lot of the stuff like you're saying, I'm like, what the fuck? Because a lot of the stuff I'm having like a lot of transformation stuff happening. I'm like promotions and job. A lot of stuff is just happening.
That
Like
happens with eclipses too. Like this is eclipse season, so in general, eclipses are pretty abrupt.
And we've got Uranus right now, extreme causing sudden events. So
that's like your Tower card.
Yeah, it is definitely. But Uranus could even be very good, where the Tower card is always. I mean, the Tower card is the Tower card, but Uranus could even bring like a sudden lottery win. Depends on what it's with.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I put the? Yeah. Uranus was tight with the solar eclipse, so you've got this sudden event happening. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Okay. So you got this sudden event that's going to be the catalyst for this major change the next 6 months, 9 months.
Trying to figure out how to post it.
Do share screen. I think you would do like a share screen.
Okay. Hold on, sorry. I'm not good with this Zoom shit.
Neither am I. First time she looked at my chart, I think it took like a solid 10 minutes for me to get me on. For me to put my chart up. Oh my God.
How do you share a screen? Mirror screen. I know that's
Looking for that right now to see how show self-view, stop incoming video, show my snap.
I'll just pull up another website, I think. Just gotta put information in.
I mean, the other website's not going to do you any good if I can't see it.
You know what? Hold on, I got my computer. Why don't I just pull it up on my computer?
There you go. Perfect.
Give me 1 second. Let me.
You should be able to do it now. I had to turn on share screen.
Oh,
okay.
well, just in case we got a backup plan too.
Oh, here you go. Share content right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull my laptop out too.
Do you see the share content? It's below the screen where it says stop video, mute 5 participants.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh, this shit fly. See, I was like, they gotta have it where everybody be using Zoom for school. They gotta have this popping. Like they slacking. All right, makes a lot more sense. So much easier. Oh,
Okay.
Right, there it is.
All right, your Taurus ascendant.
So
You are Taurus ascendant. Yep.
There it
Number
is.
2 was in there. Yep. So yeah, that's what you're going through. And then yep. So K2 in the 12th house is actually a good place to be. Super spiritual place to be. K2 being there and Rahu in your 6th is good for work, really good for work. And you got Jupiter there with Rahu right now. So there's no coincidence you got a promotion in work. Expansion, Jupiter's expansion in work also could be expansion in your health and wellness routine or fitness routine or getting, just getting yourself together. K2 right here restricts the losses in money. So that's good. Even though you're going to have some losses with K2 being there, it's going to be restricted. So that's good. And you got Moon in the 2nd. So Moon in the 2nd brings waxing and waning to your finances. So there'll be moments where you have lots of money and sometimes when you have less money. But Moon in the 2nd house is good because you wax and wane as you build up and up and up and up. So sometimes you'll have savings and sometimes you won't. But you'll be able to bring the money in because that's water and it's flowing through and it's through communication, Gemini in your 3rd house. So working with your hands or communicating, travel, all of that, even connecting with people on a mental level that can help bring you in money. Sun and Mercury in your 3rd house. That's a good position. Now, Sun burns up the house it's in, but this kind of makes someone super courageous, someone who could be athletic even. And you got Mercury sitting here, and that's in the 3rd house is usually ruled by Gemini, but it is your Cancer. So you've got courage and communication skills, and what having it in Cancer could. And so when I think of Mercury in Cancer, I think of Aslesha. But I don't know what let me see. Purnarvasu is your, oh, no. Yeah, you don't know your other nakshatras. Venus in the 5th house also, that is really good, dude. Like, that's a good place to have it. Venus is luxuries, it's comforts, it's fame. 5th house is also fame, entrepreneurship, children. You might have a female child. That might be your first child as a girl, or you're going to have a female child. You can also be into things that deal with beauty or art or creativity. I see that too.
What about something to do with culinary science or culinary skills?
Absolutely. Well, being a Taurus ascendant, absolutely. See, if I knew his other nakshatras, I'd be able to break it down better because I don't have the nakshatras here. So if I could see Rohini or Kritika in there, I'd be able to tell you if that's better. But Venus is beauty, but it also is food. The thing is that it all depends on the nakshatra. So, and also moon in the second house. I remember moon in the second house brings someone who will have a belly at some point from eating good food. That doesn't necessarily mean, that doesn't, because moon is, I mean, the second house is what we put into our mouths. It's the things we put in and the things we put out of our mouth. And moon is the circle, it's the roundness, and it brings the roundness to the belly because we put it into our mouth. So it brings good food.
There's definitely a lot of stuff making sense with the moon in the second.
Yeah. If I had access to your nakshatras, I'd be able to.
Would I be able to find that on this site?
Yeah, you should. Should be on there.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, because the moon is in Purnavasu. I'm wondering if.
What kind of
you got
chart would
Mars, and you've got Mars on the ascendant. I didn't see that last time. Mars is on your ascendant. Mars is knives and Taurus. So yeah, that's definitely gonna be someone who uses tools or sharpness or knives, sharp tools, things like that. And it's in Taurus, so definitely culinary could be seen here. Now, I want to say that you can also get injuries easily from knives. Little cuts and stuff and burns can happen, which that happens when you're in the kitchen.
I'm a cook, so that, it lines right up.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Kristen, what part of the first house of the body is it?
The first house. Well, the first house is the ego in general, the identity, but it is the head because it's Aries, but also the second house is also the head, but it's the mouth. It's the face. So it's higher head, higher mind, lower mind.
So do you have a scar on your face anywhere?
I have a scar on the top of my forehead from when I busted my head open. You can't even see it though.
Oh, sorry. I was talking about Malik because he has Mars in the first house.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's fucking hysterical. No. This is funny because I have a little dot on my head when I felt. That's funny. That's hysterical. I have a little Bindu dot on my head, but it's like a scar.
Yeah, that's Mars in your first house.
That's hysterical. And I was listening to somebody talk about astrology the other day, and they said that, and I was like, whoa, oh shit, okay, let's get it. That's when this stuff just lines up, when you can just see stuff, like, especially when the physical part lines up. I'm like, wow. So this makes me have to pull my stuff back out. And I was actually, thanks, Kristen, too, because when I did move to my house, I was applying a lot of that Boggle information. And it's definitely still moving stuff around, but I was definitely using all that to its fullest. Because I moved to a new place. I'm like, got a compass, and I was doing all the stuff. So,
but that's good. The feng shui, you took care of your readings and stuff. That's good. You definitely want to keep all that in mind. And then you've got Saturn in your 10th house of public image, of career, of work. So you're going to have, this is working with elders, or also being into like being responsible, or being the boss, or being the one with major responsibilities, or overseeing things, like working with elders, or things of older nature, history, things that are, this will only help you. Things like that. When you bring Saturn into your work, and having Saturn in your 10th house, that's an opportunity for you to work. When you're in a Saturn dasha and you're younger, that brings opportunity for work and good work and business. So depending on when your Saturn dasha is, that is when you're going to have some opportunity for a rise in business, or in your own career, in your life. You want to check when your Saturn dasha is. If you even have a Saturn dasha, not everybody does.
You said the dashas are where all the stuff sits on one side of Rahu, K2.
No. That is a Kalasarpa. Dasha is the planet that rules your whole entire chart for a time period, whether it's 7 years, 12 years, 20 years. You're in a certain dasha, and this one, yeah. So it should tell you what dasha you were in on Indastro.
I'm all over the site now. I'm like,
Dasha is DASA or DASHA, not dosha. Dasha. Dosha is Ayurvedic. It's like the body where this is your chart.
I was incorrect. Excuse
That's
me.
okay. It happens. No big deal. It's so quick. It's so close. Dasha dosha. It happens.
Malik, if you scroll down on Indastro, there's going to be a chart that says planet's position at the time of birth, and then next to it is going to say Dasha, Antardasha, and Pratyandar Dasha. That's where you're going to find a list of the planets along with the years next to them, and you're going to pick out which year you're at, and then you're going to see what Dasha
be. Yes, but there also should be an even easier way to show what dasha he's in right now. It should say that on. They've changed Indastro recently, though.
Oh, they do actually. Right up top.
Yeah.
It should say, but for some reason, in his astrological profile, like that's where mine is. It says astrology detail contains, and that's where it has my name, date of birth, But that's where it says my dasha. But it looks like on his, it doesn't say that.
But yeah, because this one is different. I don't know if he's on a computer or something, but it's not like the ones on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
You said go to planetary chart?
If you,
It's at the bottom. Hello?
I seen the Traktras and
Yeah, the nakshatras. Okay.
Yeah.
But you need the dashas. It'll say, see, the planetary chart will give you your nakshatras, but it's been so long since I've been on Indastro
Is there a Vimshatari option? Vimshatari dasha?
Yeah, that's the one. Vimshatari.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, click on that.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Then there's a list of planets, and you'll see next to them as like some.
Yeah, take a screenshot and let me see it.
Yeah.
Share the content.
All right.
Yeah, click on that.
Yeah. Hold on, hit back up. Wrong one.
Shit, I don't think I'll be alive for my Saturn return.
Yeah, a lot of people, not everyone gets one. So, okay, so you are, you're in Saturn, baby. That's good. You want to be in your Saturn dasha when you're young, because when you're old, it could bring about the end of your life, or it could just bring a lot of responsibility on you that's harder to deal with when you're older.
Like Joe Biden.
Yes, like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Well, between May 5th and 13th, someone's going to be coming down. A world leader is going to be stepping down some way. So maybe that's Joe. I don't know. Hey, I rhymed.
You heard it here first, folks.
So then you're in your Saturn dasha, which means right now is work focused. This is good for you. Your public image. The way to get the most out of this is to take care of animals. If you got a dog, treat the dog well. And I mean, I know you're culinary, but if you can eat vegetarian as much as possible, you don't have to, but that helps. There is gifting and helping the elderly, or taking care of, doing anything like that is helping, or what is this? Giving charity to an elder, or things like that will help strengthen your Saturn. but also taking on your responsibilities with grace, like doing them and
Mhm.
taking what comes to you and like giving it your all. You will get the most out of it. Saturn will give you the most blessings when you accept what Saturn sends you. And it's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of work, but it's going to be only for your benefit.
No, I can totally agree to what you're saying about that stuff. Like, even like that's why I said like using like a lot of this yoga stuff has really been like helping me keeping like a mental fortitude to a lot of stuff, because like I was just saying, for me when I was younger, I I had a lot of like connections. Like when I was first got into my like getting to like the occult and whatnot, I had a big connection with Anubis, whatnot. And then going further in, I realized through like going through meditations or whatnot, I always, and they can say this because even went through this time when it started in 2007, when I was a young buck. And boy, that was some shit. You know what I mean? I was a young kid and I was a knucklehead, you know what I mean? Doing street stuff, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I can see it was a lot of stuff like
that's Mars in the
trial and
ascendant.
errors if I didn't I was talking to my mom about this and I was like, it's crazy how this is making a lot of sense and lining up a lot of stuff. Cause I was like, yo, I remember when I didn't put my full into everything, I didn't really get what I needed out. And that didn't happen for a long time. And lately I've been just like, a lot of stuff's been coming. It's not necessarily bad, but it's a lot to take on. And then, like I was saying earlier, just having like a lot of like non-attachment to this stuff. Cause I could have a lot like through just, you know, we will call samskaras and a lot of these cheetahs and all this stuff, mine's happening. And I'd be like, okay, let's put that to the side and let's focus on the task that is as a hand. And that's where you can say the Saturn, because like you said, if you don't, that's where you can get hit right back in. You starting right back at day one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and
mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this though, having Mars in the first house. So when you're younger, it can give you aggression. It can make you a street person. It can make you, but it makes you streetwise. You learn things through Mars in the ascendant. You become tough. You have to be a fighter because you were born a fighter. But what that does is it gives you a thick skin and it makes you skilled in things that where other people are more lackadaisical in. You're also going to have an ability to with business and business smarts and using your own platform or yourself for business. Now, having Mars in the first house also can be indicative of someone who is an entrepreneur or who can make money. Who can make money in creative ways. And property. You can also make money with properties or real estate, cars, items like that. Mars is property, okay? And having it in your, hold on, let me see something. When is your, where did that go? I'm trying to find your dashas again. Could you pull up your dashas again one more time?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, hold on.
There we go.
Was that it?
Yeah, back to that screen. That one.
With the number, the birth.
Yeah, with the planets and yep. Okay. So, well, Mars Dasha ain't for a while for you, but so in a sense, Mars Dasha would have brought apart. But see, there's a good thing to that because Mars during a Mars Dasha with Mars being on the ascendant, you could have an injury to the head. But likewise, what is this? You are in but that's not until 2086. I don't know how old you are, but I don't know if you're going to make it to that.
No comment.
Right?
No, I was just thinking, I'm like, how? I'm calculating.
Right?
I'm going to be old. I'm going to be like.
You will be old. That's right. So, and you're ascendant, let me think. So Venus is the other, because Venus is the Lord of your ascendant. So then during that time, you could gain properties. You could gain, vehicles, homes, properties. You could move into a new place, stuff like that. So that, you can make money with these kinds of things during your Venus Dasha. K2. So you're in Saturn now, then you're going to go into your Mercury. Mercury was in what house for you? It was in the third house, right? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it was in the third house. So your third house, after you're done with the your Saturn Dasha in 2026, when you move into Mercury, you will be in, that was in Cancer in your third house. You will be activating that aspect of your chart, which you have Sun and Mercury there. So, and it has a lot to do with skills and hobbies and talents and working with the hands and movements with the hands, short distance travel. And what Cancer is nourishment. So food can be seen at this aspect as well. You can also go to school to learn something new to add to your repertoire of knowledge. And then your K2 Dasha will be when your 12th house is activated. That'll be a very spiritual time for you. That could be a time where you move overseas or move to faraway places. You could become introverted more. K2 Dasha, can be scary for people because they think they're going to lose things, but having K2 in the 12th house, it limits your losses. So, being very spiritual and working on, the self and finding oneself will limit any negative effects and give you the best effects of K2. But I was trying to see your Mars. You could still gain properties and all kinds of stuff. And there, like you said, you've already got a mark on your face. You always want to be careful of like burns and cuts and stuff. So that's going to happen when you cook. I
love fire.
Yeah, I've got Mars and Sun in my Taurus house also, but it's in my 8th house, and I got cuts and burns all over my hands from cooking and doing all those kinds of things. And I also got attacked by a man with a knife. So though you'd be surprised the things that happen. So people who've got Mars and Taurus seem to get cuts and burns a lot, but it's usually because of cooking.
This is very informative. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course.
In the chat, DKDF says Hanuman helps to alleviate Saturn effects. Hanuman saved Shani in the mythology. Saturn gave Hanuman a boon for it. He says, I find studying the deity mythology of the nakshatras makes astrology make more sense.
Exactly. Yes, this is something we've went over so many times. It's no one escapes the mythology. It's all there. When you learn the stories, you learn what's going to happen. The whole, the whole talking about what Rohini and what we were just talking about, you and I, the other day. It's always playing out. It's always playing out.
And these are what we refer to as the archetypes. And these are the seeds of pattern that reside in our subconscious, unconscious aspects of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings me to the subject of karma. See, everything that we're describing is the outplay of karma, is it not? All these effects of astrology and how they affect and impact our lives. What's being impacted, right? We're dealing with matter. Karma affects matter, not consciousness. Matter follows consciousness. Consciousness is the totality of all patterns, expressed, unexpressed, or never to be expressed. Consciousness contains all those patterns and the awareness of those patterns. Now, within that awareness is a little bitty piece of thing called matter. And matter has no will of its own. As a matter of fact, all matter can do is replicate what is within the patterns of consciousness. So we happen to find ourselves in the realm of matter. And we're observing that all of this matter is bound to the destiny of the pattern that moves it. So our bodies are made of matter, and the aspects of our bodies and the aspects of our minds are moved by the patterns of consciousness. So we can literally look at astrology and see these patterns. We can see these patterns. But please keep in mind, this is still not you. This is an aspect of you, but this is not you in totality. This is your matter. This is your body. Got to understand the significance of that, or else all this information is extremely informative, but understand that we're talking about the body here. Now, the soul is attached by means of being observant of the matter, right? The consciousness, the soul, it is observing the matter. But here's where we get into non-attachment. Here's where we get into ego and things like that. Because most people are going to identify with the matter and say, this is me, this is my life, I am that. But the truth of the matter is, that's only a part of you. If you become aware of what is beyond matter, then you begin to release yourself from the effects of karma. I already killed him on the verse. This is just a eulogy.
Yeah, it's like you got to figure out what the inner personality is expressing. What's an expression? Like all of this is an expression of your karmas, of how things are presenting. So, yeah.
And the karmas are just here for our need, for our own good. The karmas are literally here to help us extend our favor. Like the inner alchemy is here to extend our life so that we can reach the great work. We can reach moksha, right? That's the goal, so that we don't lose our awareness and consciousness completely when we pass on to the next realm, life, whatever you want to call it. So these things are here to help us. You know, there's, like we said, there's nothing to fear with karma. And once you get a good grip on how it works, you can benefit yourself with it. And it's not just, you've got the people who do things just so they're like, "Ooh, I'm going to get favor with such and such. I'm doing it just speaking." The thing is your intentions behind it matter. There's your emotion behind it makes a difference. So if you're doing things for nefarious reasons or kind of slimy reasons, you're not going to get much out of it. There's only so much you're going to get out of things, but they're always here for our benefit. These tools are exactly that, tools, so that we can reach liberation.
Yeah, it's like the way how I see it is kind of like, it's like that those little hints for you to remember yourself, to like recognize the true self. These are like some of the hints of how to find that out. It's like a awesome ass scavenger hunt.
That's the truth. It is exactly the truth, because it's all a remembering, because you are all things. We talked about this. There's nothing outside of us. We are everything. We are all things. There's just one source and many aspects of it within it. But like that Alan Watts clip where he says, if you were God and you knew everything and you've done everything, you would be bored. So what would you do next? Well, I'm going to forget myself and go to a land that maybe I don't know what would happen to me. And I would just try to find myself again, because when I found my divinity again, it would be so great.
You're talking about this God. Is there anywhere in the mythology that you recall hearing about a particular deity known as Purusha?
Of course.
The story escapes me, but I know that there's a certain story about him with the rest of the gods. But at some point, he becomes the god that is sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
And from his soul, we have our human souls. As a matter of fact, all the life that exists in the material plane, in the egg of Prakriti, is a result of him being shattered into billions of pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I keep thinking of the scene in that Prometheus movie where that alien dude lands on, he's next to like all the water rushing on that, wherever he is. It's not a beach or something. Anyways, he eats
Yeah.
this and he begins to dissolve, and like he goes into
Yes.
water, and that creates
Yep.
life on it. That's how the Vedic texts describe how life began in the physical plane. This god
Mhm.
literally sacrificed himself to become one with nature.
Yep, and that's also seen in one of the nakshatras, the self-sacrifice. Come on, Kitty. Sorry, the Uttara and Purva Bhadrapada. You get a lot of the self-sacrifice, the Christ sacrifice type energies that come about, or the selling one's soul to the devil. Those kinds of mythologies that come up with that. You find that in those nakshatras where people that have those nakshatras in their chart, where you'll hear stories about them selling their soul or sacrificing themselves in some way, or sacrifice, like that comes up. So there is probably background in one of those stories with that. The Hanged Man. Yep. Absolutely.
I haven't really looked into the mythology before recently, and I'm finding that the mythology does answer a lot of questions. The study of the texts, they give kind of a logical left brain context, but the more that I'm looking at the mythology, I'm starting to see the gods and the stories that a lot of the lessons are actually pulled from.
Absolutely. Totally. That's when we were talking about Rohini, and how Rohini's creator, the father, fell in love with his own creation, Rohini, and was going after her. And before he could commit, incest, Vishnu beheaded Brahma, and then we have the deer of Mrigashira. That's where that comes from. And you find a lot with Rohini and even Mrigashira. You have these themes that come up of being having unwanted advances coming your way, or being molested, or incest, or just men in general, or people in general, feeling they can reach out and touch you and like pick you. Like Rohini is the seed, right? Rohini, what?
They're women too.
Yeah, no, both men and women. Like we see this right now with what's happening with Johnny Depp, right? We could see as with Rohini, men and women, and Aslesha, men, they're victimized, which is and unfortunately until now, no one has said anything about, for the men. They just said, oh, suck it up, you're a man. Now it's only starting to be talked about that men are getting abused too. But with Rohini, it's like that really pretty flower in the garden that you're like, God, I love that flower. So you reach out and grab it and you fucking pick it. But in the picking of it, because you love it so much, you've just killed it. And you had no right touching it in the first place. This is what happens with Rohini a lot. People touch what's not theirs. People also like to steal things from Rohini, their ideas or their concepts and stuff, because it's so great to them. It's wonderful. They want to be them, or they want them so badly. They just reach out and grab what's not theirs. And instead of learning from Rohini and Rohini gifting them the seed where they can then just plant their own shit and grow from that, they always take and they just pick, which causes abuse and damage, because then they kill the flower. They kill the Rohini innocence, because bro, he needs that cosmic baby. So
I think that's,
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so that these mythologies, they're playing out constantly. You can always tell, especially with celebrities, they're the best examples, because we know what's going on with them. They're the best. Like with Kim Kardashian, when she talked about work, people were pissed, but she's got that Virgo 10th house. People either love her or hate her for being that Virgo 10th house, but they love to hate her. They want her to be sharp. They want her to look good. They want her to be sexy. They want her to be curvaceous. They want her to be that Chitra Virgo girl. They want that. But when she talks about work and makes you feel a little bit like you ain't on your game, then you want to talk shit. But you can't have both. She is the Virgo 10th house, and she's going to talk about work because she's a hard worker. And people will try to take things away from her and say that she hasn't, been a hard worker. She was given all this stuff. People are born into wealthy families all the time. They often fuck away all their money, and they don't make shit out of anything. So she's got a work ethic that nobody can say she doesn't. She's that Virgo 10th house. So she's playing out that mythology. And Chitra, we know Chitra, the pearl, and it's where? Located in the behind, right? She's known for her butt. People with Chitra are known for their ass. They're known for their shapely body. Who else has got Chitra? I'll tell you, Amber Rose. She's known for her curves and her booty.
What about Beyonce? I know Beyonce in Tropical is Virgo.
Yeah, in Tropical she is. She's she is a Swati ascendant, if I'm not mistaken, in Vedic. No, yeah, she is Swati ascendant. You can see it all over her face. But yeah, her I don't know if she's Chitra Virgo or Hasta Virgo in Tropical. But either way, Virgo is known for hard work. Boom, boom, boom. Hard work, earthy, like a workaholic, and they're very good dancers. She's a fantastic dancer. So, but if you got other things in your chart that can affect you being a good dancer or not a good dancer. So there's many aspects to it. You can't just be so surface level. You got to know all kinds of stuff about the chart. But in a generalization, when the 10th house, remember I told you before, we talked about this last year, about what is the 10th house. The 10th house is our public image. If you want to get a boost in your public image, you need to find out what your 10th house is, and you need to become that for the public. The public doesn't want to see your sun. It doesn't want to see your ascendant. It doesn't give a shit about those things. The public wants your 10th house. So if you work with the public, you need to give all 10th house in energy. You need to give them whatever's in your 10th house. When you do that, it's like activating, it's activating that house, and it's activating what the people want from you. So you may be a Gemini ascendant, or you may be a Libra ascendant, but it wants your Cancer 10th house. That's what it really wants. It wants to see a nurturing version of you. It wants to see, and then depending on if you've got like Rahu there or something, it might want to see some, like a little dark side of the mind. Like for me, when I messed around with this and started a TikTok last year, and I started playing with my 10th house. My 10th house has Moon and Rahu in it, in Cancer. So I started, I got my first video that hit 2 million last year was about possession and like an exorcism. So I was like, okay, it's going to be about the dark stuff. All right. And then I started to explore my 10th house, and I started doing videos about child abuse, about children that were neglected, things like that. And that I got that was my first 7.5 million view video, was the one about child studies, with the mother abandoning the child. So this was, with the Rahu moon, there's separation between mother and child, right? And it's in the 10th house. So I had to do videos about these energy. And this is what people love to see from me. They love to see these dark, macabre stories where I'm reporting on them. That's what got me attention. So you can really get the public eye by just becoming your 10th house, if that's your goal. And you could just play around with this and see what comes of it. Start a fucking TikTok and do something from your 10th house. Learn about your 10th house, find out the planets that are in it, find out what that means, the nakshatras, and like become that. Make the colors match all that, and your sigils and stuff to represent this stuff, whatever you want to do, but like put some effort into it and see what comes of it. You're going to get a response because public will notice whatever you do in the 10th house. So you could be trying so hard to be your ascendant, and only those who know you in your personal life will recognize you for that. And only other people that are like that. So if you're trying to create something on a grand scale, like a piece of art, right? And this goes back into the Daimon talk, whether it's ego or coming from the spirit or coming from source. When you want to create something that touches many people, you can't do it from your ascendant. Only the people that are like that will feel that artwork. You might have some people that like it, but it won't reach many people. It won't touch their hearts. If you want it to touch the heart, you want to reach into the 10th house. That's going to touch many people across the board. That's how you're going to be seen.
Mhm.
10th house.
10th house.
I channeled my 10th house is Leo, and so I have to put myself out there and be like extrovert. Not have to, but when I started doing that, or being less shame-based about being in public and like speaking my mind or talking about my journey or anything like that, I started getting really good feedback. And in general, the only job that I have never been fired from has been behavioral health. So that's being out in the community and like talking to people and all that kind of stuff. And now as like a healer, but that also applies to the other aspects in my chart, of course, because there's like Hasta that's in my chart pretty strong and that kind of stuff. So
yes,
there is other stuff in there, but yeah, channeling your 10th.
Yeah, channel the 10th. If and that's the other thing. Let's say that I want to change in my home, right? You want your home changed. You want to move. You want to improve the home. You want to do something related to the home or vehicles or land, right? Now let's go to the 4th house then. Let's channel the 4th house. What do you got in the 4th house? Let's say there's nothing in there. All right. So what's the Lord of that house? What's that planet? Let's say that your 4th house is Capricorn, right? And so then you're going to look for Saturn. What is Saturn doing? Where's Saturn sitting? And then you're going to look into that. So let's say Saturn's in the 12th house. So land overseas. You might do well overseas, moving overseas or far distances from where you grew up. This is where you do well in. Buy homes there or far off places near elders, or maybe in a retirement area like Florida, all these old people, right? Stuff like that. Or there may be, you really insight what nakshatra it's in, what's going on, Saturn, because if you have nothing in the 4th house. Now, let's say you have something in the 4th house. Let's say you have some planets in the 4th house. Then you want to find out what nakshatra they're in. What's going on with that? What sign is that house? And how, and specifically the house is sign nakshatra. You'll be able to find your actual house nakshatra, not the planets. That should be in one of your systems. You just look up, like Indastro has it, right? Don't they have it where you can look up your house nakshatras?
I actually haven't looked at that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, Cosmic Insights should have that too. If Indastro does not, Cosmic Insights should have your nadis, but your planet not planet, but your house nakshatras. So just like the ascendant has a nakshatra, the ascendant point, and it's not necessarily a planet, it's your ascendant. Each one of your houses also has that. So if you have an empty house, you just find out what point that is, what nakshatra is, at, what the point starts at. And that'll give you your read for that. And so you find that out, you dig into it, and then, you really start implementing. Let me think an example. So for me, K2 is in my 4th house. So when I wanted to activate in K2, my K2 is in the nakshatra of Abhijit under Shravana. No, Abhijit is like hidden between Uttara, Ashada, and Shravana. It's like hidden between there with just a few degrees, because it's supposed to be so lucky that the gods hit it, so it's hidden between, kind of like a fucus, how it's hidden between Scorpio and Sag, right? So it's real similar, and in that respect. So I wear a copper bracelet that says Abhijit, and I've been wearing it now for at least a year. And in that year, just by doing something simple as that, as wearing the nakshatra or tattooing the nakshatra or doing the Bij mantra. Now, the problem is you won't find an Abhijit Bij mantra. I haven't yet. You can make up your own, just chanting the Abhijit and learning as much as you can about Abhijit. The problem is there's very limited information about Abhijit out there. And if you ask a lot of the other astrologers, they're like, yeah, there's not too much information on it. It's kind of a waste of time to look into it and then post about it. Cause not many people, I guess, are into it or have it because, it's the 28 nakshatra system instead of the 27. But for me, since wearing this, I have remodeled my house. I have bought a new vehicle. I've got new furniture, like ever since getting this, and just by wearing my nakshatra every day, that K2 is my Abhijit. That's it. And the good thing about Abhijit is it's the victorious one, the one who doesn't lose. So it's definitely brought me luck in my mind, and just in my physical reality is what I see. It's manifesting the things that I was wanting to do. I was wanting to activate my 4th house so I can have either a change in it or a move or a boost and up, a raise in my status, which also Saturn helped with. That's something else in my chart. But, whatever you could think of, you want to go to the houses and find out, what does this house mean? Do I want to change in this area of my life? The first house is related to the self, the head, the body, the ego, our identity, right? The second house is our savings. It's our income. It is the young childhood home, right? It's the food we put into our mouths. It's the things we speak outward, and it's our face. So whereas the first house is the head, it's like the high mind. It's like Aries. It is Aries. And Taurus is the face. It's the low head. So you got the high mind and the low mind. That doesn't mean that Taurus is less than. It just means it's the lower aspect of the face or the head. It's the front. It's the face. It's the physical. It's the beauty. It's the food you put in. Whereas Aries is the mind. It's the brain. It's the head. The top. The intellect. It's a fiery intellect, but it's intellect nonetheless. And then you have the third house, which is Gemini. And now Gemini's Mercury ruled, so is Virgo. And with Hasta, you find the hands. So Hasta is a Virgo nakshatra, right? You find the hands, but also with Gemini, you find the hands. So it's a very Mercury type thing. And you find people that work well with their hands or are skilled with their hands, in whether they make things or skilled in fighting or art, anything to do with the hands or engineering. Then you find like hobbies and skills and athleticism, courage. There's siblings, neighbors. Now, also, if you've got a child, let's say that you had a kid at a very young age, your kid could show up as your sibling sometimes.
Ooh.
If you, like my oldest son, I had him when I was 14, so he shows up as my sibling on my chart a lot because we grew up in the same house. We grew up in my parents' house together. So he will show up and I also know whenever there's something going on in the third house, it's dealing with my oldest son, not necessarily my sibling. And every time it is. So then you got the fourth house, which we talked about, which is your home, your land, your vehicles, your mother, the mind. It's the introverted aspect of ourselves, the inside, the within, where the 10th house is the public image. The fourth house is our private image. It's the stuff that we don't want people to see, that we don't care to tell everybody in the damn world. And a lot of our insecurities or things that are instilled in us that we keep secret come from mom, or come from things we've experienced with mom in our lifetime. The relationship with mom can be seen from the fourth house as well. So if you want to get a boost in the relationship with your mother, you would go to the fourth house, but you would also look at the moon. And then
sorry
no,
to
you're good.
I think too, that's going back to looking at I don't know if you mentioned this already, but looking at the nakshatras in that one in order to channel it. Like I was just looking up mine, and mine's Uttara Asadha and
Uttara Ashada, yeah.
Uttara Ashada. That was bad, but
No, you're good.
but like, so I was thinking about like how you can redecorate your house, and you may already be doing this naturally, but for like my nakshatra, it's generally associated with like palaces and shit like that. And I always make my home look like a fucking temple or a palace. So like you can generate a lot of power by channeling into the nakshatra of that whatever is in that house.
Yep, that's very true. And you have people who have Ketu or Rahu on the moon or the sun, but mostly on the moon, you will find Buddha or witchy things or prayer flags all over their house. It'll look like a temple in there. But also certain nakshatras their home will be very, especially if it's ruled by Rahu in some way. You're going to have things that are of foreign nature that, are in their house. But you're right. If you have a nakshatra that's related to the palace or to a temple or anything like that, and it's all about your home, making it look like that, even if it's a little space, it will bring in blessings. It'll bring in more opportunities to expand on that. It wants to be what it is. It wants to fulfill it. It wants to fulfill its purpose of, playing out the mythology. And like I said, the level of which you experience these things, whether they're for you or against you, is all about your awareness and about the spiritual work that you do. Okay, so we were going on to the fifth house, which is children, family, sex, fun, entertainment, entrepreneurship, creativity, writing, fame. Even people with a strong fifth house usually have fame and lots of kids, like Angelina Jolie. Yeah, I think she's got Rahu there, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're having, issues with having children or around children, look at your fifth house, find out what's going on in there. Find out what you want to do, what you can do to activate a positive aspect for that. If you got something damaging that house, you need to find some remedies that you can do, some things you can do to alleviate. And then your sixth house is diseases, illness, health, and your day-to-day work, what you do for work. Where 10th house, it is career, but it's more like public image, what you're known for. Whereas the sixth house is your work, but it's like illnesses, diseases, wellness, health, you could see surgeries and doctors and things like that come into this aspect sometimes. So if you're looking to get your health under control, look at your 6th house. 1st and 6th house, you know, and then your 7th house. And if you want something, a change in your job, if you got a regular 9 to 5 or just your job in general, you want a change in it, or you want a raise, look to the 6th house. Your 7th house is going to be your marriage, your partnerships, anything to do with court, litigation, partnerships. Then your 8th house is going to be transformation, death, rebirth, taxes, other people's money, inheritance, in-laws, sex, secrets. There, indeed, and you know what? The houses have a lot more meanings, but these are the basics. The 8th house is majorly transformative. Like 8th house is like the I mean, it can be the Tower card. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. Then you've got the 9th house, which is your higher learning, your gurus, your foreign travel, long distance travel, the father aspect, and just like higher learning, higher studies, spiritual studies. Then your 10th house, we've already talked about that, public image. Some people say the 10th house is father as well, since the 4th is mother. You can see father's aspects on both 9th and 10th. Usually people that have sun in the 10th house, usually they do something that their father did for work. Not always, but that it can be seen. Then you've got the 11th house, which is your organizations and groups. And right now Saturn has moved into Aquarius. It's home. So there's going to be a lot of get-togethers and a lot of getting with organizations and making new groups and traveling to meet up. Now that people are, are able to do that, now that the Kalasarpa is over and it's warmer outside, there's no more stipulations. People are going to want to go and get together. That's what's going to be happening right now. Saturn is going to be bringing families and friends together. Organizations, large groups, that'll be happening. And if you want, and this is a house of gains as well. You can financial gains. So if you're looking at reaching financial gains or help through a group of some sort, you want to look to the 11th house. And then finally your 12th house, which is your expenditure of energy. It is your loss of energy through charity, for things you're doing for people where you're not gaining anything but to help somebody out of it. You also, loss of money. So there's things you got to pay out, things you're paying. There's debt. There's also your dreams, your bedtime pleasures, your otherworldly insights and ability to look through the ether and create things. People that like Nikola Tesla and Edgar Cayce had strong 12th house placements. They were able to look to the sky and pull things out of it and create from it where other people could not, because these people have one foot in the other world, the other realm already. They're already halfway to moksha. So if you're looking to really get into your spiritual liberation, work with the 12th house. If you want to get into charity or you want to move out of the country, look to the 12th house. Yes, it's normal to not have anything in certain houses. There's going to be houses that are empty. So let's say one of your houses is Libra and there's nothing in it. You want to look for Venus, and where Venus is sitting, that's going to give you a reading, an insight on what that house is going to be doing for you.
Would you go by the sign of the ruler too? Like, so for example, in my 7th house is Aries, but nothing's in there.
Okay, so you look at Mars.
Right, and Mars is in my 12th house in Libra.
Okay.
No, yes. Well, depending on which chart I'm looking at, it's like 11th, 12th house. No, it's in 12th house. So would I look at
That's for your tropical, because Libra's ascendant for your Vedic. So
yeah, hold on,
right.
pull up chart. Da.
Here, I got your chart right here.
Okay, yeah.
So you've got Mercury,
Isn't
Sun, and Mars is in your 12th house.
yes.
And
Yeah.
your Aries is your 7th. So you will look to the 12th house where Mars is sitting. And Mars is in Virgo, and it's with Mercury and Sun. So you will look at all of that together, all because Mars is now if let's say Mercury and Sun were at 1 degree and Mars was at 29 degrees, there wouldn't be much of a conjunction there. Not at all. Not really. They wouldn't be doing much. But Mercury and Sun are at 15 and 16 degrees, and Mars is at 27. So there's somewhat still an influence. So you're going to still look at Mercury and Sun's influence over Mars in Virgo here. So your 7th and 12th house are connected.
So then if I wanted to activate the powers of my 7th house,
Yes.
would I look to then Virgo in the 12th?
Yeah,
Like in
well, your
chart?
Mars. So what you want to do is look to Mars. So what is Mars doing in Virgo in your 12th? You want to bring that into your 7th house. You want to bring that energy. What is Mars doing, right? What is that? What's happening with Mars and Virgo? And then you could go further. Now, basically, the Lord of the 7th house is in the 12th. So this is showing losses or restriction around partnerships.
Yeah.
Or yes. So now, depending on a couple other things in your chart, if that's your, you want to find out your destiny point, your Badhaka, and find out if you're paying off some karma here, because that could be the case. But if you want to, and the way to alleviate these things, remember, is to be aware, activate from higher things. These the ritual magic, the middle pillar, the lesser banishing, these things will have the yoga, the meditation on a constant basis will help you rise up out of the chart. Basically, it's like cheat codes. So where you keep, and it takes a while to reach these things. You got it, because it's all about your inner environment. Once you reach a certain stage, you don't even need to worry about the chart no more, because now you are dictating what goes. The planets no longer have hold over you. That's the goal. That's the goal of moksha, where these planets don't, because then they're under you. They are under you. They're within you. But right now we are being, we believe that these things are controlling us until we realize they don't. They do not. They don't. And it takes work for that. It takes work. We could say we know that they don't, but until you experience your own control over yourself, you won't really know it. And to know it is to experience it. Which comes from these rituals, the work, doing the work, this stuff, will really help.
You said the key there of experience. That's what this whole thing is about. Knowledge leads us to experience. Because when we think about our lives aren't really composed of the individual actions, because the actions themselves are meaningless. The words we say, they're all meaningless. Everything in life is meaningless on its own. But in between every action, in between every thought, in between every experience of life, there's something there that we paint and we color it with. If I go outside and go on my walk and I pay attention to the beautiful trees and the wind and just nature in itself, my eyes, what they're seeing is not important, but that feeling that I'm generating, that's the substance of life. And that's where the realization comes. So if you're able to set yourself up to have more and more realizations of what life is really about, you begin to expand your awareness. Now, what do I mean by that? Specifically, according to astrology and evolution of consciousness, if all you're aware of is the physical body, then that is your level of awareness. And you very well are under complete dominion of powers that be. So astrology is swirl and push, and you're going to go with it. But it isn't until you start having experiences, because you were talking about lesser banishing ritual, you were talking about middle pillar, and I'm talking about taught with Shruti. These are all different exercises that we do, like you said, on a consistent basis. That's the key. Because when you're doing it on a consistent basis, you have a realization that you are more than the body. You're more than the physical surface level. You're something in between that and something greater than that. When you truly have a realization of that, I'm not talking about you heard it from me or Kristen, or you heard it in a book. Like when you truly see it, the elements have less of an influence on you, and you start having an influence on the elements.
Yes. Preach. Preach. That's the truth. That's it.
I want to agree with that, Trav. Like even like when I was practicing back, and I didn't know it was really going to take a hold and be so powerful. Like we just saying, is I would go out. Me and my friends used to hang out in the woods a lot, and they'd be just enjoying life. And that's great. And I would sometimes just sit there in this little river. I would sit there and I'd be reading my books and whatnot, and they'd be like, "Yo, Malik, come over here." And I'd be like, "Nah, I'm sitting there just at peace. I'm just at peace reading." But my whole thing was to soak it all in. I was forming like a mental like archetype, like I was saying, of these elements. Listen to the water and its creeks and all these different nuances that will happen. I will go there like 5 days out of the week. We'll be there for hours on end. And I would sit there and just be reading or, do other things. But I will make sure I would sit this one spot and I look at this one angle, and I would have this spot in my head. So at times, when I will leave and I'll be like, shit, I'll have to go to work. And I'll be like, damn, man, this sucks. And then I used to use it as a term in my head. I will form like a mental battery of this mental image in my head. So when I'll leave and I'll go back into society, and that's when my friends were like, "Oh, like, like live off the grid." So our minds was like, we're going back to society. We're like, "Oh, fuck this shit." And then at that time I'll be at work, and I will other see people all upset and they're ooh, moping and groping about life. And then me, I'm sitting, I will take this mental image and pop it back up and just play it. The times, and like you can apply this with I have learned to take that and apply it with a lot of this. Like when you guys keep talking about this elemental, I apply that with like a lot of these different elements. I have these mental images. What happens when you have to take a cold bath? You better learn, how to heat it up in your mind. Is the body necessarily really cold, or can you change it? There was a video of this guy who takes ice baths purposely, and he was talking about and I'm like, wow, he's tricking his mind to be. And I was like, God, this is all applied knowledge if you're looking at it in a certain angle. I don't know if anybody had to take a cold shower once. I was like, let me go watch this guy's video, see what he's talking about.
Yeah, it activates the fight or flight. And what he uses that, instead of it to be a fearful thing, he uses it to his advantage. Just, what's his name? The magician does it too, David Blaine. That's how he pushes his body, because he learned how to channel his fight or flight in a certain way. And it's very powerful. We could do many things with our physical body once we reach the spiritual realm. And that's not just to sound fluff and fake and spiritual. No, it's something. The most real part of you is the spirit. The physical is illusionary, and when we try to change things just in the physical, that shit is hard to do. It's so much easier, speaking from personal experience, when you shift the spirit and you shift the mind. There's different aspects and levels to the body. We know that, right? There's the physical body, the spiritual body, the oral body. When you're changing yourself on all those realms, the physical it's so easy to move the physical then.
I love that term. I was explaining this to my girlfriend of exactly what you're saying. It's like when you can fine tune yourself to all. I just, if you're working on, let's just say love, people want to deal with love. If you can fine tune yourself to all these type of energies, like you said, even on a physical level, you can pit all the stuff up. And then on a mental level, you can be adorning yourself in certain things and mental thoughts. Then when you want love, love will come, and I'm just using love, but you can use all this stuff.
Right.
It could be for just the spirit of a warrior. Like you was talking about that, Laura. Oh yeah, I to talk about it now because I'm not the best texter, but like I tap into that all the time. When I go to work, I be like, I'm gonna go to work, and I tap into like I use horse because that's an archetype in my head, and I'm gonna stick with works, but I go in there, I'm like, yo, and that's just the whole mental thing aspect when you can tap into it, and like it's just so much thing applying with the NLP. Like I'm like, damn, why am I walking with my head down?
Yeah.
And that's just such a habit of what we built from humankind, what we do now. It's like, wow. And I'm like, these slight things that I'm like doing, I'm like just doing power poses for the whole, I'm like a walk works. I don't live far. So just doing stuff like that. And then I get in there and like I said earlier, you walk into, I'm like, why am I so? And then it's very funny because when I don't do it and I realize people are like instantaneously recognize. They're like, you good? I'm like, yeah, I'm just chilling. But when it's very interesting where you can tap into these archetypes. It's a very, and this is why I love the Kabbalah, because that's where once I get more hang of it, it's going to be game on, because you got to master, you have the key to learning how. Thank you, Travis, once again for just showing us. Like I say thanks so much throughout my day. I just be like, wow, this is like an all to have all this.
You're tuning yourself to gratitude when you do stuff like that, saying thank you all the time. I have this ritual where I try to say thank you 1,000 times a day. And I start off my day with it, and I make a post and I speak it every time I type it out. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And 40 days is an alchemical process. That's an alchemical change when you do it for 40 days. So I made a challenge to myself to say thank you 1,000 times in a day for 40 days. And the shift of gratitude, it comes, it happens. And you were talking about power poses, standing in with certain mudras in your hand and in power poses, holding your energy. It's funny because the people that are into conspiracy and believe that the pyramid is an evil symbol, and people that have certain hand mudras or standing there with the pyramid on their hand, like their hands together in a pyramid, that it's evil. They don't realize these are power positions, and it's so funny how things like that can destabilize the most fragile of mind. The people that are just fearful of like things they don't understand. And all I could say is that these practices are here for your good, for your benefit. And it's fantastic that you do these things, because they can only continue to lift you up. And I recommend getting into a ritualistic practice every day of either Patwashuddhi, Bij mantras, the lesser banishing, the the Kabbalah cross, and then like the middle pillar, something, whatever, find something or do all of them. I'm telling you, if you do it every single day and you visualize daily and you work, and just doing that in general, just doing that alone is going to make major change in your life, in your physical life and in your spiritual life and all the spiritual work you do. Because there's something happening on the real level, the spiritual level. It's not just the physical things. It's something on many levels reaching you. It's something is happening for you.
It's subtle. It's like it's coming subtle to gross, and I think that's what people fail to realize. It's what they call we know what it is. It's our whole generation. What they say, the instant gratification. They want that so quick, and that's the gross aspect of it. But when it's like you apply to just the slightest thing, and if you apply a whole bunch of slight things, you will get the grossness at the end in the physical if you want it like that.
And and to be honest, is you quickly experience shifting when you're doing it, and you're doing it every day. It quickly makes a change. You will feel just by the second day of doing the middle pillar, you don't understand how you're like, damn, I just feel good. I just feel centered. And then by a month later, you've done all these other rituals and it's been a constant. There's a major change. You look back and like, damn, this is so, I was in a way different place a month ago. So much has changed. It might be subtle over each time you do it, subtle, but each time you get to the next one, something more happens. You're going to build up to where you get the spiritual gifts start, really coming out even stronger. The cities, they're going to be strong, but you're not doing it for those. You're doing it for spiritual liberation, but these come and then you get people who stop once they get these spiritual gifts and they stay stuck at that.
Didn't they actually talk about in the book something that it was popped in my head? He's saying something about the cities, and I forgot where. I know I took a note on one of these books I have printed out, but I think he was talking about. I gotta find it. But he was saying something even about that, like where when you start practicing, you start to attain these cities.
Yes.
Because I think, and that's where it comes to when it's like the non-attachment. Because once you go, I remember, I gotta find this. Because that's where it gets to the Brahman. You know what I mean? I'm sure I'm botching that. I gotta look at it. But it's the four. I can't. These are words. I gotta really learn how to pronounce them. But the four Mutabrayas, and he's talking about the first one, and he's saying, I gotta find this page because I was like, wow, that's. You always say, we want these cities. I was like, yeah. And then he said, well, once we get to this, it's like once you are all that you are, everything. That's what I'm saying. Everything does line up at that point, and you have everything. Because it's like if I have it, that's why I'm loving this shit. Because it's like if you have it, you have it. You don't have it. Are you okay with that? And I'm saying if you're okay with it, it's okay. It is. Be at peace. And in that little bubble where you can think at, I find very sattvic in my own mind. It's a state of like, it's these stories. I love them. I'm very metaphorical type of person. I'm realizing, even with the fish, he talks about the unifish and the 1 point. It's just all very. If you can, everybody. I hope everybody who's listening get these freaking books. Just read them. They're only like less than 100 pages. These stories in there. Just read the stories. If you can't even want to read it, just find the pages with the stories. And I think you can get enough from those at itself,
And even if you can, something that I like to do, because a lot of us are super busy. So if you can find them in audiobooks, play them while you're doing other work or while you're driving or whatever. Like if you can find the audiobooks in these things, do it. I recommend it. I recommend it highly. I know there's a lot of Manly Pete Hall has a ton of audiobooks. Israel Regardi also has a ton of the audiobooks. So, those things can help us too if we can find them. Some of the yoga books may be harder to find, but they're out there.
I think a key that both of you guys were saying on the importance of practicing the ritual that we've gone over a lot is part of that self-realization is realizing that none of this is you. So if you expect change, but going into it with the same identity that you've been identifying with up to this point, the same archetype you've been playing, that change isn't going to happen. Because part of doing these rituals and part of evoking all this energy is because you are the myth. Like that is, so when we channel these different aspects of self, it's because those are us as well. That is part of the myth. We are the mythology. We are the archetypes.
We are, absolutely. Just like that thing I was talking about with the foolish fish, that meditation of the expansion of the mind, realizing that there is nothing outside of us. It's the same.
Right. Like you play these different roles. And as part of that liberation, you are becoming the actor that knows it's a play, that knows that it's made up.
Yeah.
You're the watching the TV screen, knowing that these monsters aren't real, that none of this is real, that they're actors. And that's where the entertainment comes in. That's where you're looking for. So that's the importance of this regular practice, because you have to remind yourself, as Christian said earlier, this, matter realm is very, very good at concealing the truth. It's a really great stage.
Yeah. So, and let's take the metaphor all the way. If this is a show and then you begin to become aware of this show, like Truman Show, what that would also imply is that there are other shows, countless shows, even shows yet to be written and designed. So it's all on your level of capability. At some level, people will realize that it's a show and maybe have some kind of panic attack. At another level, people will realize that this is a show. Well, let me modify my character so that I can, get what I want. And then at another level, people will realize, hey, this is just a show. Well, I don't like this show. Let me make this a different show altogether. Right? They start changing things at a massive level. So it really depends on your level of capability, capacity.
Yeah. Yep. The awareness of, it's really down to the awareness and your mental capacity of how you deal with these things. And I want to say that the level of panic or joy you experience is really related to, or neutrality is really related to your level of awareness. Because when you don't know or understand something, you panic more. You don't understand it. What does it mean? But this is what these rituals do. They open your mind up so you understand more, you see more, you get it now. Oh, this is what it means. And then you don't have all these stipulations and attachments to what you think things have to be. Someone cut my flower.
That's what this is really all about. That's what the internal growth, the inner engineering, the spiritual evolution and all that stuff. You're not going to become anything, right? You're not going to become an Superman, right? You already are that. What's happening is that you're realizing yourself. See, we don't know who we are. Somebody said a great quote, Myron Golden, I don't remember it exactly, but he was talking about how if you're having money struggles and financial issues, 100% of the time it has to do with you not realizing who you are, right?
Ooh, I like that.
I'm trying to remember it exactly, but basically he said that having is based upon doing, right? What you have is based on what you do, but doing is based upon being. What you do is based on who you believe that you are, meaning that the definition that you have for your character right now is going to limit the capabilities and the capacity.
Ooh, yes.
So if I believe that I'm just some black guy in Georgia, by default, I've limited my possibilities, my capabilities. But if I believe what I actually believe that I am, I have no limits, except maybe time. And even still, finding ways to bypass. So you're literally limited to what you believe and how you define yourself.
It's so true. Yeah. And sometimes we need to be reminded by that. Sometimes we might have all this insight and then forget something small like that, or it seems small, but it's actually profound.
Right. And this is where we also, I think in yoga, they stress so much about being aware of the mind and of the thoughts that are occurring, of those expressions and where the emotions go. Because when you tune into how you feel on a regular basis, identifying with this archetype that you've been living, right? Then you'll know where you are pushing out this prana, where you are actually putting this energy. What are you doing? Whereas, and which gives you then the capacity to know what you're doing, where you're directing your energy, and then how to change that. It's not slowing down the flow of movement. That's not ever what any yoga practice was about. It was about becoming aware of the movement and then directing the flow.
Yes. Yep. You know what's interesting? I was thinking the other day, I'm glad I'm on here. I'm glad you asked me to come on, Trav, because I wanted to tell you this. I was doing for the millionth time the lesser banishing ritual and then the middle pillar. And you know how you reconstruct the energy and you put it up and coming down through Kether and down to Malkuth, and you circulate it around the body, and then you come from Malkuth and back up to Kether.
Yes.
And in that moment, I said, holy shit, I got goosebumps because I immediately thought of He-Man and She-Ra. And I thought to myself, holy shit, this is He-Man and She-Ra. This is the middle pillar. This is I have the power. This is literally what that is. And I'm like, I was so like into that as a kid. And it's like, I thought about we leave these little secrets behind so we can remember who we are again. And just in He-Man and She-Ra, that it's there, that, you know, that I have the power part when they hold the sword up and they say I have the power, and it's the one pillar of light that comes in and then it circles around them. It's the same damn thing as this middle pillar exercise. And I'm like, this is crazy. It's everywhere for us when we could see it. As a kid, we, you know, it just, hey, this is just some cool anime. This is some cool cartoon. I love it. I love what it is. I don't know what it means yet. But I'm like, I wonder who, then I think to myself, the creators of it, I wonder if they were into Hermeticism, and I wonder if they were into Kabbalah. It's just interesting. And even if they weren't, because people play out their mythology, these things play out without people realizing it. I just find it so interesting.
That's another very, very important point. I don't want to change the subject too hard, but what you said is very crucial. MC Maestro brought that up on Thursday. I didn't understand what he meant, but I get it now because you said it. I get it. The middle pillar and I have the power, like, yeah, same thing. But the important thing also to take consideration, besides what you said, another important thing is that these patterns exist. It's not always about a group of old men somewhere, let's destroy the world and make them go. It's not always about that. There's patterns that exist and they're going to play themselves out. That's what this mythology is about. It's not like a bunch of people in Greece wrote stories about gods on a mountain. They were conveying the patterns that they saw. Please understand, this is how this stuff works. People like to say, oh, I don't trust the Bible because some man somewhere wrote it. Like, come on, expand your brain just a little bit. It's not about some man just wrote it. These were people who were, they're not like you or anyone that you've ever met and probably ever will meet. These people were different in that they were dedicated to the service, to the spirit, to the consciousness. And what they did was they purified themselves to be able to see clearly these same patterns that we've been talking about. These patterns will exist no matter how ignorant humanity is. These patterns exist without us. As a matter of fact, we are an expression of these patterns. So anyone can really sit down and begin to analyze them. It doesn't take anyone special. Just like we were saying last night, if you look hard enough, you're going to find numerology in everything, right? You can break down the Will Smith, Chris Rock slap and see, well, he was this year's old and this was how many months away from this. Like, yeah, that all adds up. Yeah. That's not saying that it was an Illuminati event. Honestly, you can you can apply this to everything because all of reality is an expression of these patterns. Yep. So that
it's all patterns. It's all mathematical patterns.
That right there should hopefully get somebody off of the foolishness, because it is entertainment. It is entertaining, but you're not growing if you're just hey, did you guys hear about what they're doing now and how it connects to, like, you're not going to go too far.
Or the clones. Everyone talks. This is something I deal with. Oh, I was dealing with, not anymore, but people were talking about, oh, this is a clone. This is a clone. I'm like, look, I'm not saying that cloning might not happen, but this is because of nakshatra. And let me show you why. And I would show them and they'd be like, wow. And then someone new would come in and say, no, they're clones. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Let me explain to you. This is a nakshatra thing. If I'm like, I know it from an untrained person, it seems very crazy. These people look so much alike. I get it. And things are, you're creative and your mind wants to say that there is this thing happening. I get it. But there's a mathematical expression. This is a reason. There's a mathematical reason for this.
Yes.
And I can show you what it is if you just take a minute to look. Just like there's this whole new thing where everyone's completely obsessed with the secret transgender people in Hollywood. They, saying that Megan Fox and what's her name? Sandra Bullock are men, really. And then it's like, look, there's even a spiritual aspect to this, a mathematical aspect to this as well, including science. Some people are just born with a little more testosterone in their body. And so, like, it looks like an Adam's apple on a real thin woman, but it's not an Adam's apple. Or they have the bone structures a little more strong. But people, they want to believe the lie instead. So they don't go looking into the science. So they don't go looking for the debunk, They rather hear the sensationalism. But what sucks is that like the science behind these things and like the astrology are so much more answers, and it's fulfilling to know and have an answer to why these things are, instead of to just make these things up and cause further confusion.
Right.
But this is something I'm understanding that we can't control, and people will come to their own understanding in their time. I mean, this is that whole, the fear-based mind. It's all fear-based, and they'll say, I'm not fearful. I'm not saying fearful is in like steps. You could be fearful and not even realize it. It doesn't mean like you're fearful, someone's chasing you, killing you. Fearful because you may be wrong, or fearful because you don't know something and you don't really want to do the work to find out the truth. Like fearful is levels of that, you know what I mean? And it's
Even
unfortunate.
Being afraid of not knowing something, that's a fear too. And I say that because a lot of people have a horrible habit of projection, right? If they don't know the answer to something, they're going to assume it or make some shit up and run with it as if that was the truth. I was talking to
so weird.
A young lady the other day, and it's like she didn't have the answer, so she was making stuff up like, oh well, that means that you don't like me and da 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 da. It's like, did I say that? Did anyone say that? No. Like, you literally just made that up on the spot, and you added emotion to it, and you're running with that. So many of us have a horrible habit of doing that, not realizing that every time we do that, we get further and further cemented into the quicksand of illusion.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. I catch stuff like that with my son sometimes, who is just turned 15. And I'm like, Gino, did you make that up, or are you for sure about that? He was like, well, I know, I think that's what it might mean. I said, I'm going to get to this now before it gets out of hand. I'm like, you don't want to just guess. If you want to know, look into it, find out before you tell people an answer. It's better to say, I don't know, let me find out, instead of telling them something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if I were to tell you things incorrect, wouldn't that bother you? Because the next person you tell and they tell you you're wrong, or that you're confusing them, or that it's incorrect, that's going to be upsetting, right? You want to give people the right information. And if you don't have the right information, that's okay. Just tell them you don't know.
Here's the thing, that's an awful habit, and it can start to develop into a personality. So here you are, just assuming shit all the time like it's regular. And here's the worst part. You get into some spirituality, and now you think that that's called intuition. You think because you can make something up and run with it and force it to make sense, now you think you got some kind of special intuition powers. And then when you get across some real knowledge, you're going to throw it away because it doesn't fit with your fucked up patchwork intuition.
Yeah.
Nice, Travis.
No, I know what you're saying. I know it. And you know what's funny is, and they get very upset when someone who is bullshitting comes across someone who knows the information. It usually turns into like, oh, and it just makes you feel bad for them. So it's just like, and then you could just tell there's like the whole entire, you're like trying to cuddle their ego so they don't get hurt too much. The best thing I just try to do is I go, okay. And nowadays I just say, okay, cool. Yeah. All right. And just let it go. But like, hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. So, yeah, but I know what you're saying, and that's just a terrible habit to get in. And it's just something I've always wondered why, because especially in nowadays, it is easy to check up when someone's bullshitting or lying. Very easy. Why would you want to just spread incorrect information? You're going to get called out.
Why? But then again, and I don't believe these people do it on purpose for the most part. They're just so used to thinking like that they believe that's how everyone thinks, right?
Yeah.
If people don't know the answer and they make something up, then of course they're going to assume that this is normal.
Yeah.
Can I just attest to even what y'all saying, because I brought it up, and the whole fish story is what you're talking about. The multi-wit. It's literally, I gotta jump in and say it. I'm like, let me just get in, because they were talking about the one fish was like, like it was a one fish called multi-fish, multi-wit, and other fish was uni-wit, and then they had the frog, and it was just so funny because they're all like, yeah, I got all this, I know all this, I know all this, and the other fish was like, yeah, I can do all this too, and the frog's like, yeah, okay, I know the fisherman is coming, I know, no,
He said it.
yeah, he fucking said it, like. So then the frog dipped, and like he said, like he got to like do his thing after that. I just want to keep the story.
I read that paragraph again, and the frog left. I'm like, well, he's not a fish. Why'd he leave? And I read it again. It said the fisherman caught all the creatures in the ocean. So they caught the fishes and the frogs and everything else. But yeah, that's exactly a good example. They heard.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I said that also made me bring up too when they said that even if we have all these different types of information, we can have 1,000, 1,000,000. They said 1,000,000 different things that we know. He said, oh, the fish can swim in circles really quick. Then the guy who had a little bit more refined, he just knows 100 more things. You know, then there's the person, we'll say person, who focused on one thing, one study, perfected it with, like you will say, one pointed focus. And he worked on it and studied, and then he got something out of it. You know what I mean? I think that's where, like you said, like you also bring up a lot of times, is that we tend to jump around in what we like to study, and we could just pick something and hold on to it. Because I'm pretty sure if you study it enough, you'll find it's multi-layered. You know
It is. Yeah.
Another nuance with that story with those fish, right? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm just going to swim in a bunch of circles and I'm going to wiggle my tail real fast and cloudy up the water. They're looking at it from such a limited perspective. They don't even grasp. What's happening, right? So this is another thing about faith and confidence and trust. Those fishes had a limited reality. All they knew was water stuff. They didn't realize that there were people that live outside of the water who throw a net into the water to grab them out of the water, take them, cook them, and eat them. Like that doesn't cross their minds. They're thinking from where they are. That's why the Bible says, lean not upon thy own understanding, but trust in the Lord with all thy heart. Now, what that means is there's some shit you don't know. So accept that and understand when the stuff you don't know is present and let it be. Don't jump to fucking conclusions and don't make something up just because you don't want to be sitting in uncertainty for a couple of minutes or hours or days or it doesn't matter how long. If you don't know, wait till you know. Right? There's a lot of stuff I don't know. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Nope. You finish what you're saying, Trav.
When it's time to know the answer, it will come to you. You can't rush it or squeeze it out. Just like there's some other things you can't squeeze out till it's ready to come out.
Sorry, I'm gross.
What were you thinking?
I don't know. Some of the flesh in me.
Yes. I wanted to share this. I thought this was hilarious in synchronicities. I think a lot of us have issues because we're somewhat products of our environment, right? Like we're raised in Western atmosphere. And so getting into these practices and making the assumptions and all that kind of stuff, it's definitely very alive and well in our experience here in the Western realm to not listen, to not take the time to be observant when performing practices or working on types of alignment or anything like that. And this is off the beaten trail, but I just wanted to share this because I just thought this was like such a funny moment for that. So I belong to a Facebook expat group in Colombia, right? Because Colombia is the next place that I want to try to explore. And I asked how, and I said very specifically, right now, this is a post. I've written it out. So you could even reread this, okay? And it said, I'm looking at how to transfer my license as a massage therapist. I am having issues with finding clear sources on how that procedure goes. Does anyone know about this? And all of the comments, I just read the comments that I've gotten, all of them have been about how much I'm not going to make, and
Oh God.
this business I'm going to have, and all about price. And I was like, I don't know how to be more clear to anyone here without sounding extremely rude that I'm not
Right.
asking about price. I'm not asking about all these other things. And I think, and for me, it was kind of funny because this relates to general mentality when we try to progress spiritually as well. Like
Mhm.
when you're facing yourself, you have to learn how to listen, like listen, read, become observant first. Awareness, so crucial. Be aware of a situation. Is it you that is speaking louder in here than the person who's talking to you? You know, like what is going on actually? And I think that a lot of people, especially in this Western realm, have this issue because it is so supported. That scattered mindedness, that you know, the not listening and just overriding people with your opinions. I think that is very well
Yep,
supported.
opinions. And the other thing is they're just literally giving you their limitations. They don't know what you got planned or set up or your talent or skills. They don't know, but they're going to tell you what they can't do. And they are the ones that won't be able to do something like that. Not you.
They get mad when you don't take that, you don't take the little 2 cents.
Yeah.
What'd you ask? I didn't ask that. You didn't even answer it.
I didn't ask about any of that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't deal with Facebook much anymore. Like, I mean, I guess outside of my group, like you see that, I seem to see that everywhere. That kind of behavior.
Yeah, it's I don't know what that sound is, but do y'all hear
Whoa.
that? That is intense.
Yeah, I hear it. It sounds like police scanner or something.
Yeah, are we being tapped? Oh, guys, we broke the matrix.
See, we were talking about the Illuminati. Oh no.
Even if, so what?
Right.
Talking Facebook, we're about to be shut down.
Oh man.
Oh,
But-
how about now? You still hear it?
No.
No, I think we're good. But yeah, I think focusing and being observant is a really big hurdle on just on the basic mental realm that a lot of people have. Introducing them to things like spirituality where they have to get vulnerable and you have to admit that you don't know shit and you have to focus on one thing.
That's so hard. It's just like sit there, and I love it because you tell them just sit there, and like when I would try to tell people meditate, just sit there. And that's when it sounds very cliche when you tell people because it's already like a notion in their head already. But just sit, just relax, don't do nothing, just sit and just enjoy it. And you see people so disgruntled. And I'm like,
yeah, they're like, I got shit to do. I don't want to just sit here. I got something I want to do.
Yeah.
Isn't there a demon you can summon or something?
Yeah. And the thing is
I understand all that, but what color candle do I use?
right.
I get all that yoga stuff. I get all that astrology stuff. You know, yeah, that's cool. But what color crystal do I need?
Yeah.
And it's funny because, like when I think last chat we were on, they even said like we said, most people didn't even get past the first stage. You're not even at the third where you ain't really even starting to get to becoming Dharashtra, like you're saying. And I think that in that part, having that critical analysis part, it comes in what the people don't have also in the Western world, somewhere lost somewhere. It's like things that are missing that were supposed to be there. And that's sad. Like, and this is very interesting.
Stuff like that happens on like the things that are missing out of that stuff is done on purpose because what happens is it keeps the fool from fucking up. It keeps the fool from causing damage to themselves or other people. Because once you get to that point, if you've really done the work, you know what comes next. You know the things that were put in there incorrectly on purpose, and you know what comes next. You have to do the work. There is no shortcuts. You have to do the work, and you'll never be able to really cause yourself harm because there's blockage in there for that, for people that just mess around and just dabble and don't commit.
Even as we learned most recently, and that's exactly right. A lot of this, it's a grace. It's a grace that these steps are left out. It's a grace that we have to dig and find this information. That's good. Yeah. Because we know that when you first take the step onto the spiritual path, you're going to hit the 30-second path, the world. And this is where your stuff's going to get turned upside down. And you're going to have to face all the elements that surround you, right?
Yep.
Most people cannot handle that. It's too scary. And even if you manage to get past that, you're going to make it to the Tower card, which Kristen was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
When you embark upon this path and take it seriously, you will start having some things shake up. And that's your test. Are you going to go back to the full state of ignorance? Are you going to run back to where you used to be? Or are you going to overcome this? And then once this is overcome, as we learned last night, you're going to make it to the judgment card, or the justice card. This is where you're going to start to be able to sit on the throne of balance. And you see that sword that represents Gyan, that represents intellect, discernment, right? Becoming the observer. But you got to be still first. You got to get through whatever chaos may come and be still and observe it.
Yes.
Not take it personal. Get through it.
Yep. The goal is to get towards to the end, to the world card. And it takes some discipline and some being calm and stable and silent.
Mm-hmm.
Neutral, being as they have in here, it's one of the upper layer levels. There's acceptance, there's willingness, there's acceptance, and then after that there's reason, and then after that there's love, joy, and then we have peace, and then finally enlightenment. So it's we're talking about right now, we're talking about, to me it sounds like just getting to the point, to the stage of willingness and acceptance, and then but there's always going to be levels after that, right? And so when something happens, there's neutrality within acceptance, that you want to sort of become your new automatic response instead of
because everything is happening for you, not to you.
Right. And even just the acceptance that shit's gonna fucking happen. Like
it's all right.
Like we're all a bunch of vibrating particles bouncing off of each other more than trillions and trillions of times, are reappearing and disappearing. Like, you think that you're never going to bump into something?
Right.
Of course you are.
What's happening in the background there also? What's actually going on is that you're observing that you have a pattern of behavior, and what you're doing now is you're adopting a new pattern of behavior. That's all we ever do. That's what these practices and these meditations are. They're meant to instill a new pattern of behavior, because like you said, the automatic responses kick in, right? Well, how do you change that? You got to change it at the fundamental level, at the pattern level.
Mm.
Yes, exactly. At the fundamental level, the pattern.
So I keep having this thought, and as we go deeper into these books, I'm gaining a better way to explain this. I'm just gonna get it out now because it's a basis thought, and since Tatma Shooty, it came up because she brought it in my head, and now I'm starting to just piece this stuff together. And it gets a little quantum-ish, like, so I like the quantum physics and all that shit. So dealing with these patterns, I'm just trying to get it all together, you know. We are changing ourselves in slightly mannerisms, right? We can see ourselves, like I said, we have these patterns. We're only changing ourselves to see ourselves in a different state of light. I want to be this, say, you know, or whatever. Your lawful goal. That is a spot in your brain that is there, right? That is it's an archetype. It's something that you see yourself. And I'm pretty sure, depending on how much thought people have put on it, it could be as much detail as it has. It could, you know, however much detail you want to put on it. Now, bringing up with the D-Wave experiment and saying how we don't put thought into something or prana, energy, consciousness, all this stuff into a pattern of yourself. So now I'm going with the thought of, okay, I want to be Bob the candlestick maker or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not there yet, though. I'm just lawfully Bob. There is a part of you, or I like to say a dimension of you. Like that's why I say, you gotta go watch that movie. It's very easy to explain everything, everywhere, everything all at once. And I love how they express that in that movie. Because there's all this thing we were talking about, how she's tapping into, she ain't doing nothing big. She was just tapping to, oh, there's this one aspect of a talent that she could do. It was just a talent that we all have in us. Anybody can do martial arts, right? It's something that can be taught. It's something that can be trained. Something that can be honed like a knife. It's something that can be trained, but she's tapping into this with practice. Oh, and I don't say it's a fine line, but like through meditation, I'm realizing you can tap into these subtle layers of yourself. Oh, okay. Yep. So like, oh, I'm tapping to the people. I want more love. Oh, they want all this. Well, sit there and you can tap into that part of love in you. It's there. It's lying there. Maybe you got to brush it off a little bit, but there's an archetype of you loving you. It might be blocked through a lot of veils, we'll say, but there is something. And it was funny in the movie. She tapped into it, and it's not love with anything. And then the whole point, it became a singularity because it's all you at one time. It's like Brahman at that point. Because it's like, why can't I be all this at all once?
And you know are.
What I mean? Yeah, that's the whole point.
And a good way to, that's disgusting. A good way
I don't know how to express it, but really, it's just very interesting.
To get things like, well, a good way to get things like love or whatever is, if you want more love, then you need to love more. Mm-hmm. You need to put out love. If there's some kind of lack, and that's the thing, is when we come from a point of I need or I want, it's telling the universe.
I was coming from a more of an eternal end point of love, right.
But that's saying that you don't have. When you say you want something, that says you don't have it, so you need to give it. Once you give it, that's saying that you have so much you can give it away. So you get it, and you get it in space. Okay.
I think another thing Malik was kind of tapping into a bit was what they talked about when in the yoga books. I know they talk about in mind management, Raja Yoga, but then I'm pretty sure they also talk about it in Jnana maybe, but they were discussing going into that Chitta realm, right? And we have like the God form, and we have all these different forms that, because Chitta is a storehouse. And from there, you can access memories or experiences that other people existing have. That's where they say, like, there's already another you in a parallel universe kind of thing. Like, there's another, right. It's within that Chitta realm that you can tap into and experience those experiences.
Okay. So that's like pretty much saying then, like, well, all that quantum talk, everybody, multiverse, cool and all. So that's just saying that, and I love how they're like you say, we're living in our archetype that like where everything's playing itself out in reality, how they're even expressing that. I find that very interesting because it's like, well, that's the inner way of tapping to something, you know, like we're tapping into, they're trying to show it in a movie, and I'm reading it in the book, and I'm applying both of them. I'm like, wow, we can really tap into something that's already lying dormant. That's the whole quantum inside of you, like, or we can just say, people say, as above, so below, you know.
It's not even really dormant, though. I would say that
it's already there. Yeah,
because it's already acting. It's all, if you thought about it, it's already there.
Yep.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm saying from the people, from the lack of people coming from the lack of not understanding it. Because I'm saying I understand this, I can talk about it, because I'm like, I'm learning to understand, I should say, because every day I'm working with this, and I'm like, to be able to even sit there and pull it, because we all have this quality, but there's qualities that you say, I want to do better in yourself, and that's where I'm saying it's already there. It's just the quantum aspect of, I say, how at least I understand it,
Yep.
of yourself, that you're pulling out to the forwardness to express outwards. It's, yes, it's there, but how are we expressing? Maybe
You
it's
got to
like,
align with it. That
and
reality
that's
is
where you,
already there.
yeah,
You're just aligning with that reality.
and
Basically, they
that's
call
what I
that
meant.
quantum jumping. Yeah.
Yep, and that's what I was talking about. That's just, this is it. Yep, and this is exactly where it's saying, can we do this on a conscious level when we want to?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is where the state of mind is. I think we're heading to, where people who are tapping into it, or like, people who are doing the studies and the works are getting. I'm at least peeping some of this stuff happening.
Right. And everyone's going to experience it in their way, in a different way, and different times and all that. But depending on wherever you're at and other people are at, they're going to, these things are capable. Things are possible to happen. You can have anything could really happen, anything. And it's all up to the level of your awareness. They say when you have a golf ball size awareness of something, and someone has a baseball size awareness of something, they're going to be they might have two of the same experiences going on, but one's going to experience it in a little more of in a more expanded way. And then you got someone with a watermelon size understanding of it. Then they're going to experience it in an even deeper level, and it just keeps going and going. So there is no limits. There is no limits. Remember, nothing is outside of us, and we are limitless. So there are no limits except for what we believe. And that's why, it takes lifetimes sometimes. And that's where karma and inner alchemy and help us to live long enough with enough favor so we can reach liberation in this lifetime. So we don't have to, lose memory and come back and start all over again. But,
Kristen, you were talking, when you say that, it makes me think of sex, because I know recently you were talking a lot about sex and sharing the energy and what kind of effect that can have on you. Like, remember you made a post about that?
I think she accidentally just left.
Oh. When she says that, it makes me think about what we call sin or any activity, right? Sex to someone with a golf ball size level of awareness is going to be limited inherently to just a primal animal thing of pleasure. Yet someone with a baseball sized level of awareness, it'll be a different experience. And someone with a watermelon sized level of awareness, sex will be a different experience. Now, of course, it's going to be the same thing physically, but the interpretation and the experience of the situation is going to be on multiple levels. And that kind of helps me understand what Swami Satchisangananda said about how no activity or thing in itself is evil or impure. It's all about how we take it.
Yeah, that's exactly like in Power versus Force, where they talk about it's how you perceive it. It's how, there's nothing outside of you that actually creates anything within you. It is only your perception of it, your awareness of it. Because everything here has limited movement. Everything here has a limitation, but you are limitless.
When you think about vibrations and frequencies and all that jazz, science tells us that because the vibration or frequency or whatever, I'm talking in general now, I don't mean like vibration from the Pleiades, I mean like any vibration, like vibration out the speakers. If a frequency wave or any type of movement of energy like that, of energy through space, if that has nothing to stop it, it goes on indefinitely, forever, right? If there's no air particle, vacuum of space, they say, a frequency can travel forever until it hits something, right? This is how we communicate over long distance. The satellites and stuff, that's not really how it works. That's just for show. What they actually do is they shoot that frequency up at a specific level of the atmosphere and it bounces back down, right? This is what the Navy ships have perfected when they travel across the waters. They're shooting those beams across left and right. So outside of a medium, the frequencies go forever. But as long as they're inside of a medium, it's going to be impeded. It's going to be slowed down. It's going to be distorted. It's going to be imperfect unless the source of that vibration continues to push it out. So likewise, in your life, when you're doing these mantras, you're accessing a pure frequency. You're pulling it outside of existence into your existence, and it's going to have an effect. But if it's not kept up, you're going to get a distorted result, right? And likewise, with all of these activities and behaviors in themselves as concepts, they're pure, right? If you think of sex as a concept, it exists somewhere out there. Anything born into this realm has to have sex to continue. Some type of sex, even if it's sex with self and you split into another copy, right? There's some animals who just split themselves into two and share the genetics. That still counts. So to exist in this realm, you have to express sexuality. But the concept of sexuality is out there in consciousness somewhere, in the higher realms. But once that manifests in the material realm, it has to express in a limited way. So we have to split into male and female in order to do it, right? The tree of life, Kether has to split into Chakma and Bina just to continue the show. But that's not their perfect form. That's Kether being inside of manifestation. So you have to look at life as levels. The things that you're doing in your life right now are expressions of vibrations and frequencies and patterns. Everything that you do your whole life is an expression of a pattern. And if you're not aware of it, you are bound to that pattern indefinitely. But when you do become aware of it, just like what Alora said with the TV show, you now have the option to turn the channel, to tweak the show, to do whatever you want, because you can grab a hold of the frequency and you can change it, tweak it, manipulate it. But if you don't know nothing about it, you have no hope to do anything about it, unless by the grace of God, you fall into this kind of wisdom, which we all pretty much did. But truly, even us falling into this wisdom is a result of a pattern that has been going on long before we can fathom. There's no telling how many times we've been together having these discussions through eternity.
Oh, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that the other day, about like how I just had a funny thought where it was like, I was ending a past life and I was like, if only I just had 30 more years. And then it's like, in this lifetime, here I am, Like, what if we do that each lifetime? Like, next time, I think I'm going to add an additional 20 years to this studying thing.
Soul contract. That's called a soul contract. Like, I don't really like to talk about things that could be misinterpreted as woo, but in this case, I mean, that's a soul contract. Some of the things that we say, we make contracts unaware, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man, we got to hang out sometime. Yeah, definitely, man. We got to hang out sometime. You just made a contract. You just set a vibration into motion. Y'all two agreed on that. And whether or not it manifests, I mean, you still made a contract and you're still breaking it. So it is very important to watch what you say, right? I'm really taking myself out of calling things shit, right? Yeah, like all my books and shit. Like I'm pulling myself out of saying that. And I encourage everyone else to do that too. Because as a word itself, what is shit? It's just a word. But you got a concept of shit, right? You're thinking of that stuff that you push out of your body into the toilet. That's not a good thing to call your things. It's not a good thing to call your property or your body or anything like that. You gotta watch what we say.
I think, and to add on to that too, what I started, when I'm getting myself back into the habit of, which I think is a good habit to retain as well, is describing things as they happened and not adding those extra adjectives that aren't necessary. So for example, like they were like, man, and then he came up to me and started talking like this kind of shit, instead be like, this guy came over and started talking to me about this subject, and taking all of the emotional adjectives out of it. So then you can really see it for what it is. You can come at it from a neutral viewpoint, because that is key, being impeccable with your word, because you are continuously putting spells out there, making agreements that then reside within your pattern.
And probably the most important part of this is it's not so much like, oh, you have to do it this way and you got to do this, because you can do it however you want to do it, right? You can choose to do it that way that you just said. For me, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to take the attachment away from it. I gave an example last night when I walked up the stairs for my meditation. I saw the broom handle and it says Mr. Clean on it, and I attached to it. Yeah, I'm Mr. Clean. I'm purified. I'm so shiny and sparkly. But even though that's a good thing, that's still attachment and ego. I'm projecting, right? That's not what the hell it was. It was a freaking mop handle, but I added all kind of shit. Yeah, I added all kind of shit to it. That's a distortion of reality. So for me, what I'm practicing is not doing that, whether it's a positive or negative. I already handled the negative. Now I need to handle the positive and keep myself balanced. But anyways, the important thing that we're talking about here is just being aware of our behavior, just being aware of what you're thinking and how you're thinking and what you're doing. Be aware. That's the easy way to get out of these patterns that you don't like. Be aware what triggered it. What's the follow-up? You looked at the woman or the man and you had an impulse. What came next? Because you can't stop looking at something and being attracted. You can't stop that. But what did you do afterwards? Did you follow up? Did you take an action and plant a seed? What did you, when somebody said something to you and it pissed you off? I think I posted I posted a video of me doing this meditation pose, and someone's like, "Oh, this man wearing an anklet. I'm done with this guy, right? He's gonna stop following me because of an anklet." So
Oh my God.
my first reaction was, "Oh, I gotta say something back." But then it's like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Bye. Yeah.
whenever the impulse hits, what do you do next? That's what's important.
Uh-huh.
That's true. I mean, even I just laughed at that. But what if I were to take even just that out of it? All of a sudden it ceases to exist. I think we've talked about that before between ourselves, where it was, if you're having these negative experiences or any type of experience, if you choose to focus on it, it's going to expand. Like it's going to itself back into your realm, because that is an agreement, right? So when you decide to make it neutral and focus on all the other things, expand your awareness, expand your sphere of availability of what other things are playing a part, then what ends up happening is whatever initially occurred is now neutralized. It no longer has a power in the same sense that it did when it first happened. So something negative doesn't have to reside in your mind as something negative all the time. In fact, it can be completely forgotten. Like there's so much power in building that more broader awareness, that bigger picture there, and neutralizing all that energy. And what the yogis have mastered is not just the negative, but the positive experiences as well, because as Trav said, they recognize that is also an agreement that they're making that then adds to their karmic responses, that adds to these different patterns, which then keeps them bound here to continue playing this game.
On page 64, that hitting on that stuff too, where when I got it, I was like, "Oh, that's some NLP buzz right there." When they're talking about the fan, and I read it down when I was reading it. It made me think of when Snyder was talking about, like, when we're like, just doing day-to-day stuff, that our observations don't catch everything. It's like, I forgot the statistic he gave over it, but like, if we're just staring at this wall, right now we're focused on our phone litter, and this is what we're paying attention to. Right now I have my dogs in front of me, the birds are chirping. These are all these other nuances that are happening that I'm not paying attention to. But right now, somebody told me, I can be like, I noticing these, all these other things that are happening. And it made me, what you was even talking about, like what you think about expands and whatnot. So like the object oriented victories, you know what I mean? Like when we're focused on these certain things and doing that's what happens to a lot of people too, because that's when the non-attachment, detachment comes in. That's where they give you these tools, man. It's kind of like, I love it, but that is very interesting. So, okay, that's why I brought it up too. So now you're saying once we are having this awareness of this, we're trying to change our numbers from saying out of this 10 things that I'm seeing right now, you're building that number up, because they're saying that most people are constantly observing or can observe 3 things at that time. You know what I mean? They can only pay attention to that much data. You know what I mean? Whatever is going around. Now, what we're doing, I was saying, since all this meditation, all this just doing the work, is that data is getting broader and broader, is getting bigger. So we can see, I'm noticing that like Travis says, you can see the patterns, because then you can start to see everything start to piece up. It's very interesting. Thought I had to pop in.
Yeah, like Kristen was saying, you have some people have a golf ball size level of awareness. Some people got a baseball. Some people got a basketball size level of awareness. It continues. Then eventually something has a colossal stadium size level of awareness, right? Something has a planet size level of awareness, right? I think it's on here that I told that story about Brahma when he went to go visit Vishnu. You know what I'm saying? He called in the Brahma from another dimension, another universe. He's like, what? I thought I was the only Brahma. He's like, nah, dude, Brahma is a title. You're not the only Brahma. Then he called another Brahma who had 5 heads. And I was like, whoa, I had 5 heads, but mine was cut off. Well, I guess this one didn't have that problem. Then he called one with 100 heads. Holy shit. Then he called one with 1 billion heads. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, there's different degrees and it doesn't end. The important thing is to be humble and be grateful for what you have.
That makes me think of the story of Rudra. When Rudra was one of the created to go and populate and make the world, and out of the forehead of Brahma was where Rudra was created. Remember, the wailing one, the aggressive one, the crying one. So what's funny is they say it came out of the forehead, or the middle where the eyebrows are. So people with like Ardra tend to have like very distinctive eyebrows, very thick or very sharp eyebrows, because of the mythology with Rudra. Sorry, that just came to my mind when we were talking about the allegory right there.
Patterns playing out.
Yep.
Patterns playing out. And see, with that same type of mindset, I mean, that's how I like to approach the tarot cards as well. Because often what most people, when they get the court cards, they think of a type of person, right? They think that the wands are going to deal with somebody who might be a redhead or pale. If you get the pentacles, that might be a dark-skinned African person, or you know what I'm saying? Like, people like to compare the different types of humans to these court cards, but in truth, it should be looked at more symbolically as the activity of the elementals, right? A fiery natured person, an earthy natured person, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
But even deeper than that, because if you look at the ranks, you can start to see that the page is usually someone who's very inexperienced. Like, say, imagine these are the ranks of these elementals that we're dealing with. So we've got the most unrefined class of the elemental. It's just now beginning. It's very free, doing what it wants, not disciplined whatsoever, reckless, even raw. Then we've got the knights of these families. This is an elemental who has found its path and it's getting started on its journey. It's overcome the little kid stuff. It's broken out of the baby patterns, and now it's taking on larger patterns where it can start to perfect and grow itself, right? Then we've got another rank where the queen, where this elemental has now become established in its nature, right? And it's even gotten a level of mastery. And then finally, when we reach the king level, not only has it been established and gained a level of mastery, but it's now also renowned. And when I say renowned, it's recognized. It's OG, triple OG, right? All of the fire elements know of the king of the elementals, right? Because this is the one that is the most refined. It has made a name for itself with its stability. If you think of it in that way, you'll have an easier time working with these tarot cards. We just kind of covered like 8 different topics there. Tune in next time for the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so sorry, I went on a little digging thing. I think Malik, when you were talking about like diving into experiences or looking from going into that quantum realm, I think that might also there might also be a reference, I know in Jnana Yoga, to pratyahara, which allows you to access the internal realm. Does that sound like it's ringing a bell?
Pratyahara. What was that one again?
It allows you to access the internal realm.
Pratyahara is about sensory withdrawal. So you practice withdrawing the attention from the ears, from the hearing, from the tasting, and all the senses. You withdraw from them, and you focus on what's left.
I'm seeing how that could be applied. I necessarily haven't tried that, but I'm definitely seeing how that could be applied. Trying to see where you come from. I'm trying to piece it together from your question.
No, I was just trying to, because I know earlier you were trying to formulate about the quantum physics realm and like going into, like going. I forgot now. It was like going into an eternal, because we were talking about archetypes, and then going and then using like jumping parallel universes and that kind of stuff. And so then from there, we were talking about accessing Chitta in order to access different experiences that you may or may not have had yet. And like living from that. But then I was thinking maybe it was more of like the pratyahara that you were bringing up, or that was more in relationship to that, where it was like taking yourself out of the role completely of being like a human and instead like going into a whole new experience beyond that.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying to that, and I definitely can say. So, what I was definitely aligned to with more of like setting yourself into an archetype, so the task could be done. Embodying, like, that's why I say use love, because people call for and ask, like Krista said, it's something. That's why I was saying it's something that's inward that needs to be tapped into to be able to draw the archetype out. So like even in martial arts, I would like you said, you put the video up of the person who embodies Goku. Remember that? I didn't watch it because I was like, I totally could understand that already. Did she? I didn't watch it, but my own understanding of it is like she is tapping into an archetype of herself being a warrior at that point. Everybody, if you watch Dragon Ball, is enough detail that she has made her own archetype of her own self. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she even dyed her hair. She dyed her hair blue.
So that's what I said. Perfect. So that's exactly what I was saying. So if you wanted so now she's taking the subtle levels of dyeing hair blue, maybe doing the haircut as Goku, shit, goes to the fight in all orange, watch all the movies, now has her own eternal data memory, Cheetah, about how she feels, at that point. It's kind of hard because it's like a physical thing. I'm not physical, it's also all of a thing, but I'm realizing like at that point you can so that be tapping. So I don't know, would I be, Travis, it's, bro, this is getting really freaky. That's why I gotta learn this Kabbalah shit. Because if I'm not shit, sorry, you're right. This beautiful wonder piece of excrement. I'm not gonna say, but nah, seriously. Like, so I don't know. I don't want to botch it, but was it Hod he was talking about? Because I'm still catching up. And he was saying when we were tapping into like these archetypes of these like higher up, that was more of like a Christly type of thing. But let me just go with my thought process. So we're like tapping into these different, I don't want to say spirits, that's the wrong term, but learning how to tap into these certain archetypes, I'm realizing through like these meditations, you're like able to tap into like maybe grab a source of this information that was once there. Like, it's very hard to explain because I'm just like doing meditation and me like applying it through like we just doing it like physically, like physically working out in my brain and just watching it in life. I'm realizing like certain situations, things I weren't normally was able to do, I was capable of because of the data of all this other things that I tapped. It's really hard to explain. I don't know. Because it's like the more data I'm accumulating on certain situations, you'll say, I'm keeping it broad because I want to be like too, hit on one thing. All these different data I'm picking out from certain things. I'm like, all right, I can get this little part and I get this part. And then me knowing that if I could line myself up with a certain pattern, because there's already blueprints, there is the blueprint. It's in your face. It's the blueprint. You just gotta freaking do it. By like what they say, like you can't change it. You gotta do it how they do it. You know what I mean?
You just align that reality.
Yes. Cause then it's like, okay, then it's like staying in it though. Cause it's easy to slip out of it and then you can just But it's like once you can get in, it's like a flow state almost. When you can get into this realm, I don't know. It's very interesting.
I think I think you're talking about Yesod.
I sound crazy.
Like Yesod. So what I have is Yesod is the middle pillar, root of the astral personality. The word is the application of self-knowledge to self-transformation. This is the renewal of the personality, where every thought, word, and deed is dedicated to transforming the personality so it reflects the eternal being. Does that kind of sound like?
That's awesome. That's like the flip side of Brahma almost.
And then Had is when the self-transformation of the personality progresses. The initiate comes to see that the personality exists on two poles, rationality or logic, which is symbolized by Had, which is rational intellect, and Netzach, which is instinctual emotion. The work of Had is to pursue a rational understanding of the dynamics operative within the inner and outer worlds. This leads to the eternal splendor, which contains rational information about every aspect of existence.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. I just found this other guy. Let me pull up his YouTube. I can't wait to watch his videos. Somebody was like, "Oh, I can't find his videos." I was like, "Let me go on YouTube and find it," because he's talking about all this shit. And this is like a whole scientist, and that's why I said it ain't magic at this point. It's just chemical. It's in your body that are doing this. I'm like, this is where this whole there's a quantum and then a micro. That's why I said it wrong. It was a quantum micro. Is when this happens. I'm sorry. I'm everywhere. I'm getting all like riled up. But it's like it's what's happening inside of you that what we're tapping into, and like, is doing these meditations maybe, and obviously it only makes sense that we're releasing chemicals in our bodies that are I'm telling you, it's doing something. So, and the more that we practice something, like you're saying, doing these mantras, all this other stuff, it's I don't know. I'm starting to like line up with certain things, and I'm like, I will call something out, and I'll be like, okay, And I'm not like calling out because I'm just like, oh man, yeah, it's a little intuition, but it's a lot of data and observation. And I'm like, okay, hold up. I can see it in like 20 steps before people. Things are happening all around us. Are we taking the time to see it? It's like I love the so it's so cliche, but it says, do you realize like how many ants do you step on a day? Like you know what I'm saying? Do you like oh, I'm awakened? Oh, I said no, every life force in my but we're so unawoke to everything that we don't see nothing, but we see everything, you know? What do we truly see? What do you do? What do you want to see? You know what I mean? It's
What do
when we
you
see, say it again.
and what do you need to see?
Do you need to see
No, no, no. You said what do you want to see? I said also, and what do you need to see?
as an asking me?
No, no. I was just adding to the conversation. That's all.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because people need to see. I feel like that's where it's at a state of where sock where that word comes very because it's hard to state. Like you say, it's either gonna weigh to the Rajasic side or the Tamasic side. It's be able to say at a very in the middle type of spot where the observation can happen. And that's where, like you say, like yes, it's homo. I would only say yeah, it's kind of jumping universes, it's timelines. It's I said I did it myself within the last studying this. Since studying this, I was like, fuck it, I'm going in, I'm jumping in it, fuck it. Sorry for my language. I was just like, I'm going balls to the wall, shit. But even doing that, I see the transformation because a year ago, my timeline wasn't looking like this.
Right.
I could guarantee you I would have been somewhere different, but like applying information, doing these things, it ain't big things, it's subtle things. It's the small, teeny things that we got to do that later becomes like Kristen saying is this gross. We're constantly looking for this gratification so quick. I was listening to somebody and it's beautiful. I had to get all churchy, but I'm gonna get there. We always ask for what is it? Grace and favor, right? Oh, I want grace. I want this. I want blessings, right? I want prosperity. Oh, it's gonna be hard, but you gotta line up with that. How are you asking for these things? You can ask for anything. I don't care what it could be. Ask for whatever you want. Do you even really need it? First of all, that's the second question. The first question you should really be asking. And second is like, when if you are going to ask it, you're asking for grace and favor and all these things, but you have to be able to line yourself up. They said you have to give a house for grace and favor or these blessings, whatever you want to call it, to come to you. We're living in a certain situations where even if it did come, you wouldn't even know. Because first of all, you wasn't even observant of it. For most, and I'm saying this is how reality of people are. Because I sit there, I observe. I'm an observant person. I sit there and I just people sit there think they're observing me. And I'm like, I'm watching you. Little do you know. Yeah, like yeah. And it's funny because I'm sitting there peeping. I'm like, everything everybody ever, like you said, everything we want is already in. What do we already have it. But that's saying like you also have to be able to line yourself up with it. How can you get all these things that you want and it's in your neighbor's house? It's not in your house because you not doing the things that to draw that energy to you. You are drawing the wrong energy. That's what I'm saying. People, and they're not even self-conscious of that even. Like somebody said earlier, they're like, just to be able to, their minds, they can't even sit there. To be able to be observant of whatever even graces they have. Like Kristen said, you have to be able to give grace out. Travis said, I have to be generous to be, you know what I mean? All these things. We have to be able to line up with it. If you want to be able to quantum jump, cool. It sounds easy. Line up with it. What you got to do is line up. If you want something, study it then. Study it so much that, and just study it one aspect of it because it's going to lead you somewhere. Right, Travis? Travis could say, look, good. We was all at one point, and Travis is leading us all something very interesting. You know what I mean? We're all having our own self journeys with this. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's very interesting how this is a whole process. Like I'm it's so funny because I'm trying to, like you was talking and I was really hitting me. I just like, I'm saying now because I'm not a texter, but I listen. And I'm trying to actually practice restraining speech. So that's why I don't be like texting. So I'm really, that's that Leo Western stuff in me. I'm bad. But so he's talking like I'll be trying to even explain, like, say my girlfriend, she already is naturally into this stuff. And I'm like, dude, you'd be so nice if you knew. I'd be like, And then I'm sitting there realizing, even if I could even explain some of this stuff, there's so much data. I study every day. I'm like, at this point, it's a habit. It has to be, I have to at least watch Travis videos. I'm like eating them up. I'm like, and it's not just his. I'm like, I go to work 8 hours, at least 6 hours I can study. I do when I get up. I at this point, it's all I feel like it's a big part of my life. So I'm realizing at this point, I'm collecting a lot of fucking data. And not even as much as most people. I mean, I'm only a golf ball compared to Travis's, you know what I mean? Humbly speaking, like I know what it is, you know what I mean? So I'm like, even people, I'm like, when I try to explain this to some people, when you even get to certain, like, that's why I love talking to you guys like a family. We always can, like, even channel, we can spew some of this stuff that's in our heads. Cause I'd be like, damn. Now I'm like going back and it's fucking hard. I'm like, wow, I got to go back to chakras and explain it from such a subtle level. I'm like, well, damn, what's some knowledge? I'm like, well, go study chakras. Okay, this is the beginning stuff. Go study, this is the shit that's going to lead you to everything you need to lead to. Go study the 7 laws for medics. But you got to really study it. Just have some interest. You know, that's lining up with the information because everything else will come with it. Time, like I'm reading half of the stuff is patience. People don't got that. That's why they can't meditate. But they can't read a book because they can't. And like Chris said, yes, it's this stuff. This Western world has a grip on people. You got to detach. And that's a hard thing for most people. I don't know how to explain it. Like Bobby said, everybody like to be Bobbyites, but don't really be listening, bro. Nihilistic. Oh, hell yeah, that's my favorite lecture, bro. Y'all really want to talk about burning shit to the ground, but y'all still attached to everything. Fuck out of here. Sorry for this is passion because I don't understand that. It's like you care so much, but it is what it is. Is it really? If you care so much, life is a journey and enjoy it. But put time and some of your passion into it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Read the book, actually. Take the time out.
Take it a step further and do the things in the book. Do the actions, do the work, you know? Yeah.
Be the word.
The time,
yeah.
You know, the majority of people, you know, our bodies belong to Earth. Our bodies belong to Mother Earth, to Prakriti. Yeah. The body belongs to it. And largely the mind, the conscious mind also belongs, well, like Alora was writing, to Had and Netzach and Yesod. So these things belong here. And it just so happens that the heavy influence of nature in this time has a very tight leash on the bodies and the minds of people that inhabit the earth today, right? So we can expect that these people are going to be very materialistic because they belong to the earth. They belong to the earth. Yes, there's a spark of light. Yes, there's a spark of soul. But for the most part, it's obscured. It's obscured because of the heavy dominion of nature. Just like nature owns the animals and the plants and the, you know, and she utilizes them all for her purpose. So likewise, people who are not unlocked, so to speak, are being utilized by nature to serve her purpose. And it's our grace to be aware, right? It's not something we can give to anybody else. We can't take this to anyone else. Honestly, the more I'm seeing it now, I'm realizing it's not about waking nobody else up. It's not. Right. They all belong to Earth, and she has a purpose for them. You know, Laura, I like the notes that you were writing. Those sound pretty good. I'm curious, did you have anything written for Malkuth. You mentioned Hod and Netzach and Yesod. Did you have anything for Malkuth?
Yeah, I got them all written down. Oh, let me take my notes. For Malkuth, I got the physical body. It has no higher understanding. There are two understandings. One is the action, and two is the ego that connects to thought. These two together create a vehicle that allows the soul to travel up the tree of life, a Merkaba. Meditation and small goals are key. Let's see. I got more on that, I believe, because then I talk about, and I have the past. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
I think that's. Oh wait. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got.
You just gave me a realization here. So I'm gonna utilize my sweet ass whiteboard, and I'm going to draw an image that you just helped me to put together. Because we talk about these four aspects of the tree as representing the lower mind of the individual, right? Right.
Right.
Do we know of any other four-part puzzle that describes the nature of the lower individual?
Kara.
Maybe it's called something else?
I always get it mixed up. What's it called?
Yeah, the Antakarana.
Karana, yeah, where and hold the four booty, minus cheetahs and Kara.
Right. So check this out. The four-part mind can be related to the lower part of the tree. So Manas, what did you just read from Malkuth? Alora.
It is. Gosh darn it! I just need to keep my notes out. That's what I need to do. Hold on there. Hold on. Ugh. Okay, so I read one is the physical body.
Okay. So physical body, dealing with the five senses. You said it was dense. You said it doesn't have higher awareness.
No higher understanding. There are two understandings, but it's not higher than those two. And that's one is the action, and two is the ego that connects to thought.
So check this out, because we're dealing with some higher level understanding that you're not going to find in too many places. Manas relates to Malkuth. You just said it there. So next we have Cheetah. And haven't we been calling Cheetah memory? Isn't it called the storehouse of memory? And isn't Yesod called the storehouse of images? Right? Sitting in front of our face the whole time. Cheetah is Yesod. Let's keep going because there's two more. We have Ahamkara, right? Now, what is Ahamkara?
So I thought that Ahamkara was the individual soul, but now I'm exploring more into that. Maybe it's not the individual soul, but it's the soul's desire.
Ahamkara, to be put simply, as simple as possible, because it's best to put things simply, is the function of attachment and identification. So,
oh my God, Ahamkara, you're right. Oh my God, what am I saying? Ahamkara is the ego, isn't it?
You're thinking about the Atmakaraka.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
The words get tangled, different language. But the Ahamkara, right? The ego, the function of attaching and saying, that's me. I'm defining myself as that thing that I've observed with Manas and that I've pulled out of Shita. That's what I am. That's what gets us stuck, because we think that we're something that we're actually not, right? But see, we've got two sides of that coin. You were just reading there about Hod, the logical, the deductive, the reasonable, the rational. And then we've got Netzach, which is the artistic, the beautiful. Uh-oh, Kristen's got to bounce.
Yeah, I have to run really quick. I got to get some stuff together for court tomorrow, and then I got to go to the grocery store. How long are you guys planning on being on? A little bit longer or not too long?
Yeah. I guess it depends. Just check back if you're free.
Yeah, I'm gonna check back. All right, guys, I'm gonna go head out so I can hopefully catch you guys before you guys leave.
All
Talk to
right.
you.
Thanks
All
for
right. Bye, guys.
peace. Oh. Well, the ahamkara, ego, would relate to what's happening up here at Had and Netzach. And of course, that would leave the higher self, which we know as Buddhi. And when I say higher self, I mean this is our access point to what is beyond the manifest dimension. That's the aspect of ourself that is touching the unmanifest. That's at the bridge, because we know also when we're dealing with the elements, that deals with air, movement, and that's the process. Well, this is the transition point. We're looking at the tree of life. Tiferet is in the very center, and this is where everything touches. It balances everything. And this is also the conversion point where spirit becomes matter. So when we're talking about Buddhi, Buddhi is the aspect of ourselves that is unmanifest God, and it becomes manifest individual. But for the most part, we're very stuck on the lower levels, right? I'm hungry, so I need to eat. I'm horny, so I need to get that out of my system over and over and over and over again, right? Now we might move up a little bit more to the imaginary realm, the etheric realm, where we have a little bit more push and pull on how we get the base desires, but we're still bound to automatic attachment. It isn't until we start becoming aware of our function of, hey, every time me seeing Mr. Clean on the mop handle, that was my ego. I attached to that. I said, this is me. I identify with that. We do this all the time. And that's what causes confusion. But when you're able to get a handle on that, then we can start to see clearly this higher aspect of self. We can't see it whenever we're attached to something. If I'm a black man in Georgia, right? I'm a Southern boy, or whatever the hell these people call themselves. If I'm attaching myself to that identity, I cannot see what I actually am. So the thing is, I am higher consciousness. You are that. Brahman is higher consciousness. Brahman is knowledge and realization. Knowledge and realization. It's one thing to have the knowledge of it. It's a whole other thing to realize it too. When you start getting that realization of because Malik, you just said you got all this data. That's good, because eventually that data will turn into realization, and suddenly this all makes sense. I'm talking about perfect sense. I don't need to reference no book anymore. I got it. I got it. Beautiful. And this is beautiful too. But then again, if you don't know it by now, then I guess at the right time you will. Because we've been going over this stuff for a long time. Well, maybe not long. It's only been like what? I don't know. I lost track.
I don't know, dude. It's been a while. We gotta find. Okay, so this is what I have for NetSack. Because you said NetSack is considered the beauty. Was that what you said before? Right? Okay. So what I have is our rational mind reacts to and interprets instincts. Our first reaction is a prenatal emotional reaction. So what you brought up, right? Like the manas, that the rational mind molds and projects this reaction to a more personal form. And so that's where you were talking about too, with that attachment thing and all of that. NetSack is that immediate emotional gut reaction. It is the realm of emotional archetypes. It attempts to penetrate, and so the practitioner needs to attempt to penetrate beyond the normal rational reaction in order to reach the direct experience of these forces themselves. So I think, so like it was what you just said about how you need to be able to move beyond the manas, move beyond that that basic realm of the immediate reaction in order to rewire it in order to, and it's a matter of awareness. So I think that's because when I refer to NetSack, that whole beauty thing kind of gets me confused, because then I think of like surface things. You know, it's hard for me to think beyond, not hard. It's different for me to like visualize it, I guess.
You're right. It is surface things. That is an aspect of it, but don't stop there, right? Because like you
Right.
said, another very key thing, instinct. Instinct is a big word for NetSec. Instinct, like you said also, you put it very nicely, instinct that molds itself into rational thought, right? It's the foundation, but how it relates to beauty is that's a deeper aspect of NetSec. The fact that I can go in my backyard and just observe the leaves and the beautiful shade of green and the sunlight, and just feel the cool air on my skin. These are surface level observations of beauty. But what I'm realizing is that this is observation of the beauty of God, the beauty of nature,
Right.
the beauty of consciousness flowing through matter. So it's not necessarily like an individual beauty or, oh, this one tree right here is beautiful. We're observing that life on this realm, in this realm, is the beauty of the Most High.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We understand that through our instincts. We naturally enjoy these things.
Okay. Yeah. So you just reminded me, actually, in the Sandarya Lahari, they talk about beauty. They give a really beautiful explanation of it. Because they're talking about Shakti and okay. When one thinks of beauty, it is the form that immediately captivates the mind? Is it the form of a dog, goat, elephant, mountain, river, sea, sky, plant, or tree? Each of these is beautiful in its own right. But are any of them compelling enough to hold the unwavering attention for a length of time? For example, how long can one keep the gaze fixed on a dog, cat, tree, or rose? These may generate some interest for a short period, but then the attraction wanes and the attention is distracted and diverted to something else. But the form of a beautiful woman can keep one transfixed. Even the diehards who speak against beauty pageants and obscene disclosure on television and in films secretly find opportunities to look at the beauty of a woman. The form of beauty exists within the realm of Maya, but beauty is in all dimensions and at all levels, for beauty is a thing of joy forever. It exists at the level of Maya in the glamour and glitter of the world, and also at the level of Atma, in a glimpse of the divine. If beauty is considered to be one of the attributes of God, then it is eternal. Just as truth and auspiciousness are eternal, concepts of beauty also never die. Beauty can be experienced in truth and auspiciousness because beauty is truth and beauty is always auspicious. That is why intuitively one always has a craving for beautiful things. The beauty that one beholds in matter has a limited lifespan. Over time, it withers and dies, but nevertheless, it is a reflection of the beauty of the Atma. In fact, each and everything of this world has its origin in the Atma, which is the seed of all creation. The Atma has a yoni, or womb, just as the female form has a yoni for the purpose of creation. The Atma has breasts too, just as the female form has breasts to nourish and suckle its newborn. The Atma has hips and navel, a waist and a girdle, nails and hair, eyes and lips, each serving their own purpose, just as the human body serves their own purpose. The Atma has emotions too, and a sexuality of its own, separate from the flesh. Everything in this creation has a physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual dimension. The human form has a yoni and lingam. In the spiritual form, that would be the Atma lingam and the Atma yoni, composed of the effulgent sattvic tattvas that bestow anandam in the form of beauty. That is the yoni of Devi, which Sankara worshipped, not the yoni which is related to the physical form. The Atma Yoni and the Atma Lingam are the source from which everything has sprung. The physical yoni gives a titillating orgasmic experience, but the cosmic yoni of Devi confers liberation. Similarly, I'm sorry, go ahead. Nope, okay. Similarly, the Atma has a mind, intellect, and heart too. The human mind, intellect, and heart are an extension of that supreme Atma. One is closely connected to the cosmic heart and mind through the individual heart and mind. It is only possible to experience this connection by transcending the individuality in which one is rooted. Sankara transcended the individuality because of his purity and was able to experience the beauty or Saundarya of the Atma in its most glorious form, that of Devi. So, like, the way how I kind of see that is that material beauty, or what we see as beauty, is only a shadow of what beauty actually is. Like that's where you're saying there's different levels to it, because the beauty that we see here is an echo of the cosmic form of that liberation that we all seek. Like, we're always seeking beautiful things because that reminds us of what we're made up of, or what we actually are. Does that sound like I'm getting the material a bit? Not getting it, but you know what I'm saying? That that's paraphrasing all right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that another to add with that, I don't have to, because that was already said really perfectly, but just to continue the conversation, even coming to the point where you can see beauty beyond just what's obviously beautiful, right? Of course, at the beauty pageant, you're going to see a bunch of beautiful women walking across that stage, but is that the only beauty? Are the beautiful women in beauty pageants and these magazine covers, are those the only beautiful women? Like, is that what beauty is? No, that's a fraction of beauty. Yeah, but you know what? It takes a different kind of mind to see the beauty in things that aren't obviously beautiful, right? Like, beauty, we get it limited and twisted because we think that it has to look a certain way. I dropped out of the mainstream image of beauty years ago. Like, the mainstream will feed you this image of beauty that, number one, is impossible to keep up, and number two, is very unnatural, right? But a lot of people will literally transform their bodies to fit in with that mainstream standard. You ever stop to think that who said that was beautiful? Who's making these rules? Does it even serve you? No, we just go for what is put out there. But in truth, like what that section in the work was saying, that kind of beauty is extremely temporary. And those who can't afford it, they keep going back for surgery, right? They keep going back for that expensive ass temporary surgery because it's an issue that it boils down to an emotional issue, basically, right? To keep spending thousands of dollars for plastic surgery like that, that's an emotional issue that you could have handled if you sat down and meditated, or at least saw a psychiatrist or studied yoga. But instead, you're paying for it. Your karma now is to pay money for that. Money for it. That's not free will. You're being influenced by a subconscious impulse. But anyways, true beauty is something that is unlocked with eyes that can see. Any knucklehead can look at a woman with makeup and plastic surgery. Oh, she's so fucking hot, bro. Any knucklehead can say that. But it takes a different kind of person to observe the beauty in someone who doesn't have massive breast implants or fake lips or whatever the hell y'all be doing out there. It takes a different kind of mind to observe the beauty in just existing, right? You don't have to look like that. Nobody does. But anyways, that's the type of beauty he's talking about there. He's talking about that cosmic yoni, cosmic lingam. That's talking about Bina and Hakma, right? Where all form and all essence originate from. There's a beauty in that.
And so in relationship to Netzach, right? It's our rational mind reacts to and interprets instincts. Our first reaction is a prenatal emotional reaction that the rational mind molds and projects this reaction to a more personal form. Netzach is the immediate emotional gut reaction. It is the realm of emotional archetypes. And didn't they just say too that beauty also, like true beauty, inspires everlasting joy? Like it brings joy. That is an emotional guttural response that we have when we see something that's beautiful. So it's not actually in the form of the thing that is considered beautiful. It is the emotional response that you get from it because it is the echo of the cosmic reality.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's when Netzach is beauty and instinct. Because as you just said, it's not necessarily the thing that I'm looking at that's beautiful. It's what's being triggered within me on the instinctual level. Whether I'm looking at the beautiful trees in the sunlight or that beautiful woman over there, that's triggering something inside of the instinctual level. That's Netzach all day. That's also Ahamkara all day.
Dang, that's rad.
Super rad. We're literally breaking into information that you had to be 50 years old to learn, and you had to be part of a secret club to learn.
And we're doing it over YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is very, very cool stuff.
And the question is why? Why do you have to be in a secret club to learn this information? Well, for one, to keep it pure. Because if everybody got a hold of this information, people are already going to start using that ego and mixing it up. But the other thing is, think about what happens when you really understand this information. You start walking and moving in the world differently. You start creating differently. You start speaking differently, right? You eventually become a power. You become a power. One of the duties of the Christ figure we saw last night is not just to handle his own karma, but the karmas of the group. You remember that part?
Sorry, the karmas of the group?
Yeah, the Christ figure, his duty isn't just to neutralize his own karma, but those higher up on the scale of work, they have things to do like neutralizing the karma of pretty much more than just themselves,
But yeah, like everyone.
or at least what they're attached to, or who they're attached to. And that shouldn't sound so far-fetched from people who watch Bobby Hemmett a lot, because he would say the same thing. Don't worry about trying to beat your family over the head with this information. You're doing it for them. You're doing the work for them, right? Likewise, just like what Malik was saying, like in this world, everyone is so materialistic and dense. That's okay. It's supposed to be that way. Just like what Gareth Knight was talking about, these elementals, how it's the duty of the mages to liberate the elementals by introducing them to spiritual consciousness. Well, guess what? The elementals don't stop at fairy spirits and water spirits and earth spirits. They're also within these people that we say are so materialistic. We're composed of the elements. We're composed of the elements. They're called the bhutas, right? Ganesh is the lord of the elements. Kristen mentioned him earlier as the opener of the way. Ganesh is the lord of the elements. He's also the lord of astrology. Why? Because astrology is the tracking of the movement of the elements through time. That's what astrology is. We're tracking the movement of the elements, the influence. So Ganesh is the lord of astrology and also the lord of earth. And what they mean by the lord of earth is the lord of the material plane. So he resides in Muladhara. He resides over Malkuth. But get this, the Bhutas also have a different significance. There's a thing called Bhutaganas, which are demonic spirits, which are elementals, right? Now, the Ganas aspect comes from Ganapataye, which is Ganesh. So there is a version of Ganesh that is the demon king, right? He literally rules over the evil spirits, over the elementals of nature. There's a connection here if you didn't catch it. We call these things spooky spirits, right? But where do these spirits come from, right? They had a body at one point. Somebody got it, hopefully. Peace, Malik. Have a good night. Well, I'm not sure if anybody got it, actually. Lily June in the chat says, what's the connection? Basically, what I'm saying is that you're the elementals. The elementals are people as well. We are elementals until spirit wakes up within us. Ganesh being the ruler of the elements. The elements are what compose your body and also what compose your mind. Ganesh rules over that. He rules over astrology, meaning that astrology is the influence of consciousness on matter and tracking that process. Well, you're made of matter, so your body is influenced by consciousness, by what's happening in astrology, and Ganesh rules over that too. He also rules over the elemental spirits. He rules over these spooky ghosts and spirits, then the Goetia and all that stuff. That's you. That's people. That's unaware people. You call them NPCs and zombies, and all the names we call automatons, autopilot bots, all the names that we give to people. Well, guess what? It's not limited to those people who don't read the same books we read. This is extended to all people who have no self-awareness. So when he's talking in A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism about the elementals and liberating them, he's not just talking about discarnate spirits in the forest. He's talking about you too. Because without this information, we wouldn't have been liberated, or at least we wouldn't be aware of what the hell's going on.
That's cool you brought that up. I've been doing Ganesh mantras like daily, so that's cool that you're bringing him up along with the elementals. So would Ganesh, another function then of those mantras, would that also be sort of calming the mind?
Say that again.
If you were to do Ganesh Bij mantras, right? Could you use that as an intention to assist you in sort of surpassing the elemental influences on you?
I believe so, especially with him being the ruler of these spirits. You know who else is ruler of these spirits? His father Shiva. So yeah, you could do Ganesh mantras. You can also do Shiva mantras. According to the mythology, Shiva couldn't find a good place to meditate because human beings were just so noisy. As a matter of fact, the whole universe was just noisy. So the best place he found to meditate was the graveyard. So he sat there in the graveyard. Everyone was afraid to go there because there were ghosts and ghouls and goblins roaming the graveyard. Demon spirits roaming the graveyard. Nobody wanted to go there. That's a perfect place to meditate, says Shiva. So he sat in the middle of the graveyard and meditated. And the ghosts and the spirits, they tried to pop up and enter his mind and scare him and spook him out. And he just maintained his frame non-attached. And after being there undisturbed, he gained their respect. And they said, you know what? Whoever the hell this dude is, we're going to follow him to the end. So now Shiva became the leader of this army. So whenever he shows up at parties, he usually scares the guests away because here he comes rolling in. Already his hair is all nappy up. He's covered in ash, wearing a tiger loincloth, and everybody else is dressed up nice. And on top of all that, he's got a legion of demons behind him. This is a metaphor, of course. When you learn to be non-affected by these apparitions and spirits that pop up in your head when you try to meditate, you subdue them. You gain dominance over them. You discipline them. They become your disciples. Isn't that what Christ did with his 12? which is another metaphor of the Akasha spirit ruling over the 4 elements. Gotta get it, gotta understand it.
That sounds a lot like the Kali Ma story too. Like, you gotta look past her gruesome appearance.
Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha.
I was seriously playing that mantra as we were having the meeting today. I've been doing that every day.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't think Ganesh mantra, I mean, you could probably do it during the nighttime, but I heard that Ganesh mantras or like messing with that energy is something you want to do during the day.
Well, that sounds like a rule. I wonder why it would exist. The only time that I go by time is if I'm dealing with the Tatwas. That's the only time matters with me. So if like I'm trying to do something during the Akash element, then I'll try to line it up with that hour. But as far as like doing something at night or day or not, like that already is broken to me because I don't even have regular hours. Sometimes I wake up at 6 p.m. So my day is night. And I'm going to bed when everybody's waking up. In other words, I think it's contextual.
Yeah, I can see where they're all like really incarnations of each other, because what was given to me as an explanation, which I don't know if it's true or not, it was only one source that I don't know very well. I mentioned doing it during the day because again with that whole as we've been talking about before, like He and Lakshmi, they're good for daytime because you're expanding energy. You're like pushing it out. You're making it larger than what it is. And so that's something that you would do along with Hanuman mantras, like during the day. But again, I don't know if that's true.
I guess practice will tell us. Om Ganapataye Namaha. Om Ganapataye Namaha. Nuru said, the hardest thing to get and feel as truth is that there is no difference between spirit and matter, except the rate of vibration that the light is disturbing the ether. That's it. Now realize it. That's a good point. There is really when you really think about it, there is no difference between spirit and matter, because at the highest level, they absorb into one thing. At the highest level, they exist as one thing. But in the expressed realm, the distance between the two seems so far that it's easy to mistake them as separate things.
Yeah, because what we're looking at is like refractions of light. So it's coming from one source, but it's going in all different directions, or so it appears.
It's important to think about this. We've got three states of the knowledge that's inside of consciousness. That's expressed, unexpressed, and never to be expressed. The never to be expressed, we can set that aside. But that produces the unexpressed, which is potential, which is what exists in these higher planes that we talk about, right? Everything above Tiferet. Everything above Tiferet is in a potential state. And then of course we got the express is what we find at the bottom of the tree, what we find in our everyday reality. It's expressed. But here's the thing, they emanate out of each other. So everything that is expressed has come out of the unexpressed, right? So everything in this room was first an idea in my head. Before it was an idea in my head, it was an idea in a manufacturer's head, right? That car that you're in was an idea. Hell, the design of the seats, like every little detail, somebody spent a ton of energy scrutinizing. Like somebody probably spent their life's work creating some of the things and objects in that car. Multiple people's. But they were concepts, they were potentials first. But there was a pattern of desire for a car, for that type of car. That whole desire is in the unmanifest. And if we can start to modify our behavior at that level, now we're really talking about some magic and inner engineering. So a lot of people only focus on managing their behavior at the express level, which is good. But what if you can go even further into the unexpressed level before it comes out? Like I said, when you see that beautiful person, you're gonna have a reaction at the instinct. Let's see, we had this example already. When I see a beautiful woman or something like that, it's gonna cause my instinct to have a certain kind of feeling. But the thing is, what do I do after that? What is my behavior after that? Do I make a move? Do I start dwelling on certain kind of thoughts? Or do I appreciate what I just saw and keep it moving? To be able to do that, I'd have to modify it at the potential state. Likewise with getting upset, you know, sure, somebody might have used all of your laundry detergent without asking. And immediately that might make you a bit upset. But what do you do next? Do you track that person down and start yelling at them? Motherfucker, you could have just asked me, goddamn, I had to wash my clothes. Now what the fuck I'm supposed to use dish detergent? You motherfucker, stupid bitch, right? You could do all that. But why not nip it in the bud and stop it before it goes that far? And just realize, you know what? It's just laundry detergent. I could buy some more. They probably needed it more than I did. Etc. etc.
So I guess that's kind of like, you know, where that goals aspect comes in, where it's like not really, you shouldn't really put a specific picture of an outcome necessarily in your head, because there's potential that's going to be filtering through that allows you to get into a space that'll assist you in creating what your original goal or desire is. Like, by saying like I want to live abroad, that leaves, and you know, in South America or whatever, right? Like that leaves me open to the potentiality of that being a thing. But if I say
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. It's breaking up.
but it never worked out, because what I think, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So like when I put specifics on like where I wanted to go, right? Like, oh, I wanted to go to Mexico, you know, like I built an entire imaginary kingdom over there. Before really, you know, like, and I would check it out, but it just never worked out. And I think that I limited my potential by limiting it to one specific place. Instead of seeing it as like a broader experience, as a broader journey. And now there are different places coming in, like placing an expectation on a situation that was external of myself. So I think I say that in the sense that when we're dealing with potentials of like manifest, unmanifest, and then like, you know, the stuff that's before that, when we're trying to get into touch with what is the potentiality, there is somewhat a need for that broader type of perspective on like, this is a
Oh, you're breaking up again. You said there's some type of need for, on that broader perspective of what?
on the broader perspective of what your role is as like on your path, like what your role is on your path. Like you can't basically like you can't be forcing stuff. You can't be forcing things to happen. There's that could, because you'd be limiting your potential outcome that might give you the most benefit or the most beneficial outcome. Does that make sense? I like broke up so many times that I had to like it's hard for me to get that out.
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay.
At least what I heard. I know that there were some sections that were missing, but
I tried. Well, look, I gotta get going. I got this thing right now that I gotta go to, but thank you for the lessons, everyone, and I love you all.
oh my goodness. I guess it's because of your range. Well, have a good night, Alora. And peace. Ping, 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 ping. It's all good. It's all good. Sounded like a techno song. Nice. Okay, so yeah, that was good. That was good. I think we had some very interesting topics. Nice to have Kristen pop through. Haven't had her on here in shit almost a year. Nuru says, and just like that, she ascended. In the twinkling of an eye, two will be in the field, and one will be called home, and one will be left behind. Somewhere in Revelations, right? No, it's not in Revelations. That's further in the Bible. Jesus said it, so that has to be in like Mark or something like that. I don't know. In the twinkling of an eye. So yeah. That's what this is all about. The juice in between the moments. Because truly and really, matter is just playing. It's just doing its thing. It's just processing. It's just evolving and unfolding. Matter is just literally an equation that's balancing itself out. So just imagine an infinite equation at this level, down here where we are at this level. Matter is just an infinite equation playing itself out. So there's going to be if there's day up here, then it has to be night, right? If it's winter, then it's going to have to be fall, then it's going to have to be spring, it's going to have to be summer. Like the equation has to process itself. That's what nature is. It's an expression of patterns. It has to. It has to. That's all it is. No meaning to it. There's no meaning to it. It doesn't mean anything. There's no abstract story. There's no emotional sentimentality. It is just a mechanical process, because that's perfection. That's divine. It's divine. It's just a divine process. Nero says, will you be left with pure booty or pure booty? Well, this process is just going to be happening with no purpose and no meaning. So, like I mentioned before a few times in this video, I'm trying to teach myself to observe reality without adding purpose to it, right? Because look, you walk in through the kitchen and you look at the microwave and it says 11:11, right? Now you could slap a meaning on there. Oh, the Pleiadians are trying to get to me. The fairies are communicating a message. The unicorns are giving me a download right now. You can say whatever you want. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's probably true. But what I'm training myself to do is to not jump to that. Is to just accept it for what it is. Sweet. I see the pattern. It don't have to be. Why does it have to be mystical and magical? Why does 11:11 have to be some kind of message from the angels? Why does it have to be a message from the angels? Why does 3:33 have to be a message from the angels? 222, 666. Why does it have to be important and significant? Why can't it just be what it is? Because truly, that's all that this nature is. It just is what it is. We put these meanings on it. We put the meanings on it. They don't come with it. Nothing means anything. We put the meanings on it. But see, here's the thing. When you pass, when you're done with this body, you don't take any of those experiences with you. You don't take 11:11 with you. You don't take any of the good times, hell, you can't even remember what you did yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't remember all 24 hours, let alone last week, let alone last month, let alone last year, let alone last decade. You don't remember what you did every single day. But what do you remember? You remember how you felt. You remember the impact that was left on your emotions. And some of those emotional impacts have a form that was created in the memory. And you take those with you. So when you think about life, if you zoom out and you look at life, you don't have a collection of events. Your life is not a collection of events. No, it's a collection of these feelings that you have formed, right? You formed and shaped like clay. You brought them all together. That's what you take when you pass, right? So say, for example, yesterday. You don't remember every single activity you did yesterday, but you remember how you felt at the end of the day. You remember how you felt in the middle of the day, right? You might have had an awesome meditation. You might have ate some delicious food. Oh, yeah. I made myself a nice little sandwich. You remember like those little things, and you take them with you. Now, there's a pattern happening because you do this every single day. You keep taking little pockets of feelings from each and every day, and those are what adds up and creates who you are. Now, when you die, when your body dies, you take all those pockets of feelings and you mesh them into one thing. And when you're expanded and you're looking outside of time, it's like when you back in the day when video games came on discs and cartridges and CDs, you could have that CD and it will have all of Grand Theft Auto in it. All of it. You just put it in your PlayStation. The entire potentiality for that game was in that disc. Well, when you're finished with your body, there's going to be something similar, a potentiality for every experience that you've had. As a matter of fact, here it is. That little compact disc already exists, and it's just playing right now. There is already a collection of your entire experience. And it looks more like at the age of 22, you're going to feel this, you're going to experience that, and you're going to realize this. At the age of 35, you're going to experience this, you're going to feel this. Isn't this what Kristen was talking about with the dashas, with the astrology, with the different time periods, right? There's a CD disc that has the potential for your existence. It's already in the CD player. Somebody hit play and it's spinning right now, reading one day at a time. So you're not living your life and then collecting experiences and then you die. That shit has already happened. You already have an end. You already have an end. So what I'm saying here is all these events that are happening externally, they don't have a meaning. But what it is designed as somewhat of a reflection for you to interact with so that you can start generating that astral substance, because that's what it is. How do I get with the astral plane? You're already doing it. That's the astral plane. That's the astral plane. The Akashic records, right? Records. It's not even a CD. It's not even a cassette. It's a record. So let's expand just a little bit more. Imagine that we take your little record that has all of your life experiences in it, and we take my little record that has all my life experiences and realizations, and we take this person and this person's, and now we have a collection of records, and we zoom out a little bit more. Now we're getting to the Tifereth level, because at the Tifereth level, now we're dealing with what they call soul families and group souls, right? Because there are groups of people who evolve together. There are groups of people who experience on the subtle inner planes together. And their experiences are collected as one. So this fractal pattern of life really does expand much further than what you see with your eyes. This out here is only the 10%. This is the tithe. This is the tithe given to Purusha. Enjoy it. Spend it wisely. Because life is really happening in between these moments. This ain't life, but life is happening in here, and in here, and in here. You get what I'm saying? Is it making sense? Or have I reached that stage where I'm just rambling incoherently? I'm pretty sure I won't ever get to that stage, but then again, will I even realize it if I do? Hell, will I even care? Now I'm gonna drink a sinful Dr. Pepper. Deliciously sinful. All that sugar and caffeine and God knows what else. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I saw 11:11. That means the angels are talking to me. It's a message from beyond. And I'm laughing because I used to think that shit too. I'm laughing because I used to do that too. It's 11:11. It must mean that my angel spirit guides are giving me a message every day. Every day. Yeah. It gets to a point where you have to realize what's actually happening. Yes, you were made aware of the patterns, but also now you started to develop a complex where you just make up stuff so you can keep feeling excited. I know how it is. When you first start getting a hold of the spiritual information, you start making up stuff to add on to it and keep it exciting for you, because you think that if it isn't exciting and spicy, you're going to lose interest. Well, I'm now giving you permission to stop making up stuff. You don't have to. This is already exciting enough. If you just take some of these books that I've mentioned all throughout my existence on this YouTube algorithm, you're going to find that there's more than enough to keep you occupied. You don't have to make anything up. You don't have to. Know what else you don't have to do? You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't. MC Maestro says, how do we go about modifying our reactions in their potential state instead of expressed? First, it takes a level of awareness. Then it takes a combination of non-attachment and discipline. By discipline, it just means that it has to be enforced regularly until it becomes a habit, until it becomes a pattern. But first, you got to be aware of it. First, you got to do what was stated in Jnana Yoga. You've got to sit, still the body, and still the mind. This is how you enter the laboratory, right? See, we do this inner temple meditation where you have to enter the temple, right? You have to pass through the pillars. You have to activate the elements. You got to do these things in order. It's for the subconscious mind to know, hey, it's time to get some work done. We can resume the other stuff in just a minute. Likewise, this style of meditation, it starts with chiasterium, because that tells the body, hey, you have to chill for 45 minutes because we got something that we doing right now. The body needs to be told like that, like a child. The body has to be disciplined like a child. Your elemental needs to be disciplined. Otherwise, see, earlier I explained about how these elemental cards can be looked at as stages. I didn't just throw that in there arbitrarily. Is your elemental the beginner? Is it just now figuring things out, looking around, dressed funny, trying to fit in? Or has your elementals taken a step onto the path now? Has your elemental earned its worthy steed? Is your elemental traveling to its origin to learn? Or has your elemental gained a level of mastery? Has your elemental gained a level of authority? Has your elemental gained a level of refinement and perfection? Or has your elemental become so refined that it is renowned, that it actually has pull and influence and power? Has your elemental become so established that other elementals obey it? Now, when I say your elemental, I'm talking about your physical body. Has your physical body become disciplined enough to where your highest aspect is commanding what to do? When you get to that level, that's how you are able to modify your reactions in their potential state. The body has a lot to do with it. So step one is to still the body and to discipline it. After that comes the mind. So I guess technically I could have showed the pentacle cards, right? So this would be representing the stages of getting the body into a state of obedience to the soul. And yes, even as Noor said, they're one and the same, but you have to realize that. It's not enough for me to just say it or for Noor to just say it. You got to come to a realization of the fact that body, mind, and soul are the same thing at different levels. But if you've got a golf ball level size of awareness, it's hard to see that. If you got a basketball size level of awareness, it'll be a little bit more obvious. But once you've got the body tamed, and once the mind is able to be made quiet at will, or at least with influence, then you can begin to observe the activities of the mind. Because if you got girls on the mind, then naturally girls are going to pop up in your meditation. If you got food on the mind, food is going to pop up in the meditation, right? If you got fear on the mind, fear is going to pop up in the meditation. If you got guilt or regret or any type of repressed feelings, they're going to pop up in the meditation. This is where you handle them, because this is now, it's still in the potential state. It's still in the potential state. So if I'm sitting here meditating and I see the image of a beautiful young woman, now is the time to practice, right? Now is the time to practice. I can sit there and dwell on it, and guess what? I'm going to be taken out of my meditation, and I might end up doing something else. Or in that moment, I can recognize what I'm witnessing, appreciating it, and moving on to what I was originally meditating on. I stay focused on whatever symbol that I'm using, and eventually that distraction goes away. That's how Sivananda described the bhutaganas that I talked about earlier. They come to you during your meditation as forms, as visions. Sometimes they're grotesque and terrifying, but you stay focused, and eventually they dissolve, because he also says they have no power to hurt you. They're just images that you can allow yourself to be influenced by, but they don't do anything to you. They don't do anything to you. So that's probably the best way to modify your reactions in their potential state, is by addressing them when they appear during your meditation. And if you're able to handle it in practice, then you can definitely handle it when you're on the court or on the field, in the arena. It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme. It starts with one. Check me out. Galaxy. Those colors are so cool. Nuru says, just sitting here, feeling the tingle of life, my blood flowing and pulse of Earth's magnetics is awareness of Atman within, charging our avatars, animating our will with the resonant voltage of Brahman. I am the higher consciousness. You are that. Brahman is the higher consciousness. Brahman is knowledge and realization. Those are the 4 Mahavakyas that were stated in this book that we studied. You know that already because you read it. Contemplation on those 4 statements begin to lead one to an awareness of the inner self. And you'll notice that as you start doing this work, as you start meditating, as you start focusing on these things, you're going to start to change. Because you're going to begin to align yourself with that true nature and not with the false nature. You're going to start to align yourself with your own true nature. Now that doesn't mean you're going to start dressing like me, right? With all this stuff right here. That doesn't mean you're going to start doing that. That's just what I do. You're going to start doing things that come natural to you, that reflect who and what you are. And hopefully that means doing less. Hopefully that means that the focus is not so much on your material aspect. Hopefully that means that you might have less concern about the name brand of clothes that you buy or whatever. Or maybe that might reflect in a change of your spending habits. Maybe you might find that you begin to give more. Maybe you start finding that you begin to consider other people more. Maybe you start giving your time and your energy and your effort. Maybe you start considering other people. Maybe that's not something that you did before. Maybe you start taking more concern with your diet, with your health. Maybe you'll start doing things to improve your situation of life. See, here's the thing. because none of us are living perfectly according to the pattern of our expression, there are going to be some lacks. There's going to be some lack. But when you start to align yourself with reality, that lack will start to heal itself gradually. It'll start to heal itself gradually. As you start taking steps on the path to align yourself with harmony, your life begins to correct itself automatically. So it's almost impossible to predict how the changes will manifest in your life. But if you're doing this work, if you're reading these books, if you're actually doing the meditations and the study, you should have noticed that things in your life are subtly beginning to adjust, and it's good. Let me know in the chat, since I don't have anybody on the video with me right now. Let me know in the chat if you've been studying this information and you have found that there have been subtle changes or even profound changes in your life. Let me know. Marco Power says, I'd love to smoke some herb in Travis's room. Groovy, bro. Yeah, good stuff. Will Trent said, that's why Malik was excited. I'm one too. I know. Yeah, man. And that's what I mean. Like when I say, like, you can tell, like, you know, with everything, some people pretend and some people really do. And when I say that, it isn't based on like the words that you use or the pictures. Like, no, you can just tell, because people who are dealing with this for real, a change happens. You can't fake that. You can't pretend like your life is changing, right? But I can tell people who've been doing this work, there's a shift. There's a shift from before they were doing the work to while they're doing the work. And it's not always pretty at first. Like I said, you when you first embark upon this path, you start on the 30-second path. And you have to face the elements that create your world. You take that first step on seeing things clearly. And that's scary to most people. So most people turn back around. But say you do cross that path, eventually you're going to cross this path, which is the tower. And this is where you're going to start to get rid of the different things that you don't need. Right? This is where you're going to start getting rid of the things that are unnecessary. And it's a tower moment because we're going to see now just how attached you are to these things. And can you survive without them? Now, this again is going to manifest for everyone differently. Some people might lose their home. Some might lose their car. Some might lose their girlfriend. For me, you know, at first it started with losing grace. I got real clumsy, I noticed. When I first started doing the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, I'm tripping all over the place and running into stuff. I don't know what the hell it was. I thought the archangels were out to get me. But then that same experience began to lead me into working with the Clip-Off, which started to open up some things. And I began to lose everything that I defined myself as, right? My fiance and my job, my car broke down, right? Lost my apartment. All these things fell apart at the same time. But I had to maintain my frame to realize that I didn't need any of those things to begin with. If anything, they were enslaving me into a reality that I was not happy in the first place, because I didn't know what happiness was. I was told that this is what happiness looks like, so I emulated it. And I was waiting for happiness to arrive, right? Gonna get married, got this place, got the vehicle, got the job, you know what I'm saying? All these things. Eventually, happiness is gonna kick in because I got all the pieces. But when I lost those pieces, it was painful. But I can say, looking back, I didn't need those things. I didn't even want those things. I was chasing after an image that somebody put in my head, that society put in my head. I thought this is what I'm supposed to do, so I guess I'm going to do it. This is what adults do. This is what grown-ups do, right? This is what grown-ups do. So you're going to reach that path, that part on the path where things are going to fall apart. Now, it doesn't have to be as drastic. It doesn't have to be as dramatic and intense. It can be something smaller. Really, it's dependent on your level of evolution. It's impossible to predict. But the important thing is you stay focused through it. You maintain your frame through it. You don't allow yourself to react in such a way that is fear-based. You get through it and you continue working. You continue sticking to the work, because eventually what you're going to find is that the things that were taken away from you, you didn't need. And what you're left with is what you had in the first place. And that's the most important thing. I'm telling you. Sunshine Chick says the contentment I now have is sometimes scary. Yeah, and I imagine especially compared to maybe how you used to feel on a regular basis, right? Sunshine Chick says the need to impress others is really fading away. I love that. The need to impress others, right? That takes so much energy, doesn't it? It takes so much of our focus, the need to impress others. And it's natural. It's natural. But once we overcome that, we now have a need to impress ourselves. That's a little bit more fun. Lily June says, I don't have the books, but just tuning in is shifting my subconscious. A lot of your book club studies reiterate and enhance all of my other studies, the main one being Buddhism and yoga. That's awesome. And there's no coincidences. I'm glad you're here. I think that you found my channel through one of the posts that I do, like with the text. And you just started watching, I suppose. So I'm glad that you stuck around. Really, truly. Framestar Films, peace. Marco Power says profound effects. The yantra and mantra is everything, and doing the repetition of it, hypnotizing yourself essentially. I feel it's a very noble thing to do for yourself. Downright kingly and godlike. I agree. And I'm glad that that is working for you. Mantra and yantra, man, all these books are extremely precious gems. Like, I'm kind of glad that there's only so many people that come to these lives, because this is not for everybody. It's not like there's a lot of YouTube people out there that do spiritual stuff, but you can look at this as like a school. What I represent and what I'm talking about here. This is like upperclassmen stuff. This ain't the freshman. This ain't the sophomore. This is like the upper level stuff, right? And depending on what level you're at, you're gonna gravitate towards a different teacher. But the stuff that we working with right here, you can't lose with the stuff I use. And just like in school, you have a whole lot of freshmen, but by the time we get to the senior class, it's a smaller percentage. And that's what we have here. Like, this information, you've got to have a refined state of mind to be able to work with it. Otherwise, you'll get bored. You'll turn the channel. You'll go elsewhere. Stray Panther 79 says, not a school, a family. Yes. Kevros SS God says, the Durga mantra and LPR have worked wonders for me. Cool. Good stuff. This is good stuff. Black Knight says this is Yale Skull and Bones, right? Like, and I feel confident to say that without feeling like I'm bragging or boasting or nothing, but like it just is what it is, man. Like you have never, it's rare. I can't think of a time. You've never heard me say something like, oh, sorry for what I said last week, y'all. I was confused and, I said something that was untrue. I don't do that because nothing I say is based on how I feel. Everything that I'm talking about is based on what I studied and what I've practiced. And if I do make a mistake, then of course I'm gonna apologize for it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm not gonna apologize, but what I'm saying is what I'm doing here is based on study, not entertainment. If it was based on entertainment, then there would be conflicting messages, right? But anyways, Vincent L. Cristol says, I've learned more here than I have at seminars and so-called classes. Yeah, me too. Me too. Good stuff, y'all. Good stuff. So look, check it out. As a reminder, I'm going to be live in Atlanta. This is going to be the Master Student Conference Part 2. It's going to be June the 6th. We got about a month. And, I'm going to go on a serious fast. I'm going to go on a serious fast in preparation for it. And if you guys are interested, maybe you can join me on doing the fast. I'm pretty much going to be fasting from everything. It's going to be pretty simple, really. Fasting from the meat and from the sugar and from the orgasm and all kinds of things. And this will be a fast for focus, so I can get my power up, so I can get my message solidified. Because something is certainly about to transpire. I feel it. Got to be ready for it. I know the pattern. I see it coming a mile away. And if you ask Kristen, she can see it too. See, she sees it by being able to read the dance of matter, astrology. And she's damn good. God bless it good. I'm able to see it in a different way. This is where I'm intuitive, right? This is where I exercise my instinctual Orphic methods, where I can kind of get a sense and a feel for the changing of the weather, not the physical weather, but the spiritual weather. So we talk about Sunshine Chick said the need to impress others is really fading away. Nuru says yes, as the inner gaze harmonizes and balances and self-acceptance begins to resonate within through meditation, then the outer gaze becomes more like watching theater or drama unfolding, smiling. I like that. All right. Thank you for sharing that link, Straight Panther. Actually, I have an affiliate link that if you buy your ticket from my link, then it gives me a little tiny kickback. So I would, I'm going to post that link in the chat if you guys want to, if you're interested in buying a ticket to the June 6th Master Student Conference Part 2. I'm going to put my link in the chat so you can buy your ticket from there. That way I can get a little piece of it. But also, I think the way that they're doing a certain thing is whoever sells the most tickets is going to be, something or something. So it'll help in different ways if you do get your ticket from my link. So I'm copying it now, and I am pasting it in the chat. And if you're thinking about getting your ticket a little bit, I wonder. I think I might have saw something where they sold out. I hope not. Well, I mean, not hope not. I hope so. That's kind of cool. But anyways, here's the link. I just posted it if you're interested in getting tickets. Yeah, they might have sold out. I know that they're going to be at least, there's space for 3 times as many people this time around. But I think a lot of people were upset that they missed it last time, so they went ahead and got ready. But we're going to see. We will definitely see. Will Trent asks, can you put your link in the Major Society? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. Matthew Watson says, are there virtual tickets as well? Absolutely. Absolutely. Sunshine 6 says, I might slide to ATL. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool. Come on out so I can have a chance to meet you. Nuru asks, Trav, is the lecture going to be streamed then or later, also online or only in person? The way they did it last time, they had a tech guy present, like in the middle of the room, and he was streaming it live. Like he was streaming it as we were going. And they even had like question and answer. So people were on the little website asking questions and we got to answer it in real time. So yeah, it should be live. Marco Power asks, how much is the virtual ticket? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the virtual ticket. You'll have to click on the link above and just follow it through. If nothing else, just copy that link and you can check it later. But like I said, if you do end up getting it, oh, Sunshine says the link you provided says the in-person is sold out. Oh, damn. They did it like that? Sold out. Sold out. Wow. Wow. This thing is moving fast. I'm not ready to be famous, guys. I went to the gas station and somebody was behind me and was like, hey, I seen you on YouTube. I was like, no, it's getting too close to home. I'm gonna have to do like Michael Jackson. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. That's good. That's good. See, man, y'all can't be sitting on it. Got to move. But yeah, the virtual tickets should be available. Exciting. Okay, yeah. I was just dwelling on that for a minute. That's pretty big. I think like I feel lightheaded now. Cool shit, man. But yeah. Yeah. Amazing. I don't know what to say. I am stunned that the tickets are sold out. Because they didn't get sold out last time until like a few days before. And that was only like for 150 people or something like that. We're a little bit over a month and it's already sold out. That's big. But yeah, just grateful that we even have the ability to do this, man. Like this wouldn't have been possible a few years ago. Like, yeah, we could have set it up, but you know, maybe somebody would have showed up, maybe not. But the way that it's happening now, this is just really, really cool. Really cool. And it's only gonna get even bigger. Alligator says, I'm going anyway. I heard that, man. Hey, you know enough magic to make it work. You know enough magic to make it work. Sunshine Chick says the power of COVID. The power of COVID. COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. Nuru says maybe some shady magi reselling them on Ticket Bay. Maybe I should do that. COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. There were a lot of good memes that came out when COVID first started. Coronavirus. Shit is real. Shit is getting real. My son's mom hates that song because I used to play it all the time, and me and my son would dance around the house singing the coronavirus song. She didn't like it. Coronavirus. Shit is real. Shit is getting real. Coronavirus. I was trying to teach them to have fun with life and not be afraid of it. They're doing just fine. Doing just fine. That reminds me, like, yeah. My son at his school had this father-son walk, where basically all the dads come out and they like walk in like this march with the kids. And I don't know, I just had somewhat of a little spiritual experience because I suddenly noticed all and became aware of all these alignments. For one, it was on a Friday, which is already Venus, Netzach. And for two, during this march, I turned around and looked because I was at the front of the line, and I just saw like an army of people with like the banners and everything, and the sun was directly behind us. So I couldn't see anyone's face. All I saw was just the shape of a bunch of men walking. And that reminded me of what Dion Fortune talked about in Netzach. She talked about the life force in Netzach. It isn't individualized yet. She said the best way to think of the life force in Netzach is to imagine an army in the distance with the sun directly behind them. So you can't make out anyone's faces. All you see are the banners that they're holding up, and you can see, you can't make out how many, but you can barely make out the shape of the different soldiers and warriors. And it's like I had a flashback to that moment. And again, like I said, it was on Friday, and we had just read the chapter on Netzach too. So all that stuff like came together, and I was like, whoa, this is a moment on the tree. Really cool. Really cool. And you know, I'll keep going. And that was a really cool program because, you know, the fathers, they kept everybody there, and they had like this little talk, this lecture. And these two brothers came down from Atlanta, and they've got this program where they're reaching out to the men, right? Because women and mothers, they have all kinds of programs, all kinds of emotional support. And this is what I noticed. I just kind of sat back and I watched. But these two speakers, they got at everyone in the room at the emotional level. Because usually dudes, males, you know, especially, you know, the archetype of people here, you know, you want to play tough and be hard and, you know, just kind of sit there and not really say anything. But these two guys actually got everyone to open up because they're asking questions. They got down to the relative level, like, you know, basically how a lot of men are afraid of reaching out for help, right? We don't want to be judged. We don't want we don't want to be vulnerable, basically. We don't want to open ourselves up to vulnerability. So we often suffer in silence, right? And all type of things like that. Basically just giving different scenarios. And I watched and I saw like, this is actually healing. This is heart chakra healing for the community. Like these men are actually opening up and realizing that, you know what? It's okay to ask for help. There are resources. If you didn't know, at least you know now, here is a resource. I thought that was cool because usually, just like what Kristen was saying, like this is somewhat of a time where there's a shift, at least how men are being treated. Because like I said, men usually suffer in silence. We don't want to be seen as vulnerable. So we often don't admit when we could use some help. But it was just good to see that there's actually a program, even here in my little small town, of people who care enough to reach out and help people who need help. That's always a beautiful thing to see. People who can help, reaching out to help those who need that help. I mean, what better service can you do to the world? What better service than serving your own community of people who need help? Not just throwing money to save the whales or some kids in Africa who you'll never meet. What can you do to help somebody like for real, where you can see the change? We all know people that need help. We all know people that need help. And sometimes you can help them. You can. And I don't necessarily mean that one person who's always asking for money. I'm not talking about that. Because their problem isn't the money. They have a different problem going on. They have a psychological, emotional blockage where they can't keep that money. But you may not be qualified to help them there. Maybe your help is to cut them off so that they can see that they don't have something to lean on and they need to fix it themselves. But yeah, just a lot of stuff going on. I had to get that part off my chest because that was a pretty cool image. Okay. Well, I think that very soon I'm about to log off. I hope that you guys did enjoy the book study. We talked a lot about the concepts that were mentioned in Jnana Yoga, and we also talked a lot about what's happening currently in the astrological weather. I think this is really cool. Because again, like I said, we haven't had Kristen on in a long time, so it was good to kind of catch up and hear about some of the influences that are affecting us all, because all of us find ourselves in the realm of matter. So it only helps to see what is influencing that realm of matter. And maybe through the realization of that influence, we can make better decisions. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. So stick around. We're still reading A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. And it's like, look, I can't force anybody to do anything, nor would I want to. Like, I'm not even into like forcing. I would rather you want to do it. So you should know by now, the next book that we're going to be looking at is Samkhya Darshan. So hopefully you've already have this book, or you've already ordered it, or you're looking forward to getting it, because this is what we've been preparing for as far as the yoga aspect. This is the philosophy that this whole thing is founded upon. To understand this is going to understand everything we've been studying at the deepest level. This is some advanced stuff right here. It's a short book. Again, all these books have only been 4 chapters. So you're about to get some elite meat when it comes to this yoga philosophy. And actually, this is not 4 chapters. This one's actually 10 chapters. But still, this is the juice right here. To understand this, you're really going to at least have the information on what most of what we know as spirituality can be traced back to. Not everything, but you'll find a lot of the foundational information right here. So, like I said, this is like the Harvard, this is the Yale Skull and Bones, right? This is the stuff that you have to join a secret group to learn about. And here we are. Here we are. So I hope that you got the book. I hope you're prepared. We're about to get into it. And we're about to wrap up Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, book 1. And we're about to jump into book 2. Book 2 is dealing all about the paths. And that's what I'm excited about, because now we're going to start to connect these tarot cards, the major arcana, to the tree of life, to the paths on the tree. And to connect the paths with the tarot cards is going to give us a deeper understanding of what it represents in the abstract. So get ready, because we still going. We ain't stopped at all. And also keep in mind, you're not just learning this information for no reason. You're going to use this information. You're going to use this information. This is for a purpose. The reason that there are not many of us who are on this level is because we've got a very special type of work. A very special type of work. You literally have to be refined in your awareness to be able to comprehend what it is that we're getting into. I'm serious. But you should already know that. By this point, we're like 4 or 5 months in. You guys already know. You already know. You already know. Oh God. Serious business, y'all. Society Eject says, I'm excited about that book. Me too. Me too. I remember the first time I really met Alora when she jumped on here, and we stayed up for hours talking about this book. And that was like the first time in my life that I was able to actually talk to somebody about this information. And it was awesome. I'll never forget that. That was over a year ago. We were right here on this YouTube, and it was one of those all-nighters on a Sunday. It was a Thursday. Yeah, and we went for hours, like into the deep night, 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. I love it. Sunshine Chick says, Travis, do you really know the impact you are making? Absolutely not. I just do what I do. I'm sure eventually when I stop, I'll look back and see, but I can't, man. My nose is in the books and in the smell goods. My nose is in the smell goods or the books. Right now, I've got peach citrus blowing. Peach citrus. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sweet smells all the time. Sunshine Chick says, is that live still available? Yeah, it's on here, but I'd have to go looking to see which one it is. It's an old one. It's an old one. When I find it, I'll let you know, because I don't remember the title of it. It's an old one. Like, I could probably remember it as I'm listening to it. But yeah, we were getting into it for real. Yeah, that's what it was. And that was at a time where I just thought she was just like somebody that joined who I didn't really know how much she knew. So I was just really talking to her real general. But then she started hitting me with the science, and I was like, oh, okay. So I guess we can go a bit deeper with it. But yeah, hopefully we can have a lot more of those kind of talks. Yeah. Sunshine Chick asks or says, oh, 2 of my favorites. I love lemon scents and peaches. Yeah, I know about you and those lemon scented oils. I didn't expect to like this one though. This came as an assortment of other I think it was the spa one or the treat yourself. I don't know. But anyways, I smelled it and I was like, whoa, I need a big bottle of this. Okay. I'm supposed to be leaving here, but I keep talking about stuff. Is there anything else? I got a new book. What was it? Oh, I want to read this as an excerpt from Kabbalistic concepts. This is a good one. I mean, William G. Gray is a genius when it comes to this information. He has certainly been unlocked in his understanding. But he has mentioned something here about working on the path. Okay, this right here is not the quote, but I'm going to read this also because previously I talked about the work of magic is building up forms and then having them possessed by a spirit force. This is what he says about that. This isn't the quote that I wanted to read, but this is interesting also. And this is right at the beginning of chapter 5. He says, sometimes their thought creations constructed a sort of body, which then body. Those of you who are in my class remember the last exercise. Sometimes their thought creations constructed a sort of body, which then became animated by an active intelligence with a behavior pattern of its own. Obviously, if they were making a nasty type of thought body, then a similar sort of intelligence would be attracted to it. And conversely, if they made a pleasant kind of vehicle, the opposite was likely to happen. And you know, I don't have all day to be working with evil demonic spirits and forms like that, because in your head, how you associate that image and that form is going to deal with the type of essence that you attract to it. All the energies that I work with are pure, and they give me exactly what I need, exactly when I need it, without harm or error or inconvenience. I like it that way. You don't have to suffer. Oh my. I should probably take a nap. Stray Panther says, I love lavender, jasmine, and vanilla. Yeah. Vanilla is a big favorite. Kahuila 4700 says, thank you, brother, for the efforts. Thank you for your effort as well. Zaire Anu says, thank you. Thank you. Alligator the Greatest says, you're impacting me like Bobby Hemmett did, my brother. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Sunshine Chick asks, did you notice William G. Gray changes the tarot as it relates to Kabbalah tree? Yes. I noticed that he says that the paths should be arranged according to your particular position in life. So personally, the way that I take that is, the positions and the placement of the cards can be shifted and switched. But before I step into that, I want to know how pretty much the Inner Light Society set it up. And once I master it and learn it that way, then I'll go to switching and changing it around. Because William G. Gray has been deep in the game, so he understands why. And he does explain it in his other book, Walking the Tree. He does explain it there. But like I said, I want to get a grasp on the fundamentals before I start changing it like that. I'd rather learn it the original way before learning it the other way. But yeah, I think that's something that we'll probably get into a little bit later on also. Oh shit, Society Eject says, Travis, I found the inner temple meditation in the Bible. Yo. Yo. Matthew Watson says, the amount of change that happened to me since taking the class has been huge. Thank you for everything. Thank you. My pleasure, my friend. My pleasure. It's probably about time to start running another round of the class. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do because, like I said, I want to make it go on auto because I want to work on another course. But we'll see. We'll see. It looks like I'm probably gonna run a third cycle. So if anybody's in this chat who has not taken the class and is interested, well, you will have an opportunity soon. So keep your eyes and your ears open. Sunshine Chick says, I guess I never learned a way, but his way makes more sense to me. Yeah. And so far to me, I mean, I don't know, maybe so far to me because I'm getting so attached to understanding it the Kabbalistic way, according to Dion Fortune, Gareth Knight, and Ryder White and all them. I'm getting, I guess, attached to the definitions that they've placed on the paths. But I think once I learn it in total, then I'll be able to see why Gray did it the way he did. Because just like the Kabbalah spheres themselves, you can't just look at one sphere and understand it. You got to know the whole tree and understand it as part of a puzzle. The same thing's going to go with the paths. I guess in other words, because I started it this way, I'm going to finish it this way. And then after I get a good grasp on the total thing, then I'll look at alternatives. That's just how I'm doing it. Okay, yeah, I was looking for a particular passage here. But I don't know if you guys caught that about what he said, creating the bodies. And he certainly does talk about the paths here as well. Woo! Is this it? Yep, that's it. So check this out, what he says about learning Kabbalah, learning the tree. Check this out. He says that is so with the tree. The best way to study it is by considering each stage carefully, then repeating and repeating the same material on different occasions, just as one circle was drawn out of another, according to the original plan. Every time something new should appear to interest the serious investigator. It may not be anything very surprising or startling, and sometimes it will need careful scrutiny to identify it. But there is always something worth looking for when you go back to the beginning with reopened eyes. So look, a lot of people might get annoyed because it's like, oh, when are we going to learn something new? Well, that's the thing. There's nothing new. You just learn it at a deeper level. So yes, we will continue going back around and around and around, whether you're in this group or another group or no group. As long as you continue to study, you're going to keep coming across the same subjects and the same topics. But here's the thing, embrace that and love that. Understand that that's how the game works. But the difference is every time you go around that circle and come back to that same thing for a new time, you're going to understand it at a higher level. And it just keeps going round and round and round and round and round. I already read all these books. I already read them from Mystical Kabbalah and all these yoga books. Like I literally bought them and read them already and practiced them. But see, even coming back now again, it's like I'm reading them for the first time and I'm highlighting stuff that I missed before. I'm understanding concepts that I missed before. And I'm probably going to read these books again because they're just that full of light. And that's how it's supposed to be. Society Ejects, I like that idea. He says, yep, and maybe add MC Maestro as a substitute teacher sometimes when you can't be there. Oh, yeah, he would be perfect for that. He almost knows these classes better than I do, or these sessions better than I do. Aww. In this book, he even gives a shout out to the serious practitioner and says that it's an honor to have you on this path. I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't expect to see that. How often do you see an author reach out to the reader and salute them, basically? And of course, once again, I see the number 88, which is the number that I recognize as my grandfather, because that is how old that he was about to be before he passed. I keep seeing 88 everywhere. Oh my. Maybe it is time for me to take a nap or something. I keep yawning. All right. I suppose that's that. Matt Brown, peace and greetings. So yeah, keep this in mind because this is relatively new. This is the lower aspect of the tree. Peace out, William Trent. Manas for Malkuth, Cheetah for Yasad, because we already figured that out. Obviously, Manas would be the physical plane. Obviously, Cheetah is the storehouse, Yasad. So that means that if we're gonna do that, we might as well finish the metaphor, right? If half of the Antakarana can be related to the tree, then the other half can be as well. So after just thinking about it for a little while, the ahamkara, the ego, that would be the had and the netsak aspect. And the buddhi, the higher self, that would be the tifereth aspect. Cool. See that sun? Okay. I'm going to trust that you understand this information and you're going to be able to continue using it for your benefit. I don't need to say anything else because I know you got it. You're smart. You're honest. And you do the work. What more can anybody ask? Keep doing and being those things. And remember what Myron Golden had said in that one quote. Having comes from doing. You got to do something to have something, right? Having comes from doing. But see, doing comes from being. So if there's something that you want, you got to do a certain thing. In order to do that, you've got to become the person to do those things. And that goes for everything. If what you want is a certain type of car or even a family, or you want your body to look a certain way, you got to do something for that. But in order to do that, you've got to be the person to do it. So it starts at the inner level of self-conception. Who are you? How do you see yourself for real? Is the image that you have of yourself something that is unworthy of obtaining the thing that you have desired? And when I say unworthy, I mean unworthy to yourself. Because a lot of times we have issues with our own self-worth. We don't think we're worthy to be God. We don't think that we're worthy to be powerful. We're not worthy to command and control our lives. That's what we think. But you have got to be the kind of person who is worthy of the things that you want before you even start to go get them. Because if you don't think that you're worthy, you're not going to keep it up. It's going to be an act. It's going to be false. So keep that in mind. Having comes from doing, and doing comes from being. How do you see yourself? Who are you? In your terms, in your words, not somebody else's. This ain't about what anybody else. This is about you. How do you define yourself? Do you even define yourself? And be honest with that. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna officially go now. This was great as usual. And wow, I think like 2 hours passed somehow because it was just 7 o'clock. Lord of the elements, Lord of astrology, Lord of the elementals. This is how you open up that way. Be good to yourself. All right. Well, yeah, that's that. All right. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.